Have you ever dreamt of a better version of yourself?
Well, hello there. Well, hello there. What's going on? I can see you, but you can't see me. Can't see me at all, can you? I'm invisible.
Version of yourself.
Hey, Bubba. Oh, it's Bitcoin. Yeah, W, what's up, man? Thanks, man. You too, dude. You too, man.
Yes.
Yes, hi. There's been a slight misuse of the substance. A few extra hours were accidentally used, causing an alteration. So I'm just looking for the procedure to reverse it.
What has been used on one side is lost on the other side. There's no going back.
This is a brand new song. Both these last two songs are brand new. This is the first time I've heard this song, but I heard the beginning of it, and I was like, and I heard a little bit more of it, and I was like, I kind of skipped through a little bit, and I was like, okay, yeah, no, that's a good second. That's a good second right there, right there, right there. All right. They just happen to be one after another on my release radar. The first two songs, I like them. Last week, dude, we've been having some bad weeks lately. Good week. This is a good week. Hopefully, that means there's more good ones in the list. Not guaranteed, though. Maybe this is an album. The Dead Mouse song was a single, unfortunately.
Respect the balance, and you won't have any more inconveniences. Remember, there is no she and you. You are one.
I like how they played with the notes there. Like they were changing the pitch of them. Dude, this one tastes bad though once I'm starting to burn it. It does not taste like cinnamon churro at all once it starts to get high temperature. Tastes like I'm vaporizing a sneaker. Yeah, there's a lot of. I'm good on that. There's a lot left in there. It wasn't even burnt. It just tastes like shit. Man, life's too short to be smoking fucked up hash. Well, I guess it just goes to show, you get the $13 hash, or whatever, it's probably gonna be shit. So far, that's my. I figured I'd give it a try just to see if the really cheap stuff could be alright. Not this one. I think I might have just went too cheap. Okay, third song, is it also gonna be a... Can it be 3 in a row? Probably not. The third song's probably gonna start.
Yo.
What's Eminem? Nah. I'm gonna have to skip. I'm gonna have to skip with the Harris. The fourth song also sounds like shit. No. No, maybe not. Maybe not right now.
Better watch your mouth, forget boxing. I ain't gonna take your talk, it's all nonsense.
Oh, look, that's the sounds of burning. This is perfect. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see about that, buddy. I am Kaiman's owl. I'm Kaiman's owl. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's listen. We'll let them know if they're making it to the next round. The guitar coming in there. I'm not feeling the guitar right now. What is this, Bon Jovi night? Better not start singing. If you do, you're out of here. Instant disqualification if they start singing. I don't know if I consider that singing. It's like moaning at this point. I guess we'll let them moan a little bit. Does it feel authentic? Do you feel like you're with the fucking Indians? Do you feel like riding a horse right now? What does your crotch feel like? Is it tickling? This is an 18 over show, by the way. Fuck out of here, kid. You bother me. Whoa. Oh, okay. We're getting a little bassy there. Is it about to do something crazy? I never know with my music. That's why I'm giving it a chance. Don't do anything too crazy, please. Okay, I actually like that. That's pretty well done. Like a rendition of it with that instead of that. Different instruments. drinking Arrowhead water. It's native as fuck, man. I'm watching the native lands burn. They're inside of me. I'm impregnated. Oh, they got really wild with this third little part, didn't they? Just had to go all in, didn't they? No, I'm sorry. You didn't make it. Next. Next.
Put 'em down out of space.
This is the first I've heard this list. There are only 30 songs in here. I got one a week. And if I don't like it, I next it. And I never listen to it again. Next. Oh man, they give me. See, that's how they be doing me sometimes. It's worse than the PUBG contraband crates.
When you focus on improving yourself.
Okay, another self-help song. Let's see.
Will come to you.
What you got, buddy? We're a dime a dozen now. Talking about
through the canyon. The current evacuations are posted up on our website for people who want the exact. But right now, right where we're at, so in the this is where our concern is right now in the Mendenhall Canyon, and then also up into we're watching dirt mole hauling and making sure that it doesn't spread into Encino, Sherman Oaks.
I was going to say, what does it look like over there? Because I know a lot of people were concerned and evacuated last night in that area. How does it look today?
Well, we are doing a lot of fire drops, a lot of retardant on there, really trying to hold that line. I have not been over there recently to get an update, but you know, we are starting to see some of the winds dying down, so we're hopeful for that. But now, as you can see, they're starting to pick up again. So I'm sure we'll be deploying some more resources there. But if you drive through these communities, you're going to see firefighters in back of almost everybody's yard. We did see some aggressive firefighting in the back. We were behind one house that had some outstanding structure defense, and the fire burned right up to it, and our firefighters were able to contain it there and protect the homes up here. So that is one of the fortunate things with having the 3,700 plus firefighters in the area here. So there was firefighters from Kirkland, Washington that were up here, a small town right outside of Seattle. So they were out here fighting some fire. They drove for 3 days to get here, and then they come in and they put them right to work. So it's nice seeing firefighters from all over the country coming here to support us.
And also when we're watching this aerosol.
There you go, little fellas. Do you sometimes wish I could pat you on the forehead or pat you on top of the head?
No surprise,
you wish I could do that?
But you heard the fire chief saying that they have enough firefighters in place, more than 3,700 to do this job, to deploy them anywhere they need, which is really, really a relief when you think about those winds picking up and things perhaps even getting worse later on. They have the resources in place.
Yeah, I want to interrupt you really quick. That flame is getting very close to this home. This is at the very end of the Mandeville Canyon area, and you can see that house is in danger right now, and there's a drop.
You were the one
to get a direct hit on that flame right there and help to save that structure. But obviously firefighters, they are up there at the top of Mandeville. There's no doubt about it. They're above Mandeville as well, so they're doing everything they can. But again, we've got assets up there on the Malibu, on the Mandeville Canyon area. But these flames, they're in that medium to heavy fuel, and unfortunately, with these winds beginning to pick up right now, this is the result.
And with the smoke, it's tough for the helicopters to get low enough to make the drops effective. We want to go back to Jennifer McGraw. She's there on the ground again. Jen?
They're fighting now. Go fighting now.
Yeah, so conditions overnight, what are you expecting?
Well, we had 1,000 acres last night when it really pushed from the Palisades over into the area here. So we're going to be continuing to monitor it. So I don't know that we were necessarily anticipating these winds coming up, and our incident commanders may not be aware of how windy the conditions have just changed right now. So
I thought we knew that it was going to be windy. They said they knew, didn't they?
We're hoping to hold these containment lines that we've been established. We did so many drops
will not
and
contain
retardant lines
God.
so we're very hopeful that we can keep it within those lines. But people need to be aware of the evacuation notices. Keep an eye on our social media, on our websites, listen to the news, and be on the lookout for those alerts. So we have the ready, set, go that we'd like to remind people of. They should already be ready. If you're in these areas near Mandeville Canyon, then you need to be set, and or you should have already been evacuated.
Simon's really not eating that food
order,
with
then you need to go immediately.
the will in it.
You know, Kai talks about the wind gusts and the wind speed. What does that mean when it comes to the helicopters and the planes, and at what point, what speeds will they be grounded?
So generally it's around 35 to 40 mile an hour. It can start to hinder their flight operations. It's going to depend on the pilots, and there's a lot of other factors that are involved with that. But that's as we start getting the real increase in wind, because at a certain point, if you're dropping water, it just blows it away. Also, it can create a downdraft for our helicopters, and it can be very dangerous. They can have drops in elevation. It's not safe for them to fly. So we saw that in the Palisades fire, and if the wind picks up, then that could be another factor for us.
So for those homeowners who are evacuated right now and who are eager to get home and saw the forward progress, what would you say to them tonight?
Well, right now this is still an active fire. So even when we start to think that we're having a lull in the fire weather, the wind starts to die down, people think it's safe to come in, but now you get an uptake of wind like we just had, and conditions can change in an instant. So this is an active firefighting scene, and it's not safe for anybody to come back into your homes until you've given the instructions to do so.
Captain, when we drove in earlier, I saw a bunch of cars just lined up hoping to get in. Do they have any shot of getting in? Talk to those people who are lining up.
Yeah, until we lift the evacuation orders, and they're not going to be able to get in. So there is some people, like if they have some special needs, they can contact the police officers are the ones who are doing that. We do have National Guard who's assisting us in multiple different checkpoints and areas. So that's something that our partners with the police department are assisting with. They have been there. Some of them have been providing escorts for special circumstances.
Well, I was going to say that's also that's amazing that they're able to do that. So if you're watching at home and you didn't know that you could go get your emergency prescription or whatever your necessary needs are, they can contact the police department?
They can contact them and see if that's available, but right now if there's an evacuation order, we're just telling the people stay out. If you have a prescription that you need to get, it's probably better just to reach out to your doctor and try and get another prescription. So because we don't know when you're going to be allowed to go back in, and we can't speak on behalf of law enforcement of when it's going to be safe to do so.
Yeah, Captain, I was talking to somebody who decided to stay, and he is afraid of looters, and obviously we've seen that on
It's
TV.
mainly known as West LA VA. It's actually the biggest VA in the country.
Have you seen anybody? Would you stop them? What are you told? What is protocol?
Well, that's a law enforcement issue, and I do know that our partners in law enforcement have zero tolerance right now. So, and that's why the National Guard has also been brought in. But as firefighters, we're concentrating on the firefighting efforts. Our number one job is life safety and then protecting property, and we want to prevent this fire from spreading. So that's something that we're really working in cooperation. There's a large police department presence here, and now
12 hours ago, there was an actual fire,
it's all hands
dude.
on deck, and this is a very unified command, and everybody's working very well within the incident command system.
Do we have any other resources heading our way? Do we need more?
We still are continuing to have resources coming in, so we're seeing those numbers increasing every day. So we're about 3,700 firefighters right now, but as this continues, I'm sure we'll see additional coming in.
So this area right now, by the Mandeville, is the major issue for you guys, or is there another flank that by Mulholland that is also of concern?
Yeah, so we're concerned about both these areas. We don't want it to cross any of these lines. So we don't want to get it. We don't want it to get past Mandeville, and then we also don't want it to break over the ridge and get into the valley, Encino or Sherman Oaks. So those are the areas that we're really focusing on. But can't forget we still have a very large
would be
footprint
massive,
through
dude,
the
because they had
Palisades.
to take people out of ICU and shit.
continuing to roam through there, searching for hot spots, and the majority, a large number of our assets have been deployed to this area, and this is where we're going to, with these winds, this might be where we start to see some more fire behavior.
Yeah, I was going to say, as I was standing out here, CAL FIRE came over and peeked over and said, you guys, if fire starts down there, you got to go. Yeah, and that's always advice we give, and that's why, we... Even when we're out here, we're always looking out and keeping an eye on the conditions. So if things change, and we need everybody to leave as soon as possible. So yeah, I know it's frustrating when homeowners see media come into these disaster zones and they think, well, we want to go home too. But truly, we're just doing this service to let you know what is going on, and obviously life-saving services, because they don't know what's going on if they don't have a TV or a radio. Right now we're at the top of a ridge, so there may not be any wind at the bottom of this ridge. There may down in Bel Air and Brentwood, there may not be some wind. Up here at the higher elevations is where you get the high wind. So what you're doing is you're showing the people what this wind looks like. Yeah, and it's pretty vicious, and it was not like this earlier. No, it was not like this. This is some of the biggest gusts I've seen today, and I've been out here all day. Actually, I've been out here for several days. Right, I think I've seen you at a few fires. Yeah, we've been. We were at this fire, then we left, went over to the Hollywood fire, came back. So yeah, we've had 6 fires going on in the region. So it really is all hands on deck. That's why we need so many firefighters here assisting us. We need so many resources in place. I know it's cliche, but I know we're not out of the woods, but how does it feel as a firefighter seeing so much tragedy across our region, but knowing that you have saved some communities? Yeah, I mean, it's anytime we can save a life, save property, it's a good feeling. This is our community, though. This is where we live. My own home was evacuated, had fire retardant dropped on it. So, even if we try and get a few hours sleep, it's we're in evacuation areas. We're in the fire zone also. Some of these firefighters are, they're putting out fires in their own communities, in their own neighborhoods. Our firefighters, these are their communities, and now they're wiped out. So it's it is tough on us, but that's what makes the community strong, though. It's everybody's coming together. The outpouring of support for our firefighters and for the people who've lost everything is just it's very overwhelming. I mean, people are just reaching out to us constantly, asking how they can help, how they can assist. Even people who've lost everything are asking how they can help. And so it is going to be tough. I mean, this is still a very active firefight, but once it starts to subside, the recovery phase is going to be very difficult as well. So there is going to be some community meetings, and they're going to be setting up community resource centers that we'll have multiple different resources there helping people who have lost everything. Yeah, no doubt, tragedy across the board, but there have been a lot of humanitarian efforts, and that has been absolutely beautiful to see. As far as the fire goes, because we can't see any fire right now, do you have active flames, or is it just pretty much smoldering until the wind picks up? You know what, a smolder can create an active flame within instant. So even though you can't see an active flame, doesn't mean that there's not active flame around the corner. And wherever there's smoke there, that ran up against the fire retardant line, so that line looks like it's holding it in check. But that doesn't mean that with this wind, now we can start getting some of that ember casting again. So that's what we had in the Palisades fire. We had 1-2 mile ember casting. So you're fighting a fire right in front of you. The embers pick up and they travel for 1 mile or 2 miles, and they start another fire. So that's definitely is a concern of ours, that we don't want to have that. We have to be on high alert with these winds continue like this. Yeah, and no doubt they are. You can see it just in the video, just how windy it is out here, and there is so much dry fuel. Kai was saying earlier that this fuel doesn't even need wind to burn because it's that dry. It's very dry vegetation. We had a lot of rain in February, some of the highest rain that we've seen in our history, and now we haven't had rain almost since. So the vegetation grew, and then it all dried out. The humidity, the relative humidity is very low on these, dry, brittle with a lot of growth. So it's not a good scenario for fire. Well, Captain, thank you so much for your time and for your efforts, and we'll keep a close eye on the activity throughout the night and bring you the latest. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Jennifer McGraw for
They
us.
should
We
start
appreciate your
cloud
coverage
seeding,
out there as we
man.
continue to look at the picture from Gil Levis and Sky 5.
Chemtrails,
We'll welcome you
chemtrails.
to the 3:30 hour here on KTLA 5. Rick Chambers along with
taking them so
Kareem
long
Winter,
to do
Kai
that?
Goldberg, Joey Mead. We're all in the studios tonight, and we'll be here throughout the rest of the evening to bring you the very latest on the Palisades fire.
No,
And we've been
all these
watching
channels
so much
also no
devastation.
commercials.
Really, you can see it from the air. There are homes that have been burned in this tragedy. But in the midst of all this, really the beauty, humanity coming together.
59,000
The
people,
thousands of
60,000
people who've been
people are watching
displaced.
their
And
channel right
last week, you know, spending some time at the evacuation centers where people just kept coming. So many, they had to turn them away. And the community asking, how can we give, how can we help?
CBS
And there
News.
are resources, there are centers set up now to help those in need. We want to go back on the ground to our Rashawn Haylock. He's in Arcadia at Santa Anita Park, where it's just been a beautiful scene. People arriving all day. This is what it's all about, Rashawn.
And Corinne, you said it perfectly, right? Just an outpouring of humanity.
I wonder how many people are just coming up there to get free shit.
Clothes on top of clothes on top of clothes. In fact,
they heard that there's a giveaway.
They can't accept any more clothing items because they have so many. We're at Santa Anita
What the
Park,
hell, man? People are just
canceled its
dumping all their
racing
shit that they don't
scheduled for
want.
today. In order to be able to host this event here, there are cars. This is a giant parking lot. There are cars all the
I don't
way
want to
out
do
to the
laundry either. I'm just going to dump my clothes down
Two
there.
separate lines of cars trying to get in here to be able to donate
Y'all
and
can
drop
have it.
off goods. And they're taking
disgusting.
whatever you got. No more clothes, no more hot food. You can bring the hot food tomorrow, but
Man, these
anything that you
motherfuckers are
have, you
taking
can bring.
this
I've
shit
seen
and
people come
selling
away
it.
here with board games.
I don't
You
know.
see all kind of items and things you can
This
need
looks
around
like
your
a
home.
flea market.
Baby goods, pet goods. Saw people walking by here with pet food, dropping that off. This is
why they all wear
volunteers over
masks?
here separating the clothes by
trust them.
age and by size, and then further down that way you
Pants
have
over here,
vendors
yeah.
handing out food, handing out
Dude,
beverages,
the mountains look
desserts,
beautiful, don't
pretty
they?
much
Like that with the smoke
anything
coming
that
off of them.
people could possibly want or need in this situation. They have it here.
Welcome
down here
to the
at Santa Anita
Palisades.
Park. I was speaking to Santa Anita Park executive earlier today, and he said members of the staff came in here earlier this morning to prepare food for not only this event, but for first responders as well inside in
hands
the
over
area.
here.
They came here early to prepare breakfast. They were making
Excreta.
sandwiches for some of the first responders. And so it's really just a community coming together. And this all started with a group on TikTok. And TikTok has been a huge rallying point
Shut the hell
for
up.
the
You're
people
getting banned
here. There's
TikTok
a
no matter
group
what you think
called
you're
Clover
doing.
King, and there's a bunch of street vendors from
Well, then,
all across the country.
let 'em.
And they came together to start this
These
event. It originally started
TikTokers.
over at the Rose Bowl, and then they brought it here
Those
because
TikTokers are
the
toxic
Rose
as
Bowl turned
shit.
into
So
a
don't
command
let
center.
this
So they
one
brought
make
it
up
here.
for
Santa
'em.
Anita Park said, sure, you guys are welcome. They did their part as well to try to help this event go
Oh,
on. And so they're going to
hey.
be here until Wednesday. I spoke with a young lady who has a family nearby, but she actually lives out in the South Bay. She came out here to
got the
volunteer.
streamer.
You
So many
have
masks.
volunteers from all over the place. A young man also from
that
Koreatown, just
water.
showing the camera over here.
much
Caesar.
Caesar.
Caesar came here from Koreatown to come and help out today. You look at all the water that's here. Caesar's a part of the crew that's handing out water to
This
to
is
people
expired,
here.
dude.
What prompted you to want to come out here and help today?
Well, I saw a few of my friends are firefighters and law enforcement, and I saw
Yo,
them
put
doing
some
the
bass
part.
in
Kind
your
of
voice,
sparked me
Caesar.
want to do my part. The restaurant I work for, Catch LA in West Hollywood, I remember giving food, and then after that I started wanting to donate more, trying to help out, trying to get back to my community. So I couldn't just stand by and watch it all, all burn down. I wanted to help out these families who lost their homes.
What's it been like to watch all of this? I mean, there's so many people out here, so many goods to be handed out. What's it like being able to be a part of this and take this all in?
It makes me want to love my city even more. Like LA, we're all connected, It's not just a city, like we're a big whole family.
Yeah, so many people talk about how LA is so spread out, right? But at the end of the day, it's one heart, it's one community. And there's a lot of pride in that, right? What's the pride that you feel in being able to be out here and being an Angelino?
being Angelino, you see all the races. It's not like all the races all come together, you know. Like my family came here from El Salvador, and you just, you know, we all unite.
Bro,
like,
ain't nobody coming
apart.
together
it's
right
like
now.
A heart with all its veins, you know. It's all coming back
you got
to
some
one
people out there trying some free clothing. Some people giving away some free clothing.
Thanks so much for what you're doing out here today.
Yeah, of course.
And that's just kind of been the story out here. People just wanting to come out and
some
wanting
free water.
to
They're
give,
like, hey, free water. Fuck yeah. Thanks, Caesar.
People are dropping off and people are taking all at the same time.
People like free shit here in LA. Amazing. God, that's wholesome.
It's really an incredible time, an incredible moment out here just to see this massive amount of people be able to come together for a good cause. And they've received so many donations. We talked about the food, but
half these people weren't in the fire, dude. Most of them. I think they're just driving up from Compton or South Central.
There was no porta potties out here last night. All of that stuff came in here and got donated. So they'll be here tonight until 11 p.m. They'll be back at 7 a.m.
They finally get their chance.
If you can't come out here and physically give, but if you want to donate financially, you can go
Everybody's
to the
coming out to give their
Los
jacket.
Angeles TikTok. That's
because the rich white people's houses got burnt up.
They're going live right now on TikTok, and you can donate right there in case you can't come down here or have any tangible goods you can bring. You can definitely donate financially. From now at Santa Anita Park, Rashawn Haylock, KTLA.
Why weren't these people like coming out on Christmas to
right now, a little bit of
put a coat on a homeless person in Skid Row?
This afternoon? We appreciate that.
All right, we're going to head back above with
They want to
Gil
put a
Davis,
coat on a rich
watching
person.
these unpredictable winds, conditions changing by the minute.
They lost their
How does it look from above, Gil?
Palisades home with $30 million.
Yeah, Karine and
Bless
Rick,
their
we're looking,
hearts. I don't know how much that could hurt. Here's my jacket.
This western flank that's putting up a lot of fire. This is off of Temescal Fire Road here, right under us. You can see what they've done here with the fire retardant lines. They've drawn a line there with that pink fire retardant, and the fire has stretched that direction. That's towards the west, so it's slightly creeping down towards the west, but the fire retardant there is holding the fire. You can see how it burned right up to it, and it slowed it down quite a bit. You see all the fire crews out here on all the fire trails, and you can see them working hard out here. Last night we watched one of these vehicles, actually two of the vehicles, cross through one of these fire roads when it was completely engulfed in flames. I couldn't believe they actually did that, but I guess that's pretty typical for the firefighters. There was in this area like this, it was a truck just like that went right through the burn, right through the flames, and then continued on their way. So very brave firefighters out here that are battling this fire day and night. I'm giving you a look from the west back towards the east along that Mulholland Drive, and the smoke coming up on that end. That's over there by Mandeville. So right now the burn scar, you can see, we have a good look at it here. That has come up from the southern areas there all the way to the northern flank. There's the coastline there and the Pacific Highlands, Palisades Highlands area here. We were looking at some of the homes here and looking to see if there was any issues.
Mexicans are going to rebuild LA
here to bring in a couple of the targets here. You see that address there. That's the address that was given when the fire broke out on Tuesday morning. And that's the area where the fire started. So it spread quite a distance in all directions here
America,
as the winds have changed from time to time. But for now, we're looking at the western flank here that's putting up a lot of smoke. And this is actually right south of the Braemar Country Club that people might be seeing this line of smoke there. So if they are trying to figure out where that is, it's along the Temescal Fire Road here at this hour. That's the latest overhead.
I've been sleeping a lot today after he ate a little bit of that food.
I think that puts it in perspective.
Yeah. Hey, Gil, a quick question. Could you pan over towards the Topanga Canyon area? How is Topanga Canyon doing this afternoon, and also Malibu Canyon, Las Virgenes area?
Yeah, let me flip it around. It's behind us, Kai, and I'll show you the coastline there, Malibu. And we do have a little bit of smoke coming out of that area. It's looking a whole lot better than it did yesterday.
Dude, I preferred it when they didn't put all this fucking overlay on the map, honestly.
It'll take us a couple minutes, but
I can't see shit.
It definitely is looking
They really went over the top with putting the fucking
some water drops
map overlays.
Water dropping helicopters there.
I want to just see the land.
We'll make our way over there to take a look at that community that was under siege yesterday.
Great, thanks.
All right, Gil, we'll wait for you to head over there. Meanwhile, there was a news conference this afternoon.
I really like their new technology.
Talking specifically about the Eaton fire. A number of city officials and firefighters gathering there as well.
That's right. LA County Sheriff Commander, he discussed the search and rescue efforts that are currently underway. Also, the current status of additional deaths. Let's listen in on what he had to say.
Newsom.
We also had a search and rescue task force that commenced this morning, and that will be until the completion. It will begin daily at 6 a.m. and end at 6 p.m. That search and rescue team, we are working jointly with our partners from Los Angeles County Fire Urban Rescue, the coroner's office, FEMA, OES, and the use of cadaver dogs to search for remains.
She is a sheriff with a star
on
her thing.
These these searches will be a part of a grid search.
Is she like 5'3"?
Like I mentioned, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. due to safety concerns and our inability to operate during nighttime hours.
Handcuff your ankles together.
Unfortunately, we report that we have 8 deaths within the Eaton Canyon fire area that was affected by the fire. And in an effort to deal with the death and the tragedies as a result of this fire, we do have, working with our partners, family assistance centers that are open to provide information to people looking for missing family members, and that location is the Pasadena Civic Center.
Us on the death toll, currently at 8, which perhaps could get higher as we move into those impacted neighborhoods. Now, another big concern at this hour, the air quality with all of these wildfires that have been burning. We heard from the LA County Health Department earlier today, and this was their update.
We are all experiencing this wildfire smoke, which is a mix of small particles, gases, and water vapors. It's those small particles that get into our noses and throats and cause those sore throats and headaches. But we must also be very careful for those who are at higher risk for bad health effects from wildfire smoke. And those include children, the elderly, those with respiratory and heart conditions, and people with immunocompromised states. They may have worse symptoms like shortness of breath, wheezing, cough, and chest pain. Everyone in the areas where there's visible smoke or the smell of smoke, and even where you don't see that, we know that the air quality is poor, so you should limit outdoor exposure as much as possible. Do not engage in outdoor physical activity. If you must be outside, wear an N95 or a P100 mask. These are high filtration masks that take out those small particles that get into your body. Keeping indoor air as clean as possible is also important. Keep your windows shut. If you have an air conditioning that can pull air from the outside, that can recirculate air, you can use that. If you have a HEPA air filter or HEPA air purifier, that will help too.
So many fires burning right now.
Anybody that's got a HEPA air purifier is not so fucking stupid they need you to tell them that their purifier helps.
It was an interesting press conference. His respiratory specialist, he was talking about kids, elderly.
But you just tell people, go buy a purifier if you can, if you're not broke.
Typically a teenager or a middle-aged person does. So they're the ones that are prone to all the pollutants that are now in the atmosphere. And we're talking about plastics, lots of chemicals and things like that.
Can you explain that?
You want to die?
The plastics is what's going on. There's so much being burned on the ground. And the chemicals, there's also a lot of these tanks that are around that are now becoming exposed to the air. So we're getting a lot of problems out there in terms of gases that are taking place out there. That's the big issue, is a lot of the gases that are now into the atmosphere. So what we're seeing is the continuation, unfortunately, of this really poor air quality in Southern California, and an air quality alert that's easily going to take us through the weekend. And specifically, we're talking about the Altadena, San Gabriel Valley foothills, and we're also talking about the Pacific Palisades area, Santa Monica in particular. And now last night, since late last night, some of the southern sections of the San Fernando Valley are beginning to pick up some of these toxic particulates that are now in the atmosphere. So we need to be vigilant, wear those N95 masks. If you can get a respirator, that would even be better. Those are quite expensive, but again, we are well worth it. So if you can do that, I highly suggest you do so.
And something to point out that's also important for those who were displaced, who had to leave their homes on a moment's notice. left so many of their belongings behind. During that press conference, officials with the health department did say that there are resources available where those individuals who've been affected can actually go to those centers. They can get those inhalers. They can get their medications because, they left with nothing. And so that's a good resource for them.
Last night I was in Sherman Oaks, and I was talking with a family, the Williams family. 30 members of the extended Williams family. I had 14 of them with me at my location. They were in the Eaton fire, and they all evacuated, and they lost 8 individual homes, all within walking distance of each other. They were in remarkably good spirits.
How the fuck do they have houses so close to each other?
They were all together at this
one hotel. Monopoly of the neighborhood.
And you talked about the goods that are around. The Alder Law Firm, just a couple of doors down from their hotel, handing out as much as they could to anybody swapping by or sweeping by. Rizzo's Pizza in Lomita doing the same type of thing. So many different communities are just stepping up at this point and helping whoever needs it.
Yeah, and where we're
kind of closure maybe, or the other side of that is maybe we can help somebody realize that their home maybe is still standing. And if that's the case, that's definitely some good news in all of this bad news that we've been having to deliver the past few days.
Yeah, Gabe, and attached to each and every one of these devastated homes is an entire family and years of history. And also, I just want to call attention to an announcement they made at the press conference earlier about the LA County Fire Search and Urban Rescue Team now having to begin the difficult task of and grim task of a grid search of this area, go through every home with cadaver dogs, a coroner, search and rescue teams to find potential victims of the fire. And that's a task that hasn't begun. They'll be doing this between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. because they can't do it in the evening, and they're asking people to stay away.
Yeah, and I was going to add to what you just said about the staying away. If you notice from Gabe's shot, and Gabe, maybe you can offer a little bit as well, you don't see anyone here. The curfew is 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., as you mentioned, but you don't see a lot of activity, period. So they're not letting, it doesn't appear, Gabe, as if they're letting anybody in there at all.
Yeah, Philip, you have the National Guard here. You have CHP with hard closures on Lake Avenue and on Fair Oaks. There are very kind of stringent rules about who can get in and out here. And as we're kind of zooming in on some of these streets, all I'm really seeing are official vehicles. I'm seeing a lot of patrol cars, Pasadena PD, LA County Sheriff's Department doing sweeps there. There's a lot of crews from the power company. I'm not sure if that's Pasadena Water and Power or Cal Medicine, but they're in the area. They're trying to restore power to the area, which that's going to be a huge endeavor in itself with all of the infrastructure that has been burned here. We saw a crew a little bit ago trying to set up a cell phone tower, and you have to imagine a lot of cell phone towers in this very concentrated area have been destroyed, and those will need to be put back up as well. But to go back to your point, looking up and down Olive Avenue, there's no other traffic there. There's maybe 1 or 2 cars, and that's really all we're seeing from this perspective.
Yeah, it's about rebuilding an entire community. Unbelievable. Thank you, Gabe, for that. Thank you for that. We'll check in with you a little bit later. Right now, we want to go back to Tim Caputo, who's in the hills above Tarzana. Tim.
I never even heard of half these places. They're burned up.
You just saw it here. Actually, take a look to the right. This is the retardant that was just dropped down from that plane. You actually see it kind of lingering in the air and then dropping essentially ahead of the fire. We've worked our way a little bit into the canyon. Obviously, still a safe distance from the fire itself. If you look to the left, just on the ridge there, those are the 2 bulldozers that were up at our other location, kind of working their way in, drawing a line. Essentially, to my right, the opposite direction of the fire this way is where you have San Fernando Valley and Tarzana, kind of the top of Reseda is in that direction. So you understand the distance. We're probably 15, 20-minute hike from the top of Reseda. And when you look here, you actually see the retardant that's been dropped down, kind of the red bushes there, and where the edge of the fire is. It seems as though they're trying to kind of draw a line right here. We're on a fire road right now, Temesco Fire Road, which kind of splits off from Mulholland after you get essentially out of the valley. But you still see flames down there. They're doing a pretty good 1-2 punch of, as you see, a helicopter dropping down very low to put water rather, on the fire that just kind of popped up there as they have the retardant also coming down ahead of the fire. truly a impressive 1-2 punch, especially in these parts of the canyon itself, which are mostly inaccessible to those ground crews. We were talking with the gentleman a little bit earlier about some of the CAL FIRE ground crews and LA County Fire and the multiple agencies that are out here trying to get a handle and get ahead of this fire. That's a big reason the bulldozers to the left there are working right now. They're trying to draw that line to stop the forward progress and momentum of the fire itself. But obviously, depending on how high you are, it's a little bit windier at that higher point we were at the moment here. Actually, if you look on the branches here, you can get a sense. Barely moving. It's not too bad, which is great for fighting this fire. But obviously, as those wind picked up, it gets a little bit more difficult to stop the forward progress. When it comes to Tarzana, when it comes to Encino itself, this is deep in the canyon, so there's not an immediate threat to that area. But obviously, this is why they're working out here. They want to make sure it doesn't get past this fire road behind me. And you see, it's a dirt road, got a little bit of distance. So if the fire reaches it on this side, they hope it wouldn't jump to the opposite side. And that's why essentially farther down there, what they're doing is on one side putting the retardant, the fire is over on this side. So whatever reached this point, you have both a dirt road and then the retardant on the other side to prevent it from going any further. It's still a tough battle. Here we are Saturday afternoon, obviously, and they're still fighting this Palisades fire as it kind of moves up into the canyon and into the valley. If you walk this way, I just want to show you real quick to get a sense of what we're dealing with out here, because I think the threat and concern itself. We'll step up here for a second, if you would. But as you look in, there are homes far down into the canyon itself, but that's way, way far away from the fire. Look to the left here to show where that fire is. And it's been moving very slowly, if that. When we were here last night, it was kind of getting close to Encino. That's why they were using, don't take another step back. That's why they were using the water from the reservoir itself to kind of take on that fire. But as you see, with all this air support here and the work they're doing with the brush clearing and kind of drawing those lines, they are making a pretty aggressive attack to try to stop this in its tracks before it gets deeper into the canyon itself.
Okay, Tim, thank you very much. Tim Caputo showing the great work of those firefighters trying to get that fire retardant down and just slow the spread of the fire. So one of the things we've been talking about is just the fact that you don't see anybody in these areas. You're looking live from Air 7 into the Eaton fire, and we did get word this morning that LAPD has some 600.
Officials were saying that added about another 1,000 acres, so now we're at 22,600 plus acres. Palisades fire at 11% containment on this Saturday afternoon. Again, this is the 5th day of the Palisades fire. We have all this information. I'm putting it out on my socials right now because that was a lot to go over. So you can follow me on X. You can follow me on Instagram. All the information will be there at Marla Tellez. That's Tellez.
All right, we continue to look at our Skyfox view of what's going on with the Palisades fire. That is a lovely picture. I don't see any actual fire line there. I don't see any glowing line of flame. What I do see, though, is a lot of vegetation, and the vegetation is, of course, of concern now that we don't have the kinds of winds that we had overnight on Tuesday. It's the vegetation that people will worry about. Smata and other meteorologists talk about how the winds themselves can have its own microclimate, and then that will create a situation where an area will become more vulnerable. Anytime you have a lot of vegetation.
So we don't want people doing that because he was hundreds of feet in on his own hose line, surrounded by brush, not visible.
I just want to see the swap meet.
Right when we saw him, there was a wall of flame came through.
This guy, what is he walking out with? He was in the fire, huh?
Leave instead of fighting fire. So
he was in the fire. He was in the fire. Let me get some fire
they backed out
ID.
And, we were able to
we know for sure
still save a house.
You should be getting
Captain, that just goes to
shit.
speak to how quickly this fire can spread.
Yeah, it really can. I mean, we had no wind not too long ago, and now you can see how much it's picked up.
Fire victim ID.
Yeah, and I can see a plume of smoke off in the distance.
This fire is on many fronts. So people who are watching, they from the valley, they have a very good visual. From the valley, they can see the top of Mulholland, dirt Mulholland, right above Encino, Sherman Oaks. So they're concerned about that. People who are in Bel Air, Westwood, UCLA area, they're watching it from their end, concerned at that end.
Yeah.
So and then
concerned tonight.
Yeah, and now Malibu Canyon Road and moving its way Topanga Canyon, Malibu Canyon Road, Las Virgenes. So this fire has many fronts, and we're watching all of it, especially as the wind conditions change.
Well, Captain, thank you for speaking to me. Go back to the command post so we can get some more information
for
our
viewers.
But
talk to
for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Jennifer McGraw out on the hillside for us today. Karina, I think our pick-me-up shot of the day is at the Santa Anita racetrack.
So heartening. Rashawn has been there all day long, just bringing us the stories of those wanting to help in any way they can. Rashawn, and that assistance continues to come in tonight.
Look, now they're out
we
there.
We now in the house, so we can use it, so that's why we can go.
What is this shit?
When you had to evacuate,
diapers.
how close was the fire and how
Free
frightening was that
diapers?
for you?
Oh, everyone loves
close.
free diapers.
Yeah, the fire was very close. It was like 1 minute away.
Like they're probably coming out and dropping off a sweater and picking up a box of diapers.
We evacuate very, very fast.
Hey man, I brought a sweater,
They
had the
your
diapers
neighbors
there.
lost
I need
their
the
home, but
diapers.
you did not.
Not
brought a
me, but
sweater.
my neighbors, they did.
Trade.
Yeah.
So you're one of the lucky ones, and I know you're grateful for that, but at the same time, it's hard to see your neighbors, I'm sure, that lost everything.
Yeah, it's hard and painful to see.
His neighbors lost everything, by the way.
And,
that's why he's there.
Very sad. Very sad.
Now he's
Thank you for your time, Amador. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you were able to get some help while you can. He is one of the lucky ones here, but there are
His
so many
house
that are
is
not. But I want to show you,
still
look
up,
at this.
and he's
This
there
is just
getting
boxes,
shit.
stacks
Why?
and stacks
Does it
of
make sense
diapers
that
that
she
have been
does it,
coming
lady?
in.
That
These are
didn't
just some
compute
of
to
the
her, I
supplies
guess.
on the other
Or
side.
it
There
seemed
are
normal.
buckets full of
He was there
supplies.
getting
I'm gonna
stuff,
head
and
back
his
in
house
here a
is
little bit
fine.
and see. I mean, there are things
And
you
he
don't.
doesn't look like the
probably
type of
don't
person
think
that
you
lived
would
in
need. You
Pacific
don't realize. I mean,
Palisades.
there's
Sorry,
female
lady.
supplies. There's
I can't be the only
all
one that
kinds
saw
of
through that
cleaning
one.
supplies. We saw
Hopefully he can get the help he needed.
piles of cleaning supplies and sponges and all that kind of stuff. So it's just been amazing to see the turnout for stuff. I'm
The
going to see if we can maybe
actual
find some
bro.
other folks who might have been.
Silly.
Were you guys impacted by the fire? Yeah. Can we just talk to me about
yeah.
for you what happened with you guys?
Oh, well, we're in this side of the fire. No, we're not on the direct cause, but we have all the smoke, and we were out of power for like 5 days.
Yeah.
But yeah.
People don't realize that you need some of those supplies. Talk to me about what that's been like.
No, I'm volunteering. No, I'm volunteering. Yeah.
Misunderstood. For you, what is it like to see this
Out of-
response in terms
people
of
have been out of power for 5 days.
It's been overwhelming, actually. I was in the
That's
clothes
a
section,
little
and so many
annoying,
people are dropping
actually.
off so much clothes, and it's a lot. And then everyone's so nice to everyone, so it's really helpful.
I didn't know that was
Making the
happening
bags
in
for
LA
everyone to
like
take,
that.
and make sure they have toiletries and stuff like that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. She talked about how many people you see.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that
have
fucking
Martin
reporter
kind of
just
show
racially
an
profiled
overview.
her.
Look at it literally is just a sea
Holy
of humanity out
shit.
here. There are hundreds and hundreds of people
What if she
out
just
here,
said she's
not
volunteering,
to
but she's
mention
actually not?
the
She's just
hundreds
picking
of
stuff up
cars
her
that have
bag.
been
No, I'm
in line for
volunteering.
hours
Volunteering
all
to get a bunch of
day.
shit for
Both
myself.
sides of
Have a
Santa
good day,
Anita
lady.
Park here. The cars stretch around
coming
the
up,
block.
baby.
There are so many people in line donating goods, and the response has been overwhelming.
Volunteering
which is
these
really
hands to put
appreciated,
shit in
but
this basket
it has
basket
been
for me.
a turnout. Look at this, toothbrushes,
What?
boxes and boxes of
Oh, I need that.
toothbrushes. The
I
kids
need
have
that.
been able to get all kinds of stuff. So certainly there have been a lot of people who are in need that have been able to get some help. Again, we're just trying to find some more. It's been hard in all of this. There's
That's
so
what
many
I'm thinking
volunteers.
right
It's been
now,
hard
Bill.
to
It's like
find folks
mostly
that are
rich
actually
white
here
people,
because
and
they
there's
lost their homes in
all
the fire, but I know that they're
minorities
here, and I
getting
know
shit
that
right
there
now.
is an overwhelming appreciation and a gratefulness for the community response and the community support that they're getting.
Where did all these
Live
people
in
come
Arcadia,
from?
Lee Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Leanne, thank you so much.
Okay, but I guess they
and
were
we're
out
gonna
of
toss to
power for
Gabe,
5
who is
days?
above Leanne. That's the site you're looking
Did that
at
make it so
there.
they
And
ran
Gabe,
out of toothbrushes?
Just a moment ago, we were talking about the bad
Stores
actors out
not
there and how
opening
the
in
need is
LA
there
at
for
all.
private
I didn't
armed
know LA
security,
just shut down
LAPD,
like
and
that. I
National Guard.
figured I'd get the
That's
word
the
on that
worst
one.
of it. And this is the best.
Yeah, Philip, I think
I've still been getting stuff delivered out
Kevin
here.
say earlier that he was, just in awe of the spirit of everybody in this community just coming together. And when you look down and you see all those people and all those supplies,
She wanted to attack me.
I've seen seen the live shots that we've been doing over the course of the past couple of days, first they were positioned at the Rose Bowl, and then the fire crews actually needed to use the Rose Bowl parking lot for staging. So they
I wonder though, like how many people are just taking advantage of free shit? Because people are looting right now inside of people's houses. That's how fucked up LA is. So it's not beyond people to just show up for free shit because they hear about it being given away.
Looking down, we're at 10,000 feet. We have to be this high because there's still air restrictions over the
happens here. It's going to happen here before it happens in a small town where everybody knows each other.
Okay with this fire, but even at 10,000 feet, you're looking down at all these cars.
Be like, Billy, what you doing here, man?
Very, very
impressive. Hey, man, I like free shit. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, Gabe. Thank you for bringing us
everybody would know,
perspective.
And
while the goodwill is happening there is more goodwill happening in the firefight. In the midst of the firefight, we've got Kevin Ozebek.
They know that.
He is still at the West Ridge Trailhead.
Should I go out there and get some diapers,
we want to check in with him.
West Ridge Trailhead.
They sell those bitches on eBay, you know what I mean?
We want to check in with him.
They're $30 each on.
Well, Giovanna, what's really nice to see from this vantage point is it looks like from here, there's less and less hot spots. I mean, there are firefighters hiking in this valley below. You see one of them right down there spraying a ton of water. These firefighters are putting out these hot spots to protect all these homes on West Ridge Drive, and they're just doing a phenomenal job. We got out here maybe around 10, 11 o'clock this morning, and Giovanna and we were out there. You know how you can just kind of feel someone's energy? People act at a faster pace.
Shit, I need some diapers too, man.
You could just tell. There was much more of a frantic energy this morning among the firefighters. They were laying down all those hose lines. They were getting to position. But for several hours now, even though this is still a very... These firefighters have just done an incredible job protecting all of these homes, and you very much get the sense from them that they have this under control. So if you are a homeowner here and you're just kind of watching all this because you left today, you know, you can at least know that these firefighters are doing the absolute best that they can. We've been seeing this firefight both on the ground as well as in the air. And now
You're fucking acting weird, dude. Straining while you're talking and shit.
You know, that's just going to, it's not going to help. So, you know, imagine all the people that do want to go back. They want to see what the condition of their property is. It's very frustrating, but the answer is nope, you cannot go back in. Not when there's such an active firefight going on. As we see yet another fire truck. Hey, Matthew, can you tell where is that an LAFD truck that just passed you, or by chance one of the more exotic ones coming from out of area?
There you go, Rob. Bye, baby.
That's from Santa Monica, so a little bit of a drive. Not their jurisdiction, I believe, so they're definitely here helping out. And I do want to show you this because I think this is pretty interesting. We always talk about those embers, and when you were talking, one landed right next to my foot. I don't know if you can see that, but that's, you know, the concern. Even though what we're seeing right now is relatively small, we know that those embers can travel upwards of 2 miles, and if it lands on a piece of dry vegetation, it's still hot. It can start another spot fire down the road, and that's why we have those evacuations further out than where we are right now on the edge of the fire line, right? So, and you were also talking about all the vehicles parking nose out because there's only one road out, right? So if the fire were to come down, we always need to have an exit plan. So those are things that we think about as members of the media. You leave your engine on and you face the way out. So if things change very quickly, you can get out of here and try to be safe.
In a moment's notice. All right, Matthew, keep a watch on those flames. Let us know how it's going. We'll check back with you in just a bit. We want to, this is the Palisades fire, of course, and that active flame on this ridge here, hillside.
Oh, really? There's a bunch of vehicles for that
area. We want to get to the Eaton fire, and right now there's a virtual community meeting underway held by LA County Sheriff and LA County Fire, giving the latest information. Let's go ahead and dip in.
Containment is not control. Doesn't mean that the fire's out. It just means that we have some shaky line out there, and firefighters are mopping up, and we're working to secure it, and we're working to make it good. So when you see red on the map, those are areas that we don't have containment yet of this fire, meaning that there's considerable amount of work still to be done in these areas along the front country. Also want to call your attention here to these sections. Each one of these sections is a 1 square mile area. And so this down here, this map doesn't represent it as well, but this area here is a community, and it's square square miles of the community that have been devastated by the fire. So not only are we working on the perimeter control in here, but the damage assessment and all the things that go along with this type of catastrophic fire are occurring down here on the bottom. They're occurring day and night. We're working on them continuously, and but many more days of work down here and along the front country in these affected communities. As we come up around the west end of the fire, things are looking good over here. We have boots on the ground engaged all across this flank and working daily to get that containment. And I think you'll see some black start to get on the map here in the forested areas. Very challenging terrain up here along the forest. It's the Angeles. It's steep. There's places where firefighters just can't go. So more to come on that in the coming days, but we're starting to make good progress along the flanks. So with that, I'll turn it over to Fire Behavior. Dennis Burns.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to reintroduce myself since Dawn did. Just a couple of points to bring up today is we got an infrared last night. The aircraft was up, so that's a good thing. What the infrared showed us overnight was we had some intense heat up in this area, some intense heat in this area, and then down along the front country all through here is what we call scattered heat. So that includes the area that involves all the structures and all that. So there's a lot of, we're not expecting it to move, but it is a heat source. And then there was a few pockets outside of our actual perimeter that shows isolated heats. Again, we're not expecting those to move. Overall today, conditions have been very favorable for us. The IMET will get into it a little bit more, but we've had basically a northeasterly flow over the top of the fire. The fire where it's sitting right now is pretty much on ridge tops, so it's gonna back, and typically fires burn upslope faster than they back down a slope. So the fire has to fight against backing down the slope, and it's also fighting against the wind. And that's all along this upper edge and even out on the west side a little bit. Down low, a little bit more sheltered from the wind, not expecting any growth or movement on the fire in that area. All in all today, going through till tomorrow's shift, not expecting any significant movement on the fire.
Oh, it's supposed to get ultra windy, though.
It's the meteorologist James White. So I'm here to give you your weather update. The good news is we've experienced very favorable conditions on the fire over the past 24 hours or so. Last night had some of the best RH recoveries that we've seen of every night, and what that means is how high does the humidity get at night. We saw around 40%. That's still pretty dry, but it's a higher recovery than has been experienced at any point on this fire since it started. Now, beyond that, what we've also been experiencing is very little wind. So over the past 24 hours, we've had very little wind on the fire for the most part, and that's also been very favorable. That doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. We still have several days coming up, and there are some more concerning conditions as we have the next several days here.
Oh, it's
so
coming
today,
up.
We've already
It's supposed to be windier.
seen some gustier northeast winds start to build in on those ridge tops. Some of those ridge tops up north,
Hopefully
as
they can
well
get
as
it out
in other
before
parts
that
of the
happens.
basin,
If
have
not,
seen gusts
no.
up to 45 miles an hour or so.
It's taking
Those
so
will
damn
continue to
long,
increase
man.
through the night with gusts maybe 50 to 60 miles an hour on some of those highest peaks. Now, the great news is that those will not mix down to the lower elevations, or are very unlikely to. And we haven't seen any of those strong gusts so far today, those lower elevations, and we don't expect to see them. There could be a very brief period tonight where you get just a few of those stronger gusts, but really anything above 20 miles an hour isn't expected. We will continue to have some of those gusty conditions at the higher elevations. We will continue to have those dry conditions at least for the next few days. Our biggest concern day, like I mentioned yesterday, is still Tuesday. That's the day we're really looking at where we'll get that combination of dry conditions and with those northeast winds continuing. On Tuesday, there's potential for those winds to be a little bit more out of the east, be a little bit better aligned, and that could allow some gusts to mix down to lower elevations. So we could see some maybe 20, 25 mile an hour gusts at the lower elevations that could test some areas of the fire. The good news is that those kind of wind speeds is nowhere near what we saw January 7th, January 8th. So although it's certainly something that we're watching closely, it's nowhere near the level of concern or critical fire weather as what we saw that started this event. Finally, like I mentioned yesterday, there's light at the end of the tunnel. There continues to be that light, and it only shows brighter as we get more weather information in. There's increasing confidence that we're going to have more moist conditions by the end of the week. There even is a very slight potential for rain. Don't get your hopes too high up in rain, but the potential's there, and either way, we are going to be much more moist. So that's the great news. Hang in there. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have Air Resource Advisor Jen Croft.
Kind of guy. Moist right now.
Good afternoon. I'm with the Wildland Fire Air Response Program, and that's my job is to merge the fire behavior environment with the weather environment. When we do that, we have the capability then to tell where the pollutants that are produced from this fire are going to land and have the greatest impact. Currently, the greatest impact is along the Pasadena foothills from Altadena up at the Devil's Gate Reservoir and all the way over to Monrovia. Folks who have existing cardiac issues and or respiratory issues can expect to have significant impacts because the current air quality level from PM 2.5 coming out of this wildfire is going to be instigating their responses, their inflammatory response. For perfectly healthy folks, when the categories go into that red zone for unhealthy, purple for very unhealthy, and dark maroon for hazardous, even perfectly healthy people can have issues then. Right now, we're only expecting the conditions to range between the unhealthy for sensitive groups and the very unhealthy groups along the foothills. As you depart from the Pasadena area towards LA, you're going to continue to see moderate conditions. Doesn't mean that you're not going to feel that smoke. We're on day 4. Your eyes should be burning by now. Your lungs are probably a little coughing. All those toxins and plastics that are in some of these structures that have been burning are also in the air. Please remember, if you go to airnow.gov, you can get the latest conditions at your location and have a little bit more informed condition to see where you can go to get a little bit of relief. There's
So
also
they got
lots
that
of links
COVID
on there.
helmet.
Tomorrow we'll be producing an outlook that gives you a forecast.
You walk around with that thing now looking like a
24 to
badass.
36 hours, we're going to continue to see this moderate to USG conditions. And then as we see this next passage of winds, that will bring that column right back down to the surface, unfortunately, for a few hours. And then we hope by Thursday, we're going to see a little bit more relief in the dispersion from these wildfires. Stay tuned.
Multiple COVID helmet filter breathing apparatuses, I remember.
Thank you, Jen,
for that information. And the SMO outlet that she was
I got
talking about, we
nervous.
will be posting it
It's gonna
as it's
last
produced
forever.
so that you guys can see it in the public. Next, we're to talk about evacuations and public safety with Los Angeles County Sheriff Captain Williams.
Hello, I'm Jabari Williams, captain of Altadena Sheriff Station. So I just want to give a few updates for the Altadena area. As of right now, as of today, still Altadena is considered a
Altadena has a
zone.
black sheriff. Go figure.
The public is still not allowed in that evacuation area. We do have
But
checkpoints,
they have a black everything.
and people will be turned away if they try to enter the area. They are still worried about different things, potential fires flaring back up,
Very black.
debris in the road, and there's still wires down that can become energized at any time. We just want to keep the public safe, so that's why we're keeping everybody out. As of right now, we have over 550 deputies in the area for deployment. They do have active missions. Once they complete a mission, the public and the property safe. There are 30 National Guards on hand that's assisting with checkpoints and protection of assets in the area. I want to talk about the shelters. There is a shelter. The closest one available is the Pasadena Civic Center. It is at 300 East Green Street. There is a family assistance center there. We do have deputies on hand. If you have family members you want to report missing, you can certainly do it in that area. There's also questions about whether or not people are able to retrieve medication. At this Civic Center at 300 East Green Street in Pasadena, there is a pharmacy on hand that can refill prescriptions. So if you need prescriptions refilled, please show up at the Civic Center and they can assist with that.
Everything's burned
I want
up.
to talk about the curfew. It's still in place as of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And it's only for the evacuation area within Altadena. It's not within any other jurisdiction. So I just want to clarify that the curfew in place begins 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and it's for the evacuation area within Altadena. If you want to find out how to, you want to know how learn if your residence is in that evacuation area. You can easily go to protect.genesis.com, and they'll let you know if that area is in the evacuation zone. That's protect, PROTECT.
Can we get some actual live? This isn't live.
GENASYS.
You're lying to us, dude. It's upsetting me.
The recovery efforts have begun. They started the grid searches this morning, and they will continue tomorrow. It will take some time, weeks. We have a lot of people, a lot of different agencies helping us, including the coroner's office, search and rescue for the sheriff's department, FEMA, OES, and a lot of different other agencies that are helping with the recovery and efforts in the area. So they are doing grid searches, going house to house to search for damages and potential remains. As of right now, we are up to 8 confirmed deaths for the Eaton fire. And those efforts for the searching will continue. We are at 19 arrests as of right now. Most of them are for people looting and committing burglaries. We made 4 arrests just for curfew alone. So please adhere to the curfew orders in place. We will begin the repopulation plan. It will take some time to get it started. We will say this, before we begin the repopulation plan, we will have guidelines in place for people to follow. They can easily go to any of our social media sites for LASD HQ, and that's on Instagram. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Williams. Next from the LA County Public Health is Chief Deputy Director, Dr. Anish Mahajan.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking our first responders for their heroic efforts and extending our thoughts and prayers to all those who've experienced profound losses from the fires. We in public health stand committed to supporting those in need in the months ahead. I would also like to thank our county supervisors, especially Chairwoman Supervisor Barger, for their extraordinary and thoughtful support of public health, and all of our county and city departments. Without their leadership, we wouldn't be able to respond. A local health emergency for LA County was declared yesterday.
Okay. You are listening now to a virtual community meeting on the Eaton fire. We got some updated information about the weather conditions that they're concerned about. This gentleman here is a doctor of public health. He's just warning people, if you are suffering from inhaling smoke, ash, etc., if you have symptoms that need medical attention, don't dismiss them. Take them seriously. We're going to bring in Samara Khan to talk more about the weather conditions. They're so critical.
With breathing, wheezing, cough, and even chest pain. Now, everyone in areas where there's visible smoke or where you can smell the smoke, and in other areas where you may not even have that, but you check the air quality index, we have to heed these exposures and try to stay indoors as much as possible, and not do outdoor vigorous physical exercise or activity. If you have to be outside for a prolonged period of time, you must try and wear an N95 or a P100 mask. These are high filtration masks that can remove those small particles in the smoke that can cause irritation and health problems. You want to keep the indoor as clean as possible as well by closing windows and doors. You can run air conditioning if the air conditioning has a setting that allows for recirculating air and not bringing air from the outside. If you have a HEPA air purifier, that also will help the indoor air quality. You want to avoid using your fireplace, candles, or vacuums at this time. And of course, if you're a smoker, we don't want you to smoke, but especially right now, try not to smoke as much. If you're driving, you can reduce smoke in your car by closing the windows and vents. Turn on the air conditioning and set it to recirculate to keep the outdoor smoke out of your car. Now, all of us are at risk for the poor air quality right now, but some of us in LA County need additional help and support. For example, if your job is to work outside, it's important that you wear an N95 or P100 mask. In these situations, you may ask your employer for the N95 mask, and they're required to provide it to you free of charge. The LA County Department of Public Health is also offering N95 masks through the interim housing sites, shelters, and street teams to LA residents who are experiencing homelessness and live outdoors, and to those persons who are evacuated from where they usually live and staying in temporary shelters. Family assistance centers will also offer the respiratory masks to residents who are returning to fire zones as the cleanup of the fire damage begins. The County of Los Angeles is also working to distribute over 5,000 HEPA air purifiers to institutions that take care of seniors, nursing homes, and other individuals who are at the highest risk of poor health outcomes. If you're experiencing symptoms that are severe, like coughing, shortness of breath, wheezing, nausea, chest pain, palpitations, or really fatigued, contact your doctor or seek a healthcare provider at an urgent care center. For life-threatening symptoms, make sure to call 911. I want to shift now to talk about water safety. As a result of the fire, there are numerous drinking water advisories that have been issued by local water districts. It's important to follow the guidance in these advisories to avoid potential exposure to the contaminants in the water that could result in illness. The kinds of guidances are boil notices, as well as do not use and do not drink orders. In wildfires, water systems can become depressurized when there's a lot of water being used to put out the fire, and there's a increasing risk of contamination of the water by sewage and bacteria, which results in bacteria levels that are really unhealthy. In these situations, the water district will issue a boil notice. For boil notices, residents in the affected area are advised to use bottled water or boil their tap water for at least 1 minute prior to using it for drinking, brushing your teeth, cooking, and cleaning indoor surfaces like your countertops, your stovetops, tables, and sinks. The boiling kills the bacteria and other organisms so that they don't get into your system. But there's another kind of problem with water, and that is sometimes in wildfires there are toxic contaminants that result from the burning of all these structures and other materials that we've seen that get into the water supply. These contaminants can come from the structure and materials that were burned in the fire, and in this situation, the water district will issue a do not use, do not drink order. For do not use, do not drink orders, residents should not use the tap water for drinking, cooking, hand washing, and even not for bathing until they've gotten a release from the water district.
Too late.
Continue to follow the emergency guidance provided in the drinking water notices until your water supplier has notified you that it's safe to reuse the water. If you're experiencing concerning symptoms related to drinking contaminated water, of course, go seek medical care from your doctor or an urgent care.
I am feeling sick and
The water
itchy.
is also impacting our ocean waters. We at the LA County Public Health have issued a specific ocean water advisory yesterday. Please avoid all water contact at our beaches, from Surfrider Beach to Dockweiler State Beach at World Way, because the water runoff from the areas impacted by the fire may contain dangerous bacteria, dangerous toxic contamination, and debris that may harm your health and make you sick. We also continue to issue ocean water advisories for other beaches where the bacterial counts are high. We will provide updates on our website at publichealth.lacounty.gov/beach and post notices on the beaches about the evacuation zones.
I met a gay mermaid.
I'm going to now shift to cleaning up after the wildfire. Now, we completely understand, and this is a very difficult time for those who are evacuated from their homes and their neighborhoods. Of course, folks need to get back home, and they want to get back home very badly. But I would like to ask that you do not return home until you're told it's safe to do so.
I had to meet heterosexual mermaids, so otherwise how do mermaids exist?
The level of burn where you live.
I've never seen
these hazards
a male
include things that relate to power lines and ongoing other kinds of hazards of those nature. There are hazards related to toxic substances, lithium batteries that are not entirely de-energized.
I never even dreamed
other kinds of chemicals that might have resulted from the burning of all the materials in these structures. And so please heed those warnings and be careful about that. Now, our children are also worried and traumatized.
What was that?
And as we've been listening in, an
now
important
they're
update
gonna
from officials on the
interrupt him.
Eaton fire that's burned more than 14,000 acres,
shitheads.
15%
I was
containment.
listening to
They talked
that.
a lot about the toxicity in the air, all the plastics that have burned, evacuations, the status of
I
that.
don't need
Pasadena,
you
Pacific-
to tell me what he said.
FEMA. She applied
Lady,
for aid.
you
She has
fuckhead.
insurance with the California
Man,
Fair Plan. I
these
just want to show
people
you as
have
we
no
kind of
respect,
walk over
do they?
to the front entrance of this shelter. This is just all the supplies that have been donated, and right now they are asking not for any.
Oh, I accidentally pressed it. Were you meant to see this?
For the 8,000 or so first responders on the ground in LA, grueling doesn't begin to cover what they're going through. Firefighters are facing endless shifts as they battle this once-in-a-generation event. Tom Yamas rode along with a fire
came out
captain for whom
37
the
minutes
mission
ago,
feels both
so
impossible
it's pretty new.
and emotional.
Bring the engine right here.
It's been a 4-day nightmare for
You shouldn't have been a
firefighters in
copyright
Southern
dog.
California.
OG, triple OG dog. Fight to my content.
Today, we went into LA's rustic Topanga Canyon. It's on the north flank of the Palisades fire. Flames, smoke, and a battle up and down the mountain. We rode along the twisty roads to find the heart of the firefight with Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua from CAL FIRE.
So we're doing everything we can right now to control the spread of this fire. If we can jump on this fire now, stop the spread of it, when the wind comes, we'll be in better shape to not have a fire escape out of our perimeter and keep this within the perimeter.
That's so
We're in the middle of the
genius.
Palisades firefight right now. That is a Firehawk. It's a Black Hawk helicopter that has up to 1,000 gallons of water, dropping it right on some of the hottest spots of this wildfire.
The crews gave hope to residents who were fighting
Well, I hope
the
it's
fire
not put it in the
themselves.
coldest spots,
They were
because that would be
relieved
weird.
to look upward.
What impact did those airdrops have?
Well, tremendous impact because the accuracy of those airdrops was unbelievable.
At times,
Believable? What are you talking about? It should fucking be believable, you asshole. We're America.
6 months pregnant.
Tell me what you're doing.
What do you mean it's unbelievable? You're here now. Welcome to America, bud.
Firefighters exhausted, but on a mission to save lives and homes.
We do shit.
Like Captain Craig Blevins, already on duty for nearly 30 hours when we spoke to him.
We showed up here yesterday morning about 5 a.m.
You haven't slept?
Not really.
But you're going to go as long as it takes?
Yeah.
Yeah. How tough has it been fighting the
That
winds?
overtime.
Yeah, you can't really beat the winds.
Heyday.
This was like an 80-mile-an-hour blowtorch, just heating each house up and lighting it on fire one after the other. You couldn't believe it. If we had a crew at every house, we still would have had a heck of a firefight on our hands.
There's nothing left here.
It's so hard to see. You know, this is not what we do this job for. We come to win, and you can see one house is standing, but our goal is for all of them to be standing, so this is hard to see for sure.
Yeah, do you see how? On our ride, we saw this burnt-out shell, gray and ghostly. Hard to believe this was actually someone's home.
Luckily, the tree is still standing by.
But it belonged to
all
Greg
cool.
and Jennifer Champion and their 3 daughters.
What if it looked like that
They
before
were
it was
waiting at a
burned?
checkpoint, but weren't allowed to get in to see their home of 2 years. But CAL FIRE Battalion Chief Pasqua brought us there so we could
Probably did
report
look like
back.
that before it
I
burned.
wanted to find something for them, maybe a photo or a toy, anything to bring back to the family to say this survived, but there's nothing. The only thing I can find is this right here. It's some type of decoration. Maybe it was here in the living room. It's a
bring
ring of
that.
shells.
Give that to
I hope
him.
it means something to them.
Oh.
I'm going to give it to them. I'd try to see if there's anything I could grab. This is the only thing I found. I don't know if it means anything.
Aww.
Yeah.
I actually do really love this.
The memento brought memories and then tears.
I do love it. No, thank you so much. Little treasures.
This family was
Are they
grateful
not
to be
allowed to
alive
go to their
and
house or
grateful
something?
to the firefighters who tried to save their
They
neighborhood.
can go pick up their own damn shells.
Along with the wind and flames,
Rally
something
around the
else is
family
flying in LA.
a pocket
Questions.
full of shells.
The city has seen fires before, so why is this time so much worse? And what can be done to stop it from happening again? Here's Josh Mankiewicz.
If you live in Southern California, you expect the wind to blow.
you do not expect it to bring
death. No, I don't. This is Chicago.
So what went wrong this time? The answer is just about everything.
We had 80 to 100 mile per hour gusts. Those are hurricane force winds.
NBC meteorologist Dylan Dreyer was in Los Angeles and witnessed the devastation firsthand.
This is all that's left of this school. There hasn't been significant rain since October, so everything is bone dry. All it takes is a spark.
Wildfires are often best fought from above. That didn't work as well this time. Pomona College professor Char Miller is an expert on wildfires.
When the winds are at 40 miles an hour, they cannot fly into these canyons, fly over these areas.
Why do I feel like I'm retarded or something when I'm watching this?
To 80, and you'll understand the dilemma they faced.
It's common sense.
That
the
wind
fucking high winds
the work of the fire department's
shit's
boots on the
like,
ground.
just the wind would throw off the water's trajectory.
When the wind is 10 miles an hour, I'm a firefighter. When it's 30 miles an hour,
I can't
I'm an
stand
observer.
up hardly.
It was during that first night that water ran short in some areas because firefighters had used so much of it.
This hydrant has no water in it.
What is going on with the water situation?
We have had some issues with water. If you stick enough straws into a glass of water, it's going to empty faster.
But that's
Even
not
if
why
you
it
turn
happened.
every fire hydrant on, the more water you're running, the less pressure you have. And without that water pressure, how do you get it strong enough from the hoses to put out these fires?
Some people in LA wanted more than explanations, like this resident who confronted California Governor Gavin Newsom.
What are you going to do with the president right now?
We're getting the resources to help rebuild. We're getting the resources.
Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be.
This afternoon, Governor Newsom asked for an independent investigation into the loss of water pressure. Stories online link the destruction to cuts in the LA Fire Department's budget. The full picture is a little more complex. At a time when cities everywhere are prioritizing police funding, LA's fire chief argued to the mayor that less money for overtime impacted the department's ability to provide service.
There were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days.
For some, the truth was simpler and also tougher to hear. Firefighters and first responders were simply outmatched.
The winds were too strong, the flames were too intense, the topography was too dangerous, and that's a perfect storm and a very dangerous one.
Professor Miller says today's crisis and tomorrow's will require a big discussion and some decisive action from our political leaders.
These fires are getting bigger, and we need resources to be able to fight them to sustain life in this region.
There's no question that in the years to come, millions will remain in harm's way, either by choice or necessity. Professor Miller says there are ways to make communities safer and more resilient. It won't be easy. It will take political consensus, long-term commitments, and significant investment. The stakes could not be higher.
We've got capital that can be invested in it, but if the Southern California can't fix this problem, it's not fixable. Then it means that California is not livable.
Coming up, despite the horror and tragedy, there are glimmers of good news tonight. Stories of bravery and ingenuity. When we come back.
My right one. What's that mean?
Thanks for watching. Stay
What's
updated
an itchy
about
right nipple mean, y'all? It's gotta mean something. That's gotta mean something.
Spot for you right
Somebody
now?
look it up.
Are there homes actively threatened? Have you seen that? Most concerning spot, you think?
Yeah, at this stage, I think the most concerning spot is the Mandeville Canyon area. There's still a lot of smoke there, but there does not seem to be as much active flames. The wind appears to have died to some extent. Out in this area here, this is Topanga State Park, so as I understand, I cannot see any buildings there. But you can certainly see that red Phos-Chek, where they've really tried to lasso this fire. They really want to try and get a line around it, again, before those big big winds come in early next week.
And maybe that'll
we'll
get
make our way
time
back towards the Mandeville Canyon area. Just give you a better view before it gets nightfall, so you'll be able to see. I saw that the flames or the fires had actually reached to the top of to the Mandeville Canyon. And just while we're here, Marla and Susan, I'll put the map on to give you an idea. I think if I push in here to the left-hand side there, you'll see it's actually this is Mulholland Drive. So that fire road did exactly what it was supposed to do. You can see there one side is a bush and the other side is burnt. So and I'm tilting up here. This is that West Ridge. You may have anyone taking a hike up West Ridge Trail. This is the lookout at the top of that trail, and just to the below down here is Mandeville Canyon and the old Sullivan Fire Road. Anybody that knows that area, and certainly as a pan further left, you're getting down into the Brentwood area of Sunset Boulevard. And that smoke that you see burning there is actually in Upper Mandeville Canyon.
Upper Mandeville Canyon. Yeah, I was wondering, because for those of us who are map challenged and directionally challenged, sometimes when somebody says northwest, you have to kind of do the calculus on what that means. For people watching the smoke and the orange glow from the San Fernando Valley, that's why they are watching these our coverage, and also watching to see how close it comes to breaching over the Santa Monica Mountain Ridge. So this is consoling, I think, for people who like to see the fact that there's not as much active flame. It doesn't seem to be making as much progress as we saw overnight, which made things very dodgy and made people very nervous. Seeing white smoke is always a good sign. So we will take that.
If I might be able to butt in there, Susan. Here's myself too. I was at home watching, and I was thinking I really need to try to explain this to people at home. So the concern was that the fire would race down the hill here at the Mandeville Canyon and then come up this hill here. Obviously, fire burns faster uphill, as we all know. And then once it could reach, if it got over that hill, then really it was, you see the 405 there. That was really the concern. It's whether the 405 could stop it if it got that far, because unfortunately, once you go further than that, as I tilt up, you're into Bel Air, and not only the expensive houses, but the thousands of lives that would be impacted. As we are back over Mandeville Canyon here, I'm just going to push in a little bit, and you'll be able to see there is a little bit of active flame, but the fire is slowly making its way down towards the road, but the helicopters are hitting it, and it's actually being pushed, and it's almost burning back upon itself there. A very good example, you can see the smoke blowing south, and above that is a burnt area. So it's really just burning back upon itself, slowly making its way down the valley here to the road. Susan and Marla?
Yeah, that's a good consolation as well. And again, when you see that there is that push towards an area that's already burned, stuff is already burned. So that oftentimes is good news as far as a firefighter is concerned, because they can then keep an eye on it, and then it's all about just getting rid of the hot spots. I did see a little bit of a loom up, a little bit of a white smoke in that swath of Phosgec, which it's not 100% when you lay down that fire suppression line. It's not 100%. The fire can catch there as well, but it will move much more slowly than if it was naked without any kind of fire suppression.
And I really appreciated that, Justin. I love that you were thinking about when you're watching from home and how to best describe it when you're up in the chopper. So thank you for that show and tell, because that really did help explain the big concern for Mandeville Canyon. Well done. The extreme nav technology really helps when you put up the street names. You get a really good sense of, and especially if you live in this area, you use the yes, I live right there sort of a thing. So yeah, we've been watching also the hillside where our Matthew Seedorf was, because there was one home that had some active flames very, very close to its property, and those hand crews just arrived. And it was good to see those hand crews on the ridge earlier as well. So Justin, we appreciate your reporting up in Skyfox. Obviously, if you see anything, holler, and we'll get you back on the air. And thanks for all the pictures.
Crews working feverishly to keep these communities safe. As you heard, it's not 100% when they put those red lines down, that Bosch-check fire retardant down, but it looks to be that red line is what separates the white smoke from the areas that haven't burned at all yet. So no wind, at least not strong winds. From anything we can see right now, it looks to be pretty calm out there. So crews still working, dropping water on these areas. As we can confirm, though, and as we have known since yesterday, Palisades Fire is the most destructive in LA history. It did spur some new evacuations.
Oh, he ate a little bit.
The Mandeville area, Mandeville Canyon area,
that's cool.
As well as the Brentwood area and Encino areas.
If you could just join in,
Encino specifically,
I'm getting Simon to use some salmon oil.
San Fernando Valley, that's where
oil.
Encino is. As they continue
it'll help
their
him.
progress on dousing
His itchiness, his joints.
And that's just a great example of the
His heart.
incredible
so much
work
other stuff.
that these fire crews do from the sky and from the ground.
Sandwich
As you
time
see
with
there,
2
over
pieces of cheese,
22,000 acres
4
is where the
slices of
Palisades
chicken
fire
meat.
stands. 11% containment, 7
Let's go.
people confirmed dead as of this fire alone. 5,000 homes destroyed. Our coverage from Los Angeles continues in a moment.
Chicken meat. Oh! Your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Join the Navy. See the world. See the world. I forget what it was before get your dick chopped off. Oh. No. Join the military. Get your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Join the Navy. See the world. See the world. Join the military. Get your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny? Do you wanna be a tranny tonight?
A couple live looks from around Southern California. You see these ground crews. We show the air crews so often, but there are an equal amount of workers.
I love that song.
That are traversing the burn scar. And what they're doing is they're either putting out hot spots, could also presumably be making a containment line around areas that have already been burned. We'll let officials give us an update on what some of these ground crews have been up to as we look forward to any updates later tonight or early tomorrow
the swap
morning.
meet.
In this area, we caught up with a brother and sister earlier from the Pasadena area. Their house, fortunately, was not burned down, but they cannot return back to the area right now just because of the smoke.
Nobody's houses were burned down. They're just saying free shit.
So it continues to be an evacuation scene, but they're here and they're picking up goods to go back to the Civic Center where they're staying, and they're taking some of those goods back to the family. Earlier today, we caught up with
My family needs them too.
one of the organizers of this event. His name is Alan G. And
Mexico was here to save us,
At
folks.
the Rose Bowl a couple of days ago. This is now the third iteration of it. They've
The
since
plane
moved
just arrived.
a couple of times, but landed here today at Santa Ana Park. They're going to be here until Wednesday. But earlier we caught up with Alan G to talk about how all of this was able to come together.
So it all started at the Rose Bowl. A group of friends going live on TikTok, spreading the news, saying, "Come get some warm food. Come get a smile." It turned into a couple donations. We stayed overnight at the Rose Bowl, and we just kept growing and growing. Unfortunately, the National Guard moved in. They asked us to leave. We made some phone calls.
They saw y'all full of shit.
Racetrack.
Or just out there
blessed us with the
partying.
space. They gave us half the parking lot, and I woke up this morning and I got news from the department that, you know what, you guys are doing something for not just for the people, but almost for the state, for everybody. So they extended the whole parking lot to us.
They're trying to get the word out.
We're just
They're
here
Los Angeles native.
trying to make a movement.
Something. What's going on here?
And that TikTok
There's something
handle
going
is
on here.
Clover King Los Angeles. Clover King Los Angeles. That's Clover with a K. And they're actually continue to be streaming live here. If you can't come down and bring any donations, you can actually donate on that TikTok handle, and all the proceeds will go here. Alan reached out to me and told me they will be accepting donations here
How does that work?
through tomorrow. Monday through Wednesday, it'll be just pickup only. Just pickup only on Monday through Wednesday, and anything not picked up will be dispersed throughout California or even nationally.
Yeah, I got the water over here.
This really is a national
Got all the
movement.
water y'all need, man.
This group are a bunch of street vendors, and they've kind of rallied around one another nationally.
Like $100,000 you got.
About coming together for a good cause, and this
cheap
is
water
sort of
too.
the remnants of that. This is the byproduct of them being able to come together. Was able to speak to some volunteers and mentioning just seeing the people that have come through here today, those that are in need, those who have been displaced, those that are just so thankful that this was put together and that they have a place to go to and that they have items that they can pick up. People have left here in tears just because they're so thankful and so grateful just for the
want to see those people. I don't believe
of
it.
love, the outpouring of support, and not necessarily feeling like
This
they're
dude's making
alone.
shit up
But
now.
they'll be here all night. They'll be here till about 11 p.m. and then back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. For now, at Santa Anita Park in Arcadia, I'm Rashawn Haylock, KTLA 5 News.
Yeah, Rashawn, folks, they're definitely making a difference. And, you know, a lot of people are going to be heading out tonight to give, to, you know, help out, to assist in any way that they can. But we do want to remind those listening at home who want to donate, want to volunteer. We heard from Supervisor Catherine Barger yesterday, and she underscored it's a vulnerable time, right? We all want to do what we can to help those in need, but there are scammers.
However, with that said, interesting to bring that up, the super scooper, or the two super scoopers, were actually landing in the ocean, and they were using ocean water to do that. And I would bring up, I didn't see it in this instance, but in the past in Malibu, when they've had fires, and Malibu has a long history of fires, there have been at least one or more cases where a fireboat came in and literally parked off the shore and was,
Why didn't they do that?
shooting ocean water onto
We already
structures that
had
were
that out
burning on
here,
the
and they
shore.
didn't
So
do that.
that is not an unprecedented concept, but it's not the preferred thing, because a lot of, you know, salty ocean water, if you will, it's just it leaves some environmental issues that they, I should say, mediation issues that they have to deal with later.
It's corrosive. Salt is corrosive, and
Very much so.
And if you have that kind of, it depends on
the
the
salt
aircraft.
water
of
is
course,
less of a problem
it could
than the fire
actually
at that
gum
point.
up the system. No.
To some extent, these aircraft they prefer to use fresh water. There's just a lot less maintenance, operational maintenance issues with that. However, I should say that with that said, the Super Scooper is actually designed with the idea that they can land in the ocean and take ocean water, and apparently they've been doing that. Now, keep in mind, there's only 2 of those aircraft flying, so it's not like a huge amount of water that they're going to deliver.
And they have to have the proper weather conditions in order to use the aircraft at all.
on day one, we did see Skyfox had the visuals of them
Cheryl.
landing in the Pacific for the Palisades fire and doing their dumps accordingly. But that didn't last long. And to your point, now there's just one because of the drone collision, which is pretty unacceptable. You know, and they're capable of carrying, I think it's 1,600 gallons of water at a time. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But what we saw also today is the VLATs.
Ladies, no,
which, you know, I love the
water-carrying planes.
You would think it'd be something very technical, the VLATs. Very large air tanker.
Yes.
You know what? Can you see the screen right now what we're showing you?
I can't see that. That's
what is that?
CH-47.
What is that?
That's an Army aircraft. It's a CH-47. It's been around for a long time. It is an absolute workhorse, but it's also a heavier lift aircraft. There are larger helicopters, but this is a twin-engined, and it can carry a lot of water. I can't recall how many gallons it calls. Well, you can see right there, it carries a lot of water.
Yeah, it really does. That's a beautiful sight.
Yeah, now
I seem to need to get lower to the
VLATs,
ground.
The very large air transports. Now you're talking, you know, things that are even bigger. And if you get into the DC-10 range,
dissipates so much.
you're just shy of 40,000 gallons. I mean, it's an amazing amount. The 747, I think, carried something like 63,000 gallons. It was an amazing amount. But the
They're
problem
so
is
impressed by gallons, aren't they?
Or
These women.
CH-47, I'm sorry. The 747.
I know I am, but they're not. Not like
it
me.
sits so high. The cockpit is so high. It's a real challenge for the pilots when they're coming in low to be
Women
sitting
don't
that
care about
high
gallons
and
like
figure
men
out
do.
where they are in relation to uneven terrain, like what we see here with the you know, with this mountainous terrain that we're fighting. So there were some real operational restrictions on what they could do, and in many cases, at least initially, they would tend to drop really high, which meant that by the time the water got to the ground, it had dispersed so much it just wasn't having the effect, even though it was a tremendous amount of water.
Right. And it's also great. I mean, you were having the conversation about how the ocean water can be corrosive and it's not necessarily ideal. But here we have the Encino Reservoir right next door. Mm-hmm. And so most of these aircraft can fill up within, I was told, 2.5 minutes and come back and drop another.
Is that drinking
round.
water, though?
It's
Are they going to be short?
Things like this. There's a term called sortie rate, which is how fast can you turn these things around. And even though you could have one aircraft, for example, that 747, yeah, it could carry a lot of water, but it took like a half hour or more to fill it up, and they had to land at a big airport that could, you know, handle a 747. So and DC-10 has some of those same restrictions, but some of these smaller aircraft, like the helicopters, yeah, they don't carry as much, but they can literally go in there, drop the bucket, fill up right away, and boom, like within a couple of minutes they're back out and they're dropping another mission. And that's one of the values of having these bucket operations. That's one of the reasons that President Biden basically told that Navy squadron down in San Diego, you know, get your gear ready, get ready to go, because they were already set up. They've been doing that. They do it on a regular basis out at San Clemente Island. By the way, out San Clemente Island, not a lot of freshwater reservoirs. You can imagine if they're dropping water, they're probably dropping seawater. They're very, very adept at doing
exercises
things like this. And
catch it on fire and then put it out.
There's also when I was doing this, and that's why in uniform I used to coordinate these activities. One of the things that we did was we stood up a helicopter squadron to do bucket operations, working with our civilian counterparts in support of fires in Southern California. Also, something that kind of brought back memories is when they said they're mobilizing 500 Marines or going to have 500 Marines come up here to do fire suppression. I worked that mission very extensively. It does take days to do it because they have to be equipped. They even have to get new boots that they can wear in firefighting. They get shipped down from Idaho. So there's a lot that goes into doing these things, but it's an amazing operation. It just takes a little bit of time to get underway. You don't want to put people unnecessarily into harm's way.
Yeah. Al Kemper, of course, no stranger. Regular viewers of Live Now know Hal Kemper well, retired Marine intelligence officer and host of the Strat podcast. Hal lending some important insight into a range of topics around the world, including fire.
Houston, we have a problem.
California, which, by the way, happens to be where he lives.
Got me already. They said they got me. What happened? Oh. Shit. Right. Oh, shit.
Seeing winds 5 to 10 miles per hour, but we are going to see those start to pick up as we head into the overnight hours. This is that next round of Santa Ana winds. So just starting to make it in the teens by about 6 p.m., but you'll notice those winds starting to creep up overnight. 20 to 25 mile per hour gusts, just starting to approach 30 mile per hour gusts as we head into the early morning hours. I wouldn't be surprised if we see conditions even a little bit breezier than this as we head into your Sunday morning and then starting to die down. But it's this combination of these high winds plus that low humidity. So we have gusts anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour, humidity 10 to 20%. That is why this red flag warning has been extended now through next Wednesday. We are talking about several more days of widespread from Ventura County all the way down to Orange County, widespread fire conditions. And I'll show you exactly that. Look at these winds we're already starting to see. And keep in mind, especially along these Santa Ana wind corridors, we're going to start to see this pick up over the evening hours. So Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, Fillmore, all seeing gusts over 20 miles per hour. This is actually a little bit better than what we were seeing earlier. Santa Clarita, though, coming in very close to that 30 mile per hour gust range. As you head closer to the coast, not quite as windy. Malibu in the teens, Pacific Palisades still seeing that break. Wind gusts less than 10 miles per hour. But as you start to move out toward the Inland Empire, San Bernardino, Riverside, both seeing gusts in that 30 mile per hour range, coming very close for Lake Elsinore. And then pair that with this. This is why those red flag warnings are so widespread. These humidities in the teens for so many of you. Santa Clarita, Palmdale, Lancaster, Ontario, Riverside now coming in 11%. A little bit better in Santa Monica, 67%, but Woodland Hills, Van Nuys, you get the picture. It's that combination that you don't want to see paired with those winds overnight that's going to make for such a dangerous combo. Now, the good news, the silver lining. Last week, we were talking about Santa Ana winds in that strong to extreme range. This round, it's moderate, 20 to 40 mile per hour gusts. Again, it's not what these fire crews want to be dealing with, but at least an improvement over what we saw out there last week. So as we head into the overnight hours, this is round one. You'll notice those wind gusts along the I-5 corridor into western portions of LA, even Ventura County, 20 to 25 mile per hour gusts. Also seeing a little bit of wind out in Riverside, even some breezes in Santa Ana. And then Sunday morning, late morning, starting to taper off. We finally got a break as we head into your Sunday afternoon. Round two is going to come next week, and here's why. So we have this ridge of high pressure sitting off the west coast. It is going to stick with us as we head into next week. This trough of low pressure right here, once it moves out, this makes way for that round one, the one we're going to see tonight. Then Sunday afternoon into Monday, we get a little bit of a break before this inside slider, is what it's called, is going to move into Southern California around that high pressure and set us up for another round of Santa Ana winds. Right now looking to start Monday night into Tuesday. Again, moderate, and then sticking around for a couple days. LA, Orange County, here's a look at that 7-day forecast. So tomorrow, you're dealing with some breezy gusts in the morning, around 35 mile per hour, smoky skies, hazy conditions lasting through your Monday. And then that next round of Santa Ana winds coming in Tuesday through Wednesday. Gusts starting off 35 miles per hour. Still going to be pretty breezy on Wednesday. Could be as high as 25 mile per hour gusts. Valleys, i.e. morning winds in the mix for you tomorrow, tapering off by Sunday afternoon. Breezy conditions for you on Monday before we see those winds pick up again Tuesday. Now I want to show you the end of the week,
salmon oil, unscented,
in the 60s. But look at this. We do have a chance to see some showers as we head into next weekend. Of course, much needed. This is something we all want to see. Right now, though, the model's not in complete agreement on this just yet.
So they need to shut up. I can't stand the weather people.
Our coverage.
I like how they talk. They all talk the same.
70 to 80, over 80.
Oh my God.
Roofs trying to do whatever they can to help.
I've watered my yard so many times, but with these crazy winds and stuff, the water just dries out anyway, and a lot of the firefighters say that it might not really help that much anymore.
Yeah, lettuce fuel, Kai said earlier that it's so dry it could just burn on its own, that it doesn't even really need the existing wind. So that's obviously very concerning.
With 100-mile-an-hour winds, then you add a real extra component.
Okay. So back out here, we're looking at smoke that's billowing up. Hopefully it's not reigniting, but if you point over there, Jose, you can see along the ridge, that's the concern tonight, that the fire will flare up again. And if it comes up this ridge, that will be the main source of the attack. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jennifer McGraw on the ground for us tonight with a picture you were just looking at, a couple of dozers getting ready to widen one of those fire roads up there that runs along the ridge. You can see the smoke out there just kind of lingering now as we pan over to some heavier flames. This is probably the most that we've seen in the last half hour or so, but the smoke's not moving very quickly. But that could change, Kai, in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, you know, going forward, once we make our way into the 6 o'clock hour, just about an hour from now, we're going to see a lot of these wind advisories turning over to wind warnings. So unfortunately, I must report to you folks at home tonight that the winds are going to get stronger as we head through the night tonight and into early tomorrow for your Sunday morning. Winds, though, beginning to calm down just a little bit along the fire lines up there along the Mulholland, the Dirt Mulholland area right now. So that's good news for Mandeville Canyon. It's good news for the folks down in the Brentwood area. And yeah, there are hot spots, but fortunately we're not seeing those stronger gusts as of yet. But I do want to turn my attention out to the Inland Empire. Look at San Bernardino on the right-hand side of your screen. We haven't forgotten about you folks. You still have some very strong winds out there in both San Bernardino as well as the Riverside County areas. We're talking about sustained winds, as you could see in the San Bernardino area, at about 26 miles per hour. So we want you folks to stay prepared as well, because these winds are going to continue to stay strong for all of Southern California through the night tonight. And then on Monday and Tuesday, we've got another fairly moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event. We're coming back to Southern California. But for tonight, those Santa Monica Mountains are going to continue once again to see that high wind warning taking us all the way through tomorrow afternoon at about 2 o'clock. Winds once again sustained in these areas throughout the fire lines right now between about 10 to 15 miles per hour. And look at the surface winds as we make our way through the next few days.
These fucking weather people are
what the Grapevine all the way out
dude,
towards.
I can't get away from them. I don't want to watch the weather, boy. Huh?
You know, perspective is everything.
Sure is. I'll tell you, I thought offensive lineman Rob Havenstein said it best. It sucks to lose a home playoff game, but it sucks more for the people of Los Angeles who are enduring these fires and losing homes. That is what the perspective that Sean McVay talked about. Two other quick notes. Remember, the Rams have played very well in Arizona. They've won 9 of their last 10 games here in the desert. And that's part of the reason Sean McVay told the league he...
This is gonna make me so healthy.
Me. Which you do you want to be today? At TJ Maxx, you can afford to turn your closet into a place of endless expression. With the
why is this happening?
Conditions for active.
Give me something I want. You seen this one?
Even though these communities, you're right, Lynette, will never be the same. That is the hope.
Oh, you can't have my carrot juice
right now. And then there are the people like we saw in Amber's live shot who don't have time to think about that. They just know we need to help these people now. And that is where a lot of people are channeling that survivor's guilt or that energy to want to help. They're channeling it into actual good things that are happening on the ground. And I'm so encouraged by that.
And thinking about how we're going to make sense of this for our kids. You know, when your kids come back, when you take a drive somewhere one day and you have to pass by a burned down building or house, they're going to want to know what happened there, and you're going to have to explain that to them. We're going to be explaining this to our children and our families and people that, you know, in our communities, and we're going to have to figure out how to do that in a way that is the most healing way and the least damaging way. These are all lessons we're learning together, and so we're going to get through all that together. As we now approach the 5 o'clock hour, we do want to catch you up with our breaking news coverage of the Southern California wildfire emergency. We want you to know that we have been told that all schools in the Pasadena Unified School District will remain closed until January 17th because of the Eaton fire. There will be grab-and-go meals, though, on Monday through Friday at McKinley, Madison, and Field Schools at 9 and also at 11 a.m.
Anybody have that?
LAUSD is still assessing conditions at their schools amid these fires. They're going to be providing a final decision about the status of the schools and offices
in the mail,
tomorrow.
man. Think it's for a family.
Based on CAL FIRE's last update, their latest update for us, the Palisades fire is pushing pushing into the Mandeville Canyon. At last check, that
made
fire has
enough.
burned more than
I gotta pick
23,000
up something from my
acres.
neighbor.
It is now up to 11% containment.
Sadly, today we know at least one home in the Mandeville Canyon area has been destroyed. Meanwhile, we're still keeping a very close eye on the Eaton fire. Now has burned more than 14,000 acres. A bit of good news here. It is 15% contained. Unfortunately, we can report there are now 13 confirmed fire-related deaths across both the Palisades and Eaton fires. More than 150,000 people are still under evacuation orders as well. We have a list of those evacuation centers. They're listed on our website, NBCLA.com.
And I'm joining Lynette now. Jonathan, thank you. We're going to continue our coverage right now.
Dude, this stuff's really too good. I could mainline it.
I went to take a small break here, gather some thoughts. Learned another person that I know lost their home. Now 4 people that are very close to me.
It just keeps adding up.
So you know people across Southern California are going to know people.
Dude, have they thought about alcoholic carrot juice?
To take a break. He's okay.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's okay. I gave him a cough drop. He's going to take a break and he'll be back in a few minutes. We're going to send it over to Stephanie Olmo for the latest on weather right now.
Yeah, as we go over the conditions as we continue, we've been talking about, not only the winds, but also the air quality is just poor. You step outside, you may not see the smoke, but air quality is not the best.
I describe it as undrinkable.
You may not see the smoke, but you see the ground, and there's some ash on the ground. This is stuff you do not want to inhale. I just want to remind you that we have a wildfire smoke advisory throughout much of the region, much of LA County, down to Orange County, the Inland Empire, for example, because the smoke has been kind of shifting around a little bit here. But it's primarily with the northeasterly wind. It continues to sort of press its way to the southwest. So I want to go over, this is a smoke futurecast. And just like I mentioned, we have the northerly wind, the northeasterly wind, and it's sort of drifting that smoke down to the south here as we see. But yes, it's still a little bit smoky and hazy in some of these areas. And as I mentioned, you don't see the smoke, but you definitely want to wear the N95 mask. You want to wear the proper mask as we continue. As a matter of fact, into the next several days, because it's still going to be an issue. The air quality as we head into the coming days. We head into tomorrow, and you still see the smoke continuing to sort of work its way to the south with that offshore wind.
I'm a believer.
At times sort of hugging the coastline. You see all the way down to the Long Beach area. And again, that's why we have those advisories across much of our region. So if you have to be outside, I know it's recommended to stay inside. It is best to remain inside and to make sure to keep the doors and windows closed. But if you have to be outside, you want to make sure you have the proper mask. You want to make sure to have the N95 or P100 mask if you have to be outside. And also another thing to note, you want to make sure you have an air purifier just running and sort of circulating that air. You want to make sure to keep the pollutants away. So as we go over the weather, you see the fire perimeter. Yesterday, it shifted to the northeast. It continued to slide its way further to the east today. So this is the updated map. And you do have the Mandeville Canyon Road that's sort of yards away where we have homes nearby. So this is why there's a lot of people on edge. You have also communities down to the south. Just right to sort of the tip there of that perimeter, you have the West Ridge Trailhead. And again, you have the community down to the south. But again, fire crews, they are optimistic that they're sort of handling this as we continue tonight, and even when we have the winds picking up as we head into late tonight. I want to show you, this is the wind gust futurecast. This is the hour by hour where you see the winds picking up later on tonight. Now we're expected to reach peak during the overnight hours into tomorrow morning. The wind gust, at least for Pacific Palisades, doesn't look too bad. Anywhere between 20 to 25 miles an hour, just around 2 in the morning, picking up, getting closer to 30 miles an hour.
Why is it the weather chick like 90% of the time
across the area here around Ventura County and LA County as we continue here late tonight and start to see
I can't get away from the fucking weather people.
But what I just find just outstanding, amazing just to see the total destruction here as we look out from the, this is I'm in the Topanga area, just looking south towards
so sick of seeing this bitch.
And Bentley Hills,
that's where I'm
pushing in right now.
So just my question really had to do with the fact if you go a little closer to the ocean, I think there might be, even in that footprint, there might be some unburned areas. Just wondering if the fire continues in that direction towards the ocean. I thought I saw some areas that were perhaps still unburned, and there were some homes there as well. See that area right there that has a lot of structures. What area would that be?
that area is actually still the Pacific Palisades, according to my map. And yes, these houses could still be under threat if the fire does kick up strongly again. The firefighters are obviously the smoke is obscuring my view, but I would believe there is the planes would have dropped a FLOS-check line along here, and there are lots of other fire roads where they could potentially try to stop it. And just looking down here, I think that area has all been burnt already. So fingers crossed, if it does burn back upon itself, that they are easily able to jump on top of it.
Yeah.
My question is, and I think I know the answer, and I hope it's the right answer, the forward progress eastward toward the 405, has that been completely
116,000 people watching.
From my vantage point where I was flying, Marla, I believe it has. Obviously, we need to get official confirmation for that. I would be hesitant to say that it looks pretty good, but I wouldn't say it's 100% at this stage. There are little flare-ups.
Shit, all she wants is this.
Protection
take this out of here, dude.
Firefighters appear to be at almost every spot that's a possible threat to a house, because again, they don't want it to jump over over Mandeville Canyon there, race up that hill that you're looking at there towards those houses and towards the 405, which is in the distance just there. So things are looking very good, but I think it'd be hesitant to say that you're out of the woods as yet.
Of course.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that green space there was Mountain Gate. That's where Ed Lascos was last night, and that's to the east of Mandeville Canyon. Correct? Do you know, Justin?
So I apologize, Susan. I'm a little bit out of sorts at the moment in relation to. So this is the top of Mandeville Canyon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I believe it is. I believe it's the Mountain Gate area to the east of where you are now, towards the 405. That's where we had coverage there. We had Ed Lascos there. He mentioned the fact that he was at Mountain Gate. I believe Mountain Gate is the community that was built on the old refuse dump, frankly. And so that makes for a nice fire break in that it doesn't have a great collection. It does have some structures up there. It does have some homes up there, but there is a lot of a break as well.
It's just down from the Getty, and the Getty today releasing a statement saying, fortunately, it was a pretty uneventful night in that the Getty is okay. The galleries are there, so on and so forth. We saw what happened with the Getty Villa. It was a much more dangerous situation. It got very, very close and certainly charred the vegetation leading up to the Getty Villa, but so far Getty Villa and Getty Center are all safe. And yeah, you're right. So there, you see the Mountain Gate Drive, etc., right there. All right, Justin, keep a watch, and I know it's going to get dark quickly. So to your point, within the next 30 minutes or so, we will check back with you shortly.
All right, if you're
and that burn scar is absolutely massive. I mean, you see Sky Fox's images, it really gives you a good idea of what this acreage looks like. Over 22,000 acres is easy to say, but it's another thing to actually put eyes on it. That's how much land we're working with here. Of course, most of this is not the heavily populated areas like Pacific Palisades was. Much of that is mountainous area, and much of LA as Sky Fox flies over the metro. See those smoky skies. Our coverage from Los Angeles continues in a moment.
Trying to get the upper hand wherever wherever they can. Every window of opportunity, we saw so many fast check, drops, and we saw air drops and water drops, and they are trying from every single front to find a way to get ahead of this.
Oh, interesting.
Because all it takes is a gust of wind, an ember, anything for the flames to start spreading. And we saw too from the pictures earlier, it's really cloudy out there now. Really, you're seeing a lot of smoke, so we can't get a good view of what's happening underneath it. But we saw how close the flames were to some of the homes, and it was dramatically close. I know we talked to a viewer earlier, and he said, "Hey, that is my house you're showing right now." We evacuated, then had to evacuate again under orders, and this time we're out of the house, and we're watching those flames. But then moments later, we saw the fixed-wing aircraft come in. They dropped the line, and he thought it was the most amazing thing he had ever seen.
I know, I heard it in his voice.
Entire mood. And we all feel that way when we hear the choppers, when we see the planes come in. It has been a continuous firefight. We thank them so much, but a shout out also to the firefighters who are on the ground to go in. This is rugged terrain. It's really, really difficult, and they're fighting it with all the gear on foot.
And they're feeling the heat of the flames in their face, at their backs, and they've been doing this nonstop for days and days. So they are doing such important work, and we're watching it happen right here live on our air. You're seeing them. They go in and they pick up some water from wherever they have to go. We saw them picking up the water in the ocean and bringing it in, picking in the water of the reservoir and bringing it in. They're going to the nearest place that they can to pick up a new load of water and then taking it to wherever they can. As the sun's starting to set, it is such an eerie sight, because this is when you're actually able to see all of those little spots, all of those dots of flames. We're not always able to see that in the middle of the day, but as the sun starts to set, and we're going to see this tonight, all of the areas where they are having to put out these hot spots, or these fingers, or the head of the monster, all of these different heads, that's what they're having to go after. But you can see it happening right there. This water drop is so crucial on all of those lines.
Yeah, we see them get it right there. They're so precise at what they do. Even in the worst conditions, they get it there. They put the flames out, and just doing an amazing job. Deanna Durante is in Westwood right now. We want to check in with her and see what's happening out there. Great work being done today, by the way, and thank you.
The volunteers here are working all day long, and they're doing some amazing work. You can see that you've got folks here from the city. When people show up here asking questions, trying to figure out what services they can get here, they're answering them, they're telling them where to park. If you look over here to the other side of the 405, you can see just what we're seeing here, the smoke from the Palisades fire there, how close that is. We're told everything on the west side of the 405 is an evacuation center. Everything to the east, right here where we're standing, is an evacuation zone. Where we're standing here is the watch area. And then again, coming over towards the center here, you can see just how many people are taking shelter here. How many cars we have here. We're told about 275 people at the shelter here. Most folks here just evacuating this morning, this evening. Some have been here for days. Just a little while ago, we talked to a woman. Her name's Pamela. She lost her home. Tuesday night, she evacuated. Then she went to her boyfriend's house, and they had to evacuate again. And she said that she really just wanted to try and help others who are in the same situation that she's in. So see what she did and what she brought here today.
I live in Altadena, and my home was destroyed by the Altadena fires as well. So.
And are you here seeking shelter, or are you?
No. I have a home. So I'm part of Reading to the Rescue. We go to different libraries, elementary schools, and work with children's literacy. So little kids read to the dogs. There's about 10 dogs in the program, not just these two, but others as well. And so they read to the dogs.
And here you are trying to spread a little joy.
Just a little joy. Losing your home, I can tell you from personal experience, is very overwhelming. So this is really a time to just stop, look at things, take things one step at a time. I will say for anybody, particularly those that are looking for shelter, get your FEMA application in immediately. Disasterassistance.gov. There was a interview yesterday with Karen Bass where she said, unprecedented, the federal government is going to reimburse people 100%. And and that's not normal. That doesn't happen. But it's not unending pockets. So they will run out of money. So get your application in ASAP. I will say that. Yes, you need to take a minute and dressing up my dog and taking it to see, other people that are also in, overwhelmed, that are disparaged, that are depressed, is actually helps me as well.
He wasn't waiting for me, I guess.
Just understand, everything is
he didn't
replaceable.
even wait to look at me.
You are not replaceable.
Took off.
So if you are here, every day above ground is a good day. So if you are here,
I wonder if he was waiting for Tux.
Everything else will come. Don't worry about it.
You evacuated, obviously.
Yes.
That's the first time he's come by.
I evacuated Tuesday night, went to my boyfriend's house at 3:30 in the morning. His smoke alarm went off. His front yard was on fire. So we evacuated from there as well. Fortunately, we found his aunt has an extra house, so we're staying at the extra house.
Was that the second time?
We
That's
don't
the second
have a
time.
problem from that perspective at all.
All right.
Right.
You are not replaceable. Take that from somebody who's lived it not once, but twice. 2 evacuations yet. Here she is today, trying to spread a little joy for others here. We've also seen people coming here, bringing everything from clothing to flowers to food, even cash, handing it out. People saying that they realize that they know how close this is to their home, and they know what it could be like to be in the shoes of people here that are waiting this out, trying to figure out what's going on with their homes, with their families, and they wanted to make sure that they did something to help them. So a lot of neighbor helping neighbor going on here at the Westwood Recreation Center. Red Cross reminding you there is still room here. There are 9 shelters throughout the LA area. If you need to just go to one for just a few minutes, grab something to eat. Here you can drop off your pets if you need to. Say you have a place to stay, but they don't allow pets. They do have a pet room here. It is staffed with volunteers. You do have to come feed your pet, take your pet out for walks, but at least you know that your pet will be here in a safe location. If you can't bring your dog, your cat, there are birds in there with you when you leave. The Red Cross, understanding people want to help out. They're asking for cash donations so that they can help individual families. Again, there's about 270 people that are here. We're told there is still room for plenty more, and we have seen people show up just this evening that decided they wanted to leave their home. Better to be safe than sorry, they say, and they're joining a whole community of folks in there that are now getting some dinner. They've got cots set up, and they're of course watching and seeing what's going on as we report to them the conditions that are out there right now. That's the very latest reporting live at the Westwood Recreation Center. Deanna Durante, now back to you.
Deanna, so many great resources out there, and thank you for showing us the dog who is supporting the firefighters. We need something uplifting.
It's interesting. You came right back though, isn't it?
We need a little lightness right now, don't we?
I tongue clicked as he was running off.
Some updated numbers that we have that might be a little different from what you might be seeing on the screen. The latest number we have from the Palisades fire now is at 23,654 acres. It is still considered 11% contained. I think that acreage is up a little bit. The Eaton fire might still be the same, 14,117 acres, 15% contained. As we get new numbers, we'll continue to update you as much as possible.
And of course, resources. If resources come in or places you can go, we'll update you on that too. You can always go to NBCLA.com. We'll put the latest information up there for you. We have our QR code that you can scan as well. Meanwhile, Sarah Wallace is in the Palisades right now. You've been out there 4 days, and it just looks like utter destruction behind you. Tell us what you're seeing.
Well, Lynette and Jonathan, this is just typical of what we're seeing. So much of Pacific Palisades looks exactly like this. It is unrecognizable. But, you know, there are some homes that survived. And today, people were allowed to go back in with a police escort for 10 minutes to take whatever they could carry. Now, here's what we saw on Sunset Boulevard for hours. People waiting in line, hoping to get that police escort. And we spoke with one woman who was allowed back into her home for the first time since the fire broke out. But her home is just one of 2 standing in her neighborhood. Imagine how she feels.
It's survivor's guilt more. I feel like I lost family. When I look around and see all these houses, we used to walk out this door. We would open the garage door every day, our cars here, and talk to every single person that walked by. We made family here. To look now and see people that we love that just don't have homes. It's so devastating.
So devastating. And can you imagine that your house or another house is the only two or one of two that survives in the neighborhood?
They're going to be the worst off.
What do you go back to? When we spoke with another woman who has lived here for 50 years in Pacific Palisades,
it'd be worse to be the only person left.
Is gone. Her hairdresser is gone. Her nail salon is gone. The grocery store is gone. She can't go back. But again, I go back to the pastor that we spoke with yesterday who talked about rebuilding, who talked about hope. And I like the one term that he said to me that really stuck with me. And he said, it's okay right now to not be okay.
Oh, no picture.
But there is hope. Back to you.
Point. And really, you know, we've not been here before. This is all new territory and terrain that we're all trying to navigate together. But you're right. If you're the only house in the neighborhood that's still standing, how can you stay there when all the building is going to have to go up around you and you have no infrastructure? So, you know, it remains to be seen if those families will truly be able to go back to their homes.
Absolutely.
You're spoiled,
and that's one thing. We spoke with another woman today, and she said she definitely wants to stay here. She's lived here all her life. Her family has stayed here, but there are a couple of members of her family who said that they just can't do it. The memory is just still too difficult for them, and they think that they may go elsewhere. But I have to say that the majority of people we've spoken with here say that they are determined, and the community everywhere here is so strong that they want to stay together no matter what it takes.
Sarah Wallace reporting for us from Palisades. Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to take us just a minute, I think, for everyone to understand what's happening because it's happening still. And so we're going to need a moment. I totally agree. All right. Right now we're going to check in with Julia Ding. She is in News Chopper 4. She is flying over the scene for us. And it looks like we have two different views. We're seeing one where we're seeing smoke, the other flames. Julia.
That's right, Kathy. Different perspective here. We've been keeping an eye on the eastern flank of this fire all day because that's where the active fire was.
RIP to the LA housing market, though, more than anything.
Creep toward the 405 freeway. We are now on the other side of the Palisades fire. You're looking at the western flank now, and you can see hot spots here. You can see where it's starting to flare up again. You can also see that ground assault. Those flashing lights I'm going to zoom in on. Those are firefighters attacking this fire on the west side, and you can see all these homes. I'm going to turn on the map in a little bit, but this is Mandeville Fire Road. So this is the other end of that same canyon that we were shooting from east of the 405 earlier.
Oh, it's whipping.
Where we are right now,
whipping,
we've
boy.
got a much better vantage point to show you what's happening up north.
Just look at that. When you look at it, boy, I tell you what, when you look at that right there,
that's where we were showing you the active firefight from the air, from the ground, where those flames were creeping closer and closer to homes. So that is still ongoing. They are still trying to push that
freaking
back.
tree, man.
While
Look
we're
at
posted
it.
up here, I want to zoom all the way out. Turn on the map.
Oh my God, that thing's going up like a piece of cotton right now. It's about to.
We've got a clear shot here because of how the smoke was just
blown
away by the wind. We've
been
got
there
a
for
clear
100
shot
years.
of the damage in the Palisades. I'm going to take you on.
What's up with everybody having eucalyptus trees out there?
With me as we turn the helicopter a little bit. We've got George flying News Chopper 4.
Why it smells like
tonight.
eucalyptus out there?
Look
all of them burning.
at this. You see where those flashing lights are? There are first
like a big
responders
vapor rub.
still in those communities. I think because the curfew is
Opens
starting
up
at
your
6 p.m.
sinuses while you're
We've got officials here
getting
making
the
sure that people are not
intoxicants.
going to where they're not supposed to be. But this is like what we saw in Altadena. Its devastation is as far as the eye can see. And seeing this from up above, seeing this from out
It's hard to tell what we're even looking at when they do that because there's no porch lights or anything.
Everything is gone.
You know,
that is really
normally
tough,
there would be
Julia,
porch lights on all these different houses or street lights at
We've seen
least.
these images. We've seen
Some kind of
isolated
light.
images, a home here, a home there. You're seeing a fireplace that, is the last thing standing, but to look at the enormity of it.
You know how much this would be worth?
Yeah,
just like 200 years ago, this right here, this fine specimen here, as hyperactive as she is, she's a straight killer.
The schools are gone, the grocery store's gone, everything that you need.
And identify with.
It's a community, it's where you live. And you have to start over, and that's not going to happen
kitten
overnight.
right there.
So we are getting close to that curfew time, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So they probably do have agencies out in those areas. They have been worried about looting. They've been warning people against looting. But really, the firefight is what we're concerned about tonight. Around 6 o'clock, Stephanie, you were saying, what should we expect as we head now, as the sun starts to go down? What are we really looking at?
So we're talking about winds picking up in some cases. Now, the strongest winds will be later on tonight. I'm talking about mainly during the overnight hours, but as I check out a couple of the observation sites where we have the fire burning. So closer to the coast, this is where the winds are pretty calm. So this is good news. Humidity values are elevated too. But a little bit further inland, I'm talking about one of the observation sites that I have is the Santa Monica Mountains. It's kind of hard, where the fire is burning. We don't really have observation sites out that way, but out in the Santa Monica Mountains, we're looking at gusts around 48 miles an hour, and it's really been the case in the past several hours. So we're kind of steady around that range, 40 to 50 miles an hour across this general area. But as we continue here later on tonight, especially as we head into the overnight hours, well, we could expect some of the winds to pretty much remain around 40 to 50 miles an hour, especially in the higher elevations, as I just pointed out.
Oh, see,
that will
they're
continue
getting me into
really
the weather.
Fire's activity is just not worth it. Do not fly your drones.
Without a photo op. They are supposed to know. They are schooled, and there are licensing requirements before you can fly a drone of a certain size. Not the little tiny personal drone toys, but the larger ones for sure. You have to be schooled and licensed. Chelsea Edwards, thank you very much. It says a lot about where we are, that we now have to give warnings about parking, where you park, where you drive, and now drones, where you fly your drones.
And drones have been in the headlines for a while now. So if you have a drone, you're a drone operator, operate it responsibly. Okay.
And of course, all this does is compound an already challenging issue, battling these flames. Thankfully, one thing that is working in their favor right now is the winds appearing to calm down in Southern California, at least temporarily, as we continue looking at some of these live images of the Palisades fire in the Santa Monica Mountains. Our coverage
Winds
from
coming
Los
out
Angeles
of
continues in a moment.
Oh, my favorite.
So many houses, hundreds of homes. We know thousands of structures overall that have been damaged and destroyed. And so there are so many stories here to tell. But I wanted to introduce you to one of the first responders helping others while he couldn't save his own home.
I love living here. It's beautiful.
That's Richard DeLeon. He was on Altadena Search and Rescue's team for 27 years. He said they make around 150 rescues in a year, primarily in the mountains, but this was a whole other beast. He says they have about a 25-person team, and Tuesday we're sending personnel to the Palisades when he just thought he should hold some back. Obviously, then the fire started in Eaton Canyon, about 2 miles from his house, and he thought instantly, my home is gone. He knew the winds were just whipping that night. He continued his work to help other people evacuate, saying they saved at least 25 people who couldn't evacuate themselves, but he ultimately lost count. And then as the dust settled Wednesday morning and their search and rescue work was in a bit of a lull, he returned to find his own home destroyed.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's a weird spot to be in. You have people, friends. I've had lots of friends calling me, insisting, what can I give you, what can I give you, what can I give you? And it's just, you're never that person, that's asking for something. And for the most part, it's more of a convenience thing. Like, I'm busy getting all the FEMA documents together, or I'm busy doing all this other stuff, and now I've got to go rebuy everything.
right by everything. And he says, you know, you're never that person. It's just incredibly heartbreaking to hear the stories of everybody out here, not to mention those who are spending their time rather than taking care of their home, evacuating, they're helping other people do it. And so we're thankful, of course, for all of the first responders here in Los Angeles, in Altadena. Of course, that is just one of the many, many stories. But again, we are thankful for that service and thankful for everybody who's out here. But tonight, the sun is setting on Altadena. Utility crews and firefighters are still driving through, working through the night to try to get this area to be safe again. I'm Dana Williams. Back to you.
Dana, thank you. So much work still to be done. Thank you for that.
And it's not just the firefighters here locally that are out there on the fire lines. We have people from all over the country and all over the world, really. We have people from, yes, and so they have family back at home who maybe don't know how they're doing, so they're dedicating themselves, which is an amazing sacrifice. So we thank them all. All right, we're going to be switching soon to NBC Nightly News for the very latest. Of course, we're going to continue our coverage. We'll be watching the fires. We will be back at 6 p.m. for the latest breaking news. All the coverage of the firefight that will continue to go on through the night. Hopefully, firefighters will be able to fly tonight and get more water drops.
Yeah, is the cat still there?
On the fire lines, but we'll have the latest numbers for you, the very latest information here on NBC4.
Still there. What the heck, Caddy? See it? You see it there? It's there. I see it. Definitely there. It's getting up right now. It's leaving. Left. I don't see it down here yet, though. Might have jumped the wall. Interesting that it waited till it got dark and left. Right? You see it leave too? Sure I saw it leave right then. You didn't see it? Nobody else saw it but me? God,
the hill
I'm so good at this shit.
Unspent brush. I'm gonna bring in Mark Schlunt. Mark, you've lived
Schlunt
here
in the
your
house.
entire life. Take me through when this all started. What was going through your head?
When it all started, I didn't really think we were at all in danger. It started, we were upwind, so things looked all right.
And then throughout the day, I know you said this morning it got very hairy for you. Tell me what you saw.
You must be Canadian.
I spent all night out here sitting, constantly checking to watch this fire come down the hill and approach this area. It was just creeping down here all night. They were waiting for it.
What is your biggest concern right now watching this? Because you say you've seen fires before. What's your concern right now?
I think the biggest concern is that getting into any fresh fuel that hasn't burned could create a new problem again.
This guy totally trying to fill his pockets with copper scrap.
You tell me that we've spoken to a number of people who have found themselves in this position where they're losing their insurance. I believe you have your insurance in your pocket.
How long have you been wearing that shirt?
How much longer is your insurance going to last?
My insurance, my fire insurance policy expires in March, and
let me see it.
Don't have any I'm on a waiting list, but otherwise it cancels. The California Fair Plan isn't available right now for people in a fire area. There's a waiting moratorium.
You don't need to see, man. Are my words good enough for you people? I really got you way too spoiled. Can't you just be happy with Kitty Cam?
So far are with crews here? It seems like there's a large presence up here now.
I've done so much.
Has that been the case?
You just want me to do everything?
No.
For you?
Tuesday night was very frightening.
I could hold your hand if you were next to me.
We were at the whim of Mother Nature.
I could put my hand in your lap even if you'd like.
Presence pick up?
Oh yeah,
the last
few days there's been people here from all over the state and all over the country, and having them here is a little bit of confidence, but the fire moving around into new positions have put us all in jeopardy in this neighborhood.
You've been down into that canyon there and down into Mandeville Canyon. Can you tell me sort of what your concerns are right now as you see this wind shift? What's it like down there?
It's steep.
And now do you see what I'm talking about with the he looks like he's stealing shit possibly? What's up with that collar?
And so if it flares up again, I'm concerned for the people and the residents that live down here, but also concerned for our neighborhood.
Well, he's not a resident that lives down there? What's he doing there?
So you're monitoring it right now.
He's the monitor. He's the monitor.
To leave?
What it took for me to leave this morning was when this whole thing blew up into a firestorm and nearly engulfed my house.
I swear these newscasters are talking to looters half the time.
I stayed close so I could still see if my house burned, just far enough to be safe.
Mark, thank you so much for talking with us, and obviously we're keeping.
You might be right. Maybe he does have a little something going on down there.
Really does. They do continue to get a handle on this frightening situation. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
That's where he's got his chemicals.
Situation as we take a look at the sun that's setting over Southern California right now. You see this.
That's where he does his red phosphorus,
silhouette of the mountains and the Palisades fire smoke. Our coverage from Los Angeles continuing.
The only time I've ever seen somebody cook was like outside like that, actually. And he was trying to do some old pills a second time. So he was like he was cooking the whole process, but it was since they was using used pills, like they'd already been wrung out once. Like it was I don't know, didn't really get much. I didn't do the shit at the time, so I didn't really care how much he got, but it was interesting seeing the process outside and on somebody else's property. I was the driver because I was an idiot kid at the time that would do shit like that for friends. Because I didn't. We get in trouble, and we didn't. He said he knew a spot, man, that he could go and he could like, do it real fast. Get a spot out. He actually knew a spot. It was super sketchy though, because neither one of us were supposed to be there. Doing a little net cooking outside, getting closer to nature, feeling godly. Didn't get much from this cook, cause I'd already used these pills before. Let's go home now. I'm gonna be pissed off all night because I didn't get enough. My memory serves correct, he was pretty pissed off about it. It really wasn't me. It's not one of those things where I'm like telling a story where somebody else, but it was me that's running.
Let's go back out to Los Angeles. They're above the fire.
I've never been a tweaker, dude.
I think right now what they're looking at is Mandeville Canyon. That, of course, is the community that has
loss
homes
and
there that
the
are
desperate measures right now to try to salvage anything possible on the ground.
If you've lived in LA for whatever, how long, Sweet Alice, I'm sure, is familiar to just about everybody out there, and now her own family needs help. So it's a strange juxtaposition. Let's bring Kai in and talk a little bit more. We're back at the Palisades fire, and you can see another flare up there, but the clouds, the smoke, doesn't seem to be moving too horizontally.
No, and you're seeing a lot of dark smoke in there.
That's pretty cool
there's
looking.
A lot of heavy fuel that is being burned tonight up in the Santa Monica mountain range, and unfortunately, the winds are going to begin to get a little stronger once we make our way through the night tonight. We're taking a look at this particular area just to the south of the Dirt Mulholland area, just to the west of the.
As long as there aren't any houses, though, it's like a whatever.
Sullivan,
it's not that big of a deal.
These are the areas that have
Burning
been in
some
jeopardy
trees
throughout
up,
much
killing
of
some
the day
squirrels.
today, and that began earlier this morning and late last night as we had a little bit of an onshore flow pushing some of that smoke and pushing that fire towards the San Fernando Valley, pushing it towards communities like Encino, Tarzana, and fortunately the firefighters just doing a terrific job last night, both on the ground and up in the skies, getting a good handle on this fire, and they continue to get a good handle on this fire.
If you're camping out there, you wouldn't need firewood.
Of your screen, you could see that smoke continuing
stay close to the fire and
towards
hang out.
Santa Monica area towards the ocean. Temperatures right now.
Bring some marshmallows and stuff.
In Santa Monica, and
hang out near the
lower
fire.
60s as we
Stay
make our way
warm
up to
all
the
night.
fire line. So fortunately, well, firefighters are a little bit more comfortable this evening as we see some erratic winds moving through the Santa Monica mountains, and of course, extremely dry conditions here, not just along the fire lines, but in all of Southern California, from Ventura County
Why don't more
all the
people
way
do
down
that?
towards
Go
Riverside,
camping
San Bernardino,
with the
Orange
forest
counties.
fire
These are the communities that will continue to stay with that red flag warning until next Wednesday, the middle of next week. So what we'll continue to see is erratic bursts of Santa Ana winds coming through the night tonight into Sunday morning. That'll occur once again late Sunday night into Monday morning, Tuesday as well as Wednesday.
Power
and
LA
Tuesday and
for a
Wednesday,
year.
those are going to be some dangerous
See,
days once
they
again
should
for
have
Southern
done
California, as
something
we'll see some of these
somehow.
winds beginning to pick back up once again for a
Dang,
second
fucking-
Santa.
I can't even. Why do they have weather people on so much, dude?
Truck down there as well, so you know that they have hand crews down there. They have
You can only watch the
firefighters
weather
down there
like one
on the
time, and it's like,
ground
okay, I
as
saw
well,
the weather.
in order to make sure
They
that
all
as
do it, though,
we were talking about
and a lot.
Embercast, if there is a flying ember that can start another fire, they're going to make sure that that gets tamped
It's
down.
gonna get windier tonight. We get it.
All right, we want to get to a new statement that the sheriff, Robert Luna, posted. We want to get this to you. It's sort of an inspirational, we're here for you take on what we're dealing with right now.
I just took a drive here through the city of Altadena, and I was shocked. There's no words to describe what our residents and community have gone through here. Please know that we are working very hard to make this area safe with our partners at the fire department. We want to make sure that you can get back into your area, but there's a lot of work to do. We have search and rescue teams going through, trying to identify, and we're hoping not that we find the remains of people who may have unfortunately passed away. We have had several that already have, but as soon as we can, we will hopefully get you back in here, and then let's continue to communicate and work together so we can get you the support that you need. Coming up here to Altadena on multiple occasions for community events, I remember many of you. I consider many of you friends and almost family. We are here to support you in any which way that we can. God bless each and every one of you, and please, under these very difficult circumstances,
It's a video of him giving people hugs. What kind of weird shit is this?
LA County, Robert Luna, issuing that statement.
Robert Luna loves giving hugs.
In the last hour.
All right, he must be a good
so we're looking
sheriff.
at the flames in
He
Manivelle
hugs
Canyon.
people.
Let's
He's
bring
a
into the
hugger.
conversation Samana Khan.
We got a hugger, folks. Don't let go of him. Been in office forever. He's a hugger.
Was reinstated much earlier than expected on this Saturday.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's due to the fact that the winds are expected to increase. And
Heartbreaking.
as
The music
Justin had brought us
punched it into my
earlier,
heart.
saying that the conditions out there looks worse due to the fact that really it's just because the sun is
Here we
set
are
and
again.
everything is in more detail. We can pick up the flames a little better. But right now, we are dealing with wind speeds, a range of 15 to up to 25 miles an hour.
In the plane's wing.
In other words,
that collision happened while there were flight restrictions in place as well.
The onus is on the pilot of those drones to know where they can and cannot safely and legally fly those drones. If they have a question, they can go to the FAA that lists all their temporary flight restrictions. That will explain to them where they can fly their drones
and I mean
and where
that.
they can't. And if they do that, they will see that there's a temporary flight restriction over these wildfires. You're causing more harm than good by doing that. I get the curiosity of it, but still we are going to investigate to the fullest extent of the law as the FBI and prosecute those that violate that temporary flight restriction.
They're coming after
Hard
the
to believe
drone.
no one would know that that was not the thing to do.
I mean,
the FAA says it is federal
I'm surprised
crimes, though, and punishable by up to 12 months in prison.
Can't they make it so they can't fly them, though, if they really don't want people flying in certain areas?
The FAA can also impose a civil penalty of up to $75,000.
Actually make that area a no-fly zone for
wildfire
drones.
suppression
Why didn't they just do
That
that?
anyone would even
They
consider
didn't want people flying there. But shut up, lady. What do you mean you don't know why people would want
These are the measures
to?
that are being taken.
Of course they're going to want
to. See that on
to.
the end of officials.
It's amazing looking, as said by
and
the
listening to a
mayor.
lot of the stories of those who've been evacuating, those hoping to go to safer ground tonight, those who have no idea what they're going to return home to. And our Chris Wolf has been on the ground in Brentwood bringing us those stories. What are you hearing from residents tonight, Wolfie?
Yeah, hey, Karine and Rick. What we're hearing is that we are just 15 minutes from the start of this curfew, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. daily for the foreseeable future in this area, Brentwood, on the edge of the Palisades,
that's actually
the fire
wild.
zones, the evacuation zones. But apparently authorities are trying as
they're not going to be allowed to be outside,
to get as many
even if they want to be.
up into these
Like, what kind of shit life would that be? Your house is still left, and you can still live in it.
A dozen cars at a time
But
with
you're not allowed
law
to go
enforcement
outside?
escorts going back down into the Palisades, into these fire-ravaged neighborhoods.
If they still don't have power,
maybe.
maybe.
To work against the clock.
But if you have a generator,
in there, many of these folks have been
why
waiting
not
out
still
here
be able to
for
live in your
10,
house?
12 hours all day.
If my house was still up, I definitely wouldn't want to have to abide by some dumbass curfew.
Several vehicles moving.
What a
several
bitch that
groups
would
of
be.
Residents moving into their neighborhoods to check in their properties, but that is what is happening
Because
right
if my
now.
house
That's
is still
why you
up,
see these cars moving.
I'd be finding a way to get a generator. Actually, I'm not trying. I don't want to stay in a hotel if I don't have to. None of everything's all good except for my power.
This is San
If my water's still good, and I gotta get, and all I gotta get is a generator.
We are near the Brentwood Country
I'm gonna do
Market.
that.
If people are familiar with that
It's
landmark.
way cheaper than a hotel.
Local police are out here.
And, I mean,
LAPD. We've
I
even
don't know. They're
seen
saying that they can
airport
give you
police
free
out here
Airbnbs
assisting,
though.
and of course,
So
National Guard members are out
it depends
here
on how hard that is to
helping keep
get.
order and
I
keep
guess.
the peace and to patrol the
I don't know though, man.
neighborhoods, preventing
I don't know if I
looting,
really want to just
and
be
also
leaving my
with the
house all
crowd and
unattended like that for an
vehicle
extended
and
period of
traffic
time.
control.
All my shit in
Things
it.
have been orderly, but a lot of people have been very upset in terms
not.
of the way this has been handled. They say they feel it could have been better structured. They say there was a lack of information for much of the day. They didn't know what they should do. Stay in their cars, park their cars on the side of the road, and get out on foot and hike up the street to wait for a police escort or National Guard escort into these
Brentwood,
neighborhoods.
yo,
So
dude, this
we have
street,
been listening to
I've
a lot
walked
of
on it.
frustration, but also a lot
I've
of
walked
these
on this
folks,
street for sure.
they
Oh,
say
okay,
that
now I
they're
know where we're
happy
at.
to be alive.
It's
Some
that
of them
Santa
know
Monica
that they
Boulevard.
lost their homes. Others know that their
Yeah.
homes are still
It must
standing,
be.
and yet others have no idea what to expect once they get back into their neighborhoods. But overall, they seem to be keeping a very positive outlook.
all the way out
And
there.
again, they are thankful, very thankful that they are okay, they're alive, their families are okay, their pets are okay, loved ones are okay. And they also say they really appreciate the fact that this community has come together, neighbor helping neighbor. Even up to this very minute, people are coming out here volunteering with food and water and blankets and anything people may need, anything fire victims may need, just helping out because that's what they want to do. Incredible
This street is
situation
West
out here.
LAPD
Let me
on.
see if I can get a couple of these kids who brought some water and food out.
Is
to
it on
help
San Vicente?
these
Because if it
folks
is, that's the one I
waiting
was
to get
thinking
back into
of.
their neighborhoods.
Then
You
I
guys
got
want
the
to come
wrong
down
street.
here real quick?
It's on Wilshire.
Thank you.
Wilshire's the one I was
You
thinking.
were high school students at Palisades Charter High?
I don't go there. I'm just a friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
You went to, where did you go to school?
Palisades Charter High School. I'm currently a sophomore there.
Okay.
I've also
High
seen the damage
schoolers.
that has been done to some of my favorite spots there. And I never really appreciated my school before until it burned down, and I realized,
he's definitely a leftist already.
And one of my favorite places is probably gone. Where I met some of my friends, some of my best friends, that place is destroyed. I saw a picture of it. I was
they both seem like they have autism.
Mortified. And now we have to learn online again. It's crazy. And
like in the pandemic.
Just like in the pandemic. And I'm sending out like
Don't
thoughts
they?
and all of my hopes.
Am I the only one here? What is he
and
staring
I
at?
hope that nobody gets hurt. This is a natural disaster that will go down in history. And it is insane.
Today
all
or
the bungalows are destroyed, which is pretty much, that's a lot of my classrooms, you know? It's my English classroom and one of my electives are in there. And all the theater props, everything's just destroyed. Years of work and years of artwork too.
What's your name, by the way?
Archie Tyler.
Archie?
Mm-hmm.
Archie. Thank you for sharing with us. Why did you come out here today?
Well, I'm out here to support the officers and what they do.
We've been handing out food and cupcakes.
Well, not really the officers, but the firefighters.
Everybody, right? Everybody.
Yes. For the firefighters and the National Guard, I really support what they do. My grandpa was in the
Seems like they have
military,
autism.
and so I know how much sacrifice it takes and how much they deserve more.
I think you were bringing water and food out for anybody, anyone who needs it.
No, she's got to show the cupcake for the news report.
Very tough situation.
But you're here to help.
Mm-hmm.
All right, community spirit. Thank you both for sharing your experiences and your thoughts.
Shout out to those kids. They're very sweet. Are they brother and sister or boyfriend and girlfriend?
All right. For now, reporting live in Brentwood.
Yo, get your titties out of here,
Send it
girl.
back to you in
What
the
the hell?
studio, but we will be out here all
Bent
night.
down like
listening to
right
stories
as
like these.
And Wolfie, we've seen these beautiful moments from those who've lost
autism,
so
dude. She
much,
doesn't know any better.
want to give back. They say in an interesting way, it provides them so much comfort. So hats off to those young folks there. And we're going to send it to Rashawn Haylock. He's been on the ground all day.
We're in
Santa
California.
Anita Park,
It's not
the
out here.
donation center where folks have been coming out, lining up, helping those in need in the community. Hi, Rashawn.
Hey, I'm out here at Santa Anita Park,
yes,
and
this
look
is
at
the
this
swap
line. It's
meet.
cars all the way down here in this scene. You guys picked
All
us
these
up at the
people
right
need
time.
help, and then
Cars
all of
pull
a sudden,
up, and the volunteers
all the
just
brown
come
people
out,
are
and they
showing
just start
up.
unloading the donations one by one by one, and then a whole new set of cars come through.
I don't remember seeing any Mexicans that were talking about their houses. One, maybe one.
Consistent all day
All
long.
of
They've
them.
been out here since about 11 or so in the morning. They'll be out here until 11 p.m.
They're
tonight.
having a party out there.
It's been nonstop. It's been relentless in terms of the amount of donations that have come out and come through here. We've been told that they do not need any more clothes, no more clothing items. They've
Why is
taken
everybody
as much
dumping
as
their
they can
clothes
handle,
off?
but any shoes that you have, feel free to bring shoes. We've
What is
seen
the
water
deal
by
with
the
that?
cases. You continue to bring water, non-perishable food items.
You know, I
baby
heard that
goods,
some
pet
third world
goods,
countries actually have
any
a
type of,
problem with all of our
essentials,
food
hygiene
waste that we're
products,
shipping
whatever it
to
is,
them.
that
They don't
you
know
can
what to
bring,
do
feel
with
free
it.
to
There's so
bring that
much
down.
of
They'll
it.
be
That's what I heard. I read an
accepting
article on it
donations here
recently.
through tomorrow night at 11 p.m. and then Monday through Wednesday they'll be here as a
Specifically
pickup
American
zone
food
only. And
waste.
so,
I mean,
you see
clothing
just
waste.
A bunch of people out here continuing to bring donations.
So many Americans just throw their clothes away
Some
or
members of the community who
donate their
displaced,
clothing.
they're coming here and they're able to
Even
pick up
the
this stuff
donation places
immediately.
don't need it anymore.
It's been really just a sight to see, and here is a vendor out here
crazy.
who we were just able to run into, an entrepreneur.
I blame internet
in
shopping.
Fact, tell me your name.
Because it made
Christine Flores.
shopping for
and
clothing
she
so
just
much
started her
less
own
arduous.
business.
It used to suck going clothing shopping, dude.
I mean, she's been
trying on shit all day.
Maybe a couple of months.
Different stores,
but decided
driving
to
to all the
come out
different
here
stores.
and donate because she saw that this was an
Partridge
area
Farms,
of need. First of all,
motherfuckers.
Christine,
They remember. If you don't remember,
entrepreneurship is
fucking eat a
tough
cookie.
to begin with. You haven't even turned a profit, and yet here you are out here donating.
Well, we saw what happened with the fires, and we want to be here for the people.
You're out here promoting your brand, lady. Shut up.
Well, there are a lot of Hispanics out here, and I want to be here for my people. So.
Right. So many people are coming out there to promote their brands, their organizations.
How long have you been out here and just supply? I'm sure it's not a ton of supply that
I
you
respect
have,
the
but,
cupcake girl
what
more
was
than
that like
any of
being
them
able to
so
bring it
far.
out here? How much were you able to bring,
Her
and
brother
what's
and
sort of been the
boyfriend.
reception?
They were giving them away like hotcakes out there. We brought thousands, and everyone knows what they are because they're Hispanic drinks. Aguas frescas, picantes, or spicy, and limonadas are like
she's giving us a fucking
and so everybody loves it. And so they keep, grabbing all the mangoes, and I just want to be here for my people.
This is a commercial for her right now.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for stopping.
And he sees what she just did.
An example of a vendor out here. We talked to some people in the last hour from a church group that are out here. There are a couple of church groups that are
his
here.
Hairline, though.
Santa Anita Park, who has opened up its parking lot for
this ponytails,
event.
That's why.
Their chefs.
When he's not at work, he's wearing a ponytail.
They've been here since early this morning. They are preparing hot meals for
some
of the people here, and also some of the first responders in this area as well. And they'll continue to do so throughout today and throughout tomorrow and the next couple of days as well. And so it really is refreshing just to see this community just come together like this. And as you can see right here, these cars continue to drive through. It's been a group of cars, one after another.
Doing more than the government? Yeah, but I don't think that this I don't know. This isn't going towards
here, and just the amount of volunteers that have come from all over. I mean, we've talked to people from the South Bay, we've talked to people from the San Fernando Valley.
It's just going to random people at this point.
Some of the volunteers
people are going out there from everywhere.
Their hearts are warm because seeing some of the people here that are in need, seeing them just leaving here in tears just because of the outpouring of love.
He keeps saying that. I haven't seen one fucking person in tears. This guy.
Pick up some things and to try to get themselves.
Someone got something in their eye.
Anita
was
Park
crying about it.
KTLA
now he's acting like people are doing it constantly.
Thank you. The crowds keep coming.
Nobody, they're just smiling, laughing all the way to their car with free toilet paper.
At 7 a.m.
Yeah, it's what we needed today was those types of
A
stories.
whole case of free toilet paper, baby. Score. Shitting tonight.
He joins us live from the news center. He's got more on that, Pink.
Yeah, Rick, the Chargers did take to the road for Wild Card Weekend today. Houston was the host team and city, but you certainly know the Chargers had their thoughts on the Southland. They had the
on Sepulveda, the Westwood Recreation Center. Now, we've been getting reports online, and I want to dispel those right now. This center is not at capacity.
The ball went in. It went in this many times. Oh, yeah? Yeah, it went in this many times for the other guys.
This center is still open. Organizers here say it's at about 70% capacity, so it is still getting up there, but they have an active plan in place.
Look at the ball. He carried it. He ran with the ball. Yeah, he ran with the ball, man.
Shelters like this one. So I actually really
ran all the way with it.
One of the things, no Red Cross location at any shelter anywhere in the Southland is accepting any kind of donations
she
that
liked
aren't
that.
monetary
She came
right
up
now.
and meowed.
So they say they've had a lot of very well-intentioned people coming to this location, to all the locations that the Red Cross is
why isn't he
trying to
eating?
donate things like food and clothing and items, all different kinds of things. And again, their intentions they're so well-intentioned.
He's getting fat anyway. Simon needs to kind of cut back on the eating. He's up to 12.5 pounds.
The Red Cross has corporate partners who are ready to go.
I'm not too stressed out about him not eating. Maybe it'll slow him down a little bit having the oil in there.
You know exactly what's in that food. That food
He's
is
already helping.
approved.
He's not
so you don't have
hungry.
any issues with things like allergies.
Feels
The
so
last
good
thing
he's not
they want is a
hungry.
crisis within a crisis at a crisis center. They don't want anything bad happening to the people who have come here to get refuge.
40% of Vanderbilt cheerleaders are male.
So they need to make sure that everything that
they
comes
look like
in here
females,
is approved and has been thoroughly vetted.
trannies?
And so that's essentially what they do. The first step of this crisis response is to partner with those corporate partners, those big companies that can donate things like water and dog food and human food and snacks. And they work with those to start setting these up. They also have people that donate clothing. So they have all the basics already ready. Now, for a while there, they were accepting donations from people. You could come and give emergency supplies if you had them, clothes. There were things like that. But now they're saying they are at capacity. Please don't try. They've got their hands full with all the people coming into these evacuation shelters, and they do not need more donations. However, they do need monetary
this is
donations,
good.
and
I want to
that
hear
you
what
can
this
find on
says.
the Red Cross.
I want to hear what this says. Hold on. This is pretty good.
In the days following Meta's changes to its free speech and moderation policies, some Meta employees and LGBTQ advocacy groups are expressing their opposition. Tech outlet 404 Media says it spoke with 5 current Meta employees who were anonymous in the report. They told the news outlet other employees have taken to internal message boards to raise concerns, including one employee who described it as, quote, total chaos internally. remotely. Meta's new guidelines, announced Tuesday by CEO Mark Zuckerberg, pull back on the company's moderation on sites including Facebook and Instagram. In some cases, the company said it will explicitly allow some language that has previously been banned.
And we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
Conservatives largely praised Meta's efforts to scale back on its moderation practices, calling it a win for free speech. However, these employees interviewed by 404 Media called the changes dangerous, pointing to one specific change: the company allowing users to say that being LGBTQ means a person is mentally ill. Meta's updated policy on hateful conduct now says, quote, "We do allow allegations of mental illness or abnormality when based on gender or sexual orientation, given political and religious discourse about transgenderism and homosexuality, and common non-serious usage of words like weird." An LGBTQ advocacy group called the changes alarming, claiming the use of the term transgenderism was a red flag. The group said the term is, quote, "hateful and right-wing." On Thursday evening, The Intercept reported it received a leak of Meta training materials showing specific hypothetical examples of what posts can be allowed. They did not release the documents for public viewing, but alleged the company displayed examples of stereotypes about many different ethnic groups as examples of what is now allowed. 404 Media's report said Meta did not respond to questions about the new policies, while a Meta spokesperson referred The Intercept to comments in a blog post about the policy by Meta's global public policy head, Joel Kaplan. Kaplan wrote, quote, "We're getting rid of a number of restrictions on topics like immigration, gender identity, and gender that are the subject of frequent political discourse and debate. It's not right that things can be said on TV or the floor of Congress, but not on our platforms." For Straight Arrow News, I'm Kara Rucker, and for all the latest updates on this and other top stories, you can download the Straight Arrow.
The Westwood Rec Center is not at capacity, and they are accepting evacuees.
Does continue here on KCAL News at 6 as the Palisades fire is exploding in size, taking a dramatic shift up the Santa Monica
now it's
Mountain
exploding, folks. A minute ago it was smoldering out.
It is threatening homes, forcing thousands to evacuate in parts of Brentwood and Encino. Thank you so much for joining us this evening as we continue our fire weather coverage. I'm Gio Insignares.
And I'm Leslie Medine. Well, at least one home has burned in Mandeville Canyon today, and the winds starting to pick up speed once again.
The fire has burned more than 23,000 acres so far, 11% contained. Again, as you take this live look out of Tarzana right now, that's where CBS's Josh Sanders is set up for us. We're checking with him throughout the evening, but this is one of those images where you see the flames creeping up a little bit, and it starts to really worry some people naturally as it gets to this part of the night.
Yeah, the flames really glow at night, and that's when we start receiving most calls into our newsroom of people saying, just how close is this to my community? At this point, Josh was speaking to a fire captain in this area who
calls
says
the
not
news
only
and
do they
trying to
have
find out some shit about a fire,
but on the ground, a lot of those crews are going to
People
go
are calling
in there
the
and see
news.
what
They
they
don't
can
just
do
get
about
online.
making sure they use
Their
those
phone.
bulldozers to just clear out any
Their
brush.
first thought is, CBS.
As important, I should say, than the air
Hopefully
support as
me.
well. You can see some of the crews there. But we should mention this area still very remote, not
I've never called the news before to
just
get
yet.
But speaking of neighborhoods,
fire
we know that
information.
the fire is threatening or
I didn't know that was
pushing
the thing.
toward Brentwood. We want to check in with Christina Fan from CBS New York live on Canyon Back Road now in the Mountain Gate neighborhood. Christina, I know when we checked in earlier with you, you said it was essentially a ghost town. How are things looking right now?
Well, Gio and Leslie, I don't know if you can hear, there's a lot of ambient noise behind us. We have a helicopter flying overhead, and we just had a fire engine drive through here. It does seem like the wind has definitely picked up a little. It feels a lot gustier than when we were here about 20 hours ago. And the fire also appears to have been moving in a more northern trajectory. There you see a water drop going on right now. It is moving again towards the northerly direction as opposed to the western side. So neighbors who live here on the ridge right over are a little bit relieved to see that, because again, they are just one ridge away from total devastation. And as you guys mentioned, as the sun sets right now, you can really see the bright orange flames coming to the foreground, trying to make a run down Mandeville Canyon. But of course, firefighters are trying to stop its advance. The helicopters and aircraft have been making water and retardant drops all day. We saw them successfully, for now, manage to stave off the destruction of a home at the bottom of the canyon. But here again on the ridge, as Eddie, well, it's really dark, so I don't know if we pan to the right if you can see any of the homes there, but they are really hoping to stop the flames from hitting this community. So you can see this is a rather large community here on Canyonback Road right here, and you can see it is a ghost town, as we described before. You just see that one car with a lone pair of headlights shining in the distance there. And you can really tell from how firefighters are stationing their trucks how the fire is progressing. Last night on the street, every 50 feet or so, we saw a fire engine. Today, there are only a handful left. It's again because the fire seems to be progressing more north than west. It also appears the homes to the south of us might be in the clear. So to give you a lay of the land again, this is the south of us. Yesterday, there was a fire engine station at about every driveway. Today, we do not see them anymore. Since the fire is going towards a more northerly direction, we did see some fire trucks and fire engines stationed towards this direction. And at the very end of this cul-de-sac, this development, you can't see anymore because it's so dark, there's actually a hill. We'll just continue walking this way a little bit. There's actually a hill at the very, very edge, and there were about, I want to say, 7 to 8 bulldozers on that ridge all afternoon, going back and forth, creating quite a dust storm, but nobody was complaining. And what they were working on were trying to get rid of all the low-lying vegetation that was so dry and so brittle. So they worked all afternoon. That hill has basically been raised, completely raised. All you see now is dirt and dust. And we did speak with one of the neighbors who lives about 2 homes down from that hill. He was very relieved to see firefighters taking care of that. Take a listen.
If the fire come to the ridge, it's getting very close. But the minute they come down, then it become very dangerous, because after they come down, the next thing is coming up process is really fast. And if they already starting down, and if we wait until they start coming up, it was too late. So we decided to do that, to evacuate at that time.
Yeah, and we spoke to that gentleman maybe 2 or 3 hours ago. He had just come back.
He said
last night he and his wife left in such a rush. They left some important medications behind. So they came back. They saw the firefighters at work on the hillside, and they felt very, very relieved to see that. We also checked in with him and asked, how is the situation compared to when he evacuated last night? He says that it does seem promising that the fire is making its way north as opposed to west, potentially hitting this community. So he is grateful for the firefighters, and that little bit of dialogue you heard between us was when I asked him, what prompted him to finally make the decision to leave. Just like all of his neighbors, there's just nobody left on the street. And he said after consulting with some of the firefighters here in the neighborhood, they told him that if the fire were to crest the ridge, make a run down into the canyon, and then come up this ridge, it would just be a matter of minutes. And, he and his wife did not want to take that chance, and that's a story we're hearing again and again. So before we toss it back to you guys, I want to give you another look right now. So The situation actually seems a lot like yesterday. It's just that the fire line has progressed further up and out, a little bit out of the vicinity of this community, which, you know, we talked about this yesterday. It's so hard for people to feel relief because as you see the fire line progress and you think to yourself, oh my gosh, you know, thankfully it appears my community may have been spared. You know that there are other homes that lie in the direction now of the fire line, and you almost feel guilty in a way for wishing, you know, that the fire is going in another direction. So just such a complexity of emotions we are all dealing with. For now, reporting live from Brentwood, Christina Fan for KCAL News.
Christina, thank you. And yes, it really is striking, right, to think about that because you're so focused on you and your family naturally in your home, but then it's impacting so many people and it can feel so overwhelming to think about all of that at once.
Lots of range of emotion. But Christina, I found it so interesting. You were there last night, and while the fire department will determine if an area is safe, it is such a contrast from 24 hours ago when you were saying you saw the fire trucks just pretty much lined up all around this neighborhood.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yesterday, not only did we have fire trucks here, CHP, they were also here. I imagine they were here to help with the evacuations because it was still very fresh. They had only been issued a few hours ago. Today, we're seeing more of the heavy machinery rather than the firefighters. We saw all of those dozers again earlier, and you can see some of this looks like a truck, and we saw some flatbed trucks earlier today, too. And it was just quite a sight to see an entire line of 9 dozers leaving the area after completing the work on that hill. So, but you know, one thing to mention is a lot of families might think, oh, you know, now that the fire appears to be burning out of the vicinity, why are these mandatory evacuation orders still in effect? And that's because, you know, while the brush in many areas it is gone, there is still plenty of fuel in the canyon, places where the fire didn't manage to reach. And if those wind directions change, as we you know, fear that they could tonight, the fire could, you know, come back in a sense, go in a different direction, and that is why it is still not safe for residents to return.
Not going to do anything. Christina, thank you so much from Brentwood. Well, firefighters are staging on the other end, the western flank right now in Tarzana of this Palisades fire.
And reporter Josh Sanders from CBS Philadelphia is there. Josh, we know, and just your live shot, it's been quite the dramatic change in just some of the flames and the smoke billowing up. What are you seeing from where you are right now?
Yeah, guys. Well, it's a very active scene out here, and like you said, those winds are really fueling these fires, and it has the winds have picked up since we've been here. I am going to move out of the way so you can see on the other side. We're on the Tarzana side of the Palisades fire. On the other side of the ridge, you see the bright glow from the fire, flames peeking over the ridge. Now there are hand crews here along with water tenders. We've seen water tenders come up to where we are. They have gotten water, and then they go right back to battle those flames. Crews are working tirelessly to build a contingency line that's preventing the fire from moving forward. It's a crucial barrier. Think of it like as a shield. This area is remote, which is a good thing. Now, there are local crews here from Northern California, along with local crews. A lot of them have been here for several days. We spoke to that LA City fire captain who said, he actually told me he was the first to be on scene when the Palisades fire initially erupted. But he's talked about the resiliency of these crews and how the wind really, again, is the wild card, as we saw last night and overnight as the Palisades fire picked right back up again. But right now, there's some optimism that the work that they're doing, that critical work of building that contingency line, is working. Now, as we go forward into the night, and depending on what these winds do, that could change the story. But as of now, they're finding success. Now, we're at a high state of readiness right now. I just want to tell everyone that's the reason I've been off camera and kind of just taking some time just to see what's going on, because we're told that there could be some LA City fire choppers that will land here within the hour. And if that's the case, we may have to move just out of safety reasons. And there's a number of crews here that also may have to move. And so, we're making sure that we are staying out of the way of what they're doing, because, like, they're the ones that are they're doing the hard work. They're doing the hard work, working tirelessly to make sure that people are safe. So again, just to recap, I'll stand out of the way again. You can see we're on the Tarzana side. The other side of that ridge, you can see the glow from the Palisades fire. You have hand crews here. You have water tenders. What we've seen since we've been here over the last hour, water tenders will come up here. They'll get water. They'll go right back to that fire, building that contingency line, that shield that prevents the flames from going forward. And you know, they really are the heroes and the wild card, as everyone is, as you guys have been talking, as I've been listening. It's the winds. What are the winds going to do? But it's just incredible. Obviously, when the sun goes down, the bright lights of fire will go up. You can see just that orange glow. It's eerie. I know that, you know, people that may be watching us right now, you see something like this, it could cause some anxiety. Hey, what's happening? What's gonna, you know, is this going to impact where I live? This area right now is remote, and for what officials have told us, they're finding success right now in that contingency line that they have been working hard over the last couple days to make happen, guys.
And Josh, no, all good points you're making there. I want to reiterate something when you were having your interview with the fire captain from earlier, in case anybody missed it, where reinforcing that point about the winds, saying that these fire reinforcements do help. The winds, though, make things a bit squirrely, but they're removing that fuel from the ground bed, continuing their efforts even into the night. So it's good to see that work continuing even as those flames and that sense of eeriness sort of persists this evening.
Yeah, very much so. And to your point, Gio, it's those winds. And now, as we've been here, those winds have picked up. They have picked up. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Josh, you mentioned that some of the aircraft may have to land where you're at. We also know there's water tenders there. Are they trying to get water? What exactly would happen, or are they just landing in that area? I found that really interesting.
She finds that really interesting.
What I've been told, I couldn't tell you the
She'll take
details
her
if they're
clothes
landing
off
here
for
to get
some
water
info.
or not. When they first explained it to me, it sounded like that was the case, but I don't have that confirmed, so I'm not sure. I do know though within the hour you're going to have a helicopter here landing, a couple of them here landing. So I'll work to get that information because I do think that's crucial information. It's a great question.
It'll be interesting to see them just up close. Always a moment as we're watching them fight these fires from the sky, those precise drops.
She's a great
Josh,
mother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we want to get to KCAL's Lauren Posen live on West Ridge Road, looking down into Mandeville Canyon, an area we have been monitoring where fire crews are trying to protect homes. Lauren.
That's right, Leslie. And you know, the wind has definitely been picking up. There's a fence here that I've been holding on to so I don't fall.
What are you waiting for?
So I'm going to be very careful as I step out of the way to show you the mountain here. It's looking pretty good. You can see the glow, a little bit of the glow there. And those flashlights you see, those are all the firefighters on the ground. They're clearing the brush there. And they've been working this whole mountain, this whole day here. Some of the firefighters there are the inmate firefighters that are also on the ground helping control these fires here. So they've been here. I haven't seen any water drops in the last hour or so, but what's concerning is that other side where you see that glow coming out there. I just don't know how big the flames are or what's going on over there. We just can't see. But you can see that there's tons of firefighters here, so they are on it. And there's also a helicopter in the sky there. They got eyes all over this mountain here. There are a couple of hot spots, but that doesn't seem to be much of a concern. When I spoke to one of the fire captains earlier today, this might be a water drop. Let's see here. This might be something. Let's take a listen or look here and see what happens. If we can see through the smoke. There we go. Okay.
That was exciting.
What precision with those water drops. You know, these pilots are dealing with such chaotic conditions here in the sky, and they're navigating through mountains, this high wind, and they're able to drop that water just perfectly on those flames. We also saw earlier today they were dropping fire retardant on the mountain as well. If you were watching earlier, you might have seen that red on the mountain there. That's great. What that does is it stops the fire. It slows the spread of the fire. So it won't put it out, but it slows the spread, which is very good. In talking to the fire captain earlier today as well, he was telling me these firefighters have been working 40 hours a day to get these, to help battle these flames here. With no breaks, but they're getting a lot of help though. We saw earlier firefighters from Mexico here. I hear another big chopper, so let's see what they're doing. You can see they got that big spotlight, which is really helpful because it's so dark out here. I know they have night vision too, but that's also great. And maybe they're going to do a water drop as well. Let's see. Looks like it. That's really the area they're focusing on. There we go, another water drop. They are on it here. And also in the neighborhood, which is just a stone's throw away from where we are, there's a lot of houses. There's fire engines up and down these roads here. So they are ready just in case something were to happen, that the fire jumped, they're ready to take action. And, also in speaking with the fire captain, as we've been hearing all day long, but I like the way he said it. He says the wind is king. And so, this wind, it's unpredictable. If it changes direction, that changes the game plan. But they are definitely ready
not eating it with that oil
for
in
anything that happens tonight. So they're just really, really prepared. Leslie and Gio?
Yeah, Lauren, one of the things before we let you go is that, the consistency of those water drops is something to take a look at and something to see. And the precision, as you pointed out, is extraordinary.
I don't want to let him in
here
yet.
And I paint what I'm about to say in a good way. It makes it hard to see what we're looking at live shot wise because they're doing such a great job of dropping the water there on that fire. In that at the touch, and maybe you can fill me in a little bit better, is that at most you see kind of a quick flare up right there, but otherwise, not seeing it is a good thing in this case.
Right, Gio. Thank you. Yes, exactly, and that's really positive. Yeah, I see the little bit of the flare up there, but it's nothing. Nothing too dramatic right now, which is good compared to what we saw earlier today. So yeah, that's a really, really good sign. That I feel it's a good sign, at least, that we're not seeing like what we saw last night. That was really scary. Well, this whole week has been scary, to be honest. But last night when we were on the freeway on the 101, we saw that orange glow as we were driving in Sherman Oaks, and I mean, it's terrifying. This is still pretty scary, but not as bad as last night. And one of the things I was told today also is that this fire is burning. This particular area here has already been burned. The direction it's going, the area has already been burned. So it's got nothing else to burn. That's why they really want to keep it up here as opposed to it going further where the homes are. So I really feel that things are really positive here, and I hope this stays this way as the night goes on here, because it looks good right now.
Yeah, and just as we see those flare-ups, you probably will hear it soon, those choppers start coming in, making those water drops, which is why I think there is such a tone of positivity, especially where you're standing from, Lauren. Yeah. And even a live look at on the other end, what we're showing here. I believe that's Mandeville Canyon, right, Mark?
Yes, that is Mandeville Canyon. What you are looking at, this is a SkyCal looking at the eastern side. I should say the eastern side of the firefight here. This is still that very large hot spot. I'm going to double check and look at the radar, but I'm pretty sure that what we are looking at here, that is SkyCal. Yeah, they are floating around right near the intersection of the 101 and the 405, looking to the south, and that is that hot spot. But there's something that I wanted to talk about here that involves discovering exactly how all of this started. What you're looking at in the lower left-hand part of your screen is an alert from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms in the Los Angeles chapter. And it might be a little small, so I'm going to read it to you here. This was posted earlier today. It says the ATF will now take the lead in determining the origin and cause of the Pacific Palisades fire. Certified fire investigators have been on scene and will continue to work in conjunction with state and local investigators to determine the cause of this tragic event. So we now know federal authorities are now assisting state and local authorities in determining exactly how the Pacific Palisades fire began on Tuesday morning. And I can tell you a little bit about where it did begin, because here at the desk, we were actually working on this earlier that day.
Off donations, they're welcome to have a hot meal as well, and so it's really been a coming together of this community. I've seen people out here who have donated that have come from different parts of the country. I spoke with someone who was from Atlanta. They just flew in from Atlanta. They saw the fires on TV, flew out here, and decided that they wanted to do something that they decided to want to help. People from Northern California have come down here as well, looking to and wanting to do the same thing. So it's really just been a labor of love here all day. It's been continuous, and they will be here until 11 p.m. accepting donations. No more clothing donations, however. They've reached capacity for that, but they will take shoes. Any shoes that you have, feel free to bring those down, along with any canned goods, any non-perishable foods, baby items, pet items, any hygiene products, everyday essentials, whatever you have, feel free to bring that down here as well. If you want to bring a hot meal, you can do so tomorrow morning. No longer tonight, but tomorrow morning. Feel free to bring a hot meal down here as well if you would like to do that and be so inclined to do so. I mean, we've seen, it's really been incredible. We've seen kids walking around here just handing out bags with peanut butter jelly sandwiches, just handing them out, just doing anything that they could do. And now I want to bring in Elizabeth here, who's another one of these volunteers from another volunteer group. And it's a lot of subgroups out here all coming together for one collective, one good cause. And Elizabeth was actually a victim of a fire up north, and now you're here as a volunteer helping some of the people down here going through what they've experienced.
Yeah, I'm a survivor of the 2018 Camp Fire. I got involved with an organization called Global Empowerment Mission, and so ever since then we've been helping man-made and natural disasters, especially babying my state, which is California. And we're here tonight. We've been here for the last few days, and we're helping just bless families with a few cash cards. I was in this situation, this very situation, after losing everything, and then in a Walmart parking lot digging through donations to try to find a jacket to stay warm and figure out what I can do next for my kids. And it would just so happen that 4 days into that lifestyle that I had changed my life into, that not I changed into, but that got changed into, is when I met the founder to Global Empowerment. And
see, now she's promoting global whatever the fuck.
What's going through the minds of some of the people
Everybody's
here
promoting
who
their thing.
are coming here to pick up some of these donations? What are some of the things that they're thinking about and experiencing right now as they go through this?
So a lot of the families that we talk to, a lot of them they're lost. They feel like they're in limbo, which is normal. It's a normal feeling. A lot of them are just overwhelmed, and overwhelmed with not just the support in a good way, but they're also overwhelmed with how much is going on at once, and I think like when we come in and they know that I'm a fire survivor, it gives them that freedom to cry and a shoulder to put their head on for a second, and I'm all for the hugs and everything, and then we go without them not even knowing what they're doing, and we bless them with our Be Strong card, which is actually an incentive that's a gift from our partner.
Oh, you got your shirt on and everything.
How does one bounce back from losing their home in a fire?
Well, for me, it's really hard to bounce back. I never got to rebuild my house. I'm not the success story. I just got up and I moved forward. But there are a lot of people that you just move forward. You got to be strong. It's a long road. It's not a sprint. This is a marathon. It takes a lot of muscle, material, and money to rally up a village to rebuild things in these kind of situations. So it's going to be a long haul, and it's a long road. It's going to be a hard road, and all the support that these families can get from their community, from organizations all around, it's going to be the most help that they can to keep them on their feet and remember that they are loved.
And you've been here since Thursday, correct?
Yeah, I've been here since Thursday.
And if there's a piece of advice, or sometimes it may even just be a hug, right? What is something that you see people are the most excited to get or to hear from you?
I think like a lot of people, they get most excited when they see that they have the I think the support. It's really the support. It's not about the cash cards. It's not about what they could find on the ground. It's not about the food that they're getting. It's about the support that they're getting, because they might not need the $50. They might not need $100. They might need a jacket, or maybe they just haven't had a meal all day and the hot meals matter. So for everyone, it's a little bit different. So it's always just all around the support. The support is what matters the most, because when you're in your head,
paying
you're
these
lost,
people to be there.
you need to know that there's a world that still loves you.
On a personal note, I mean, you've been through this, right?
Yeah.
Coming
How do
back
they know
here
people aren't
and
getting
seeing
multiple
it now on
cards?
this side, how triggering could this be for you?
So for me, this situation is a little bit more triggering than I thought. I haven't seen a parking lot like this since my own devastation. And it's a trigger that just hit home. It's like, oh, I remember. But sometimes Creator wants us to be reminded.
What's next for these folks?
Creator.
It's limbo. And hopefully that we can get enough funds into the community so we can help them rebuild. And that's our goal, is to be here and help them in every step of recovery, whether it's the beginning phase where they want to relocate or go into temporary housing or to temporary or permanent housing, or the families that want to go back home and they want to rebuild, so there's like so many different phases, and I think that we're here for the long haul, and I think that we can help as long as there's a lot of support. We've been through this. Our organization does this around the world. We're active in all 50 states, 60 countries, including 2 war zones, which is Ukraine and Gaza.
Hey, you say you're not a success story. I beg to differ, Elizabeth.
You should say
a
they're
victim
in
of the
Gaza.
campfire, you turned it around, and now you're out here helping victims that were in your shoes once upon a time. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Just one of the many stories out here.
Ukraine active in
Ukraine and Gaza.
You say you're not a success,
including 2 war zones, which is Ukraine and Gaza.
Volunteers coming together, and we thank you for getting part of what the community is feeling right now, and how those who want to give back are in the position to do so. And to clarify, as Rashawn did, you have a couple more hours. We don't want to deter anyone from going out there tonight. That donation center at Santa Anita Park in Arcadia open until 11 p.m. tonight. They'll reopen again 7 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, we can't get enough of those types of stories after everything else we've been watching.
Yes.
We want to turn our attentions now to the Eaton fire over there in Altadena. Our Courtney Friel is live on the ground there, and this is a story about Sweet Alice, who I think most of us in LA know, always a giving woman, but now her family needs help. Courtney Friel has that story for us. Court?
Hi guys, I'll get to that in a moment, but right now everything north of where I'm standing on Woodbury Road is now under a curfew, and behind me is Refuge Community Center, and since 6 a.m. today they've been handing out all sorts of supplies to people in need. And I just spoke with a woman who came by. She lost her home. She only has her dog with her. She was so sad about losing all of her kids' baby pictures. We'll turn that for you the next time I talk to you. But yes, Sweet Alice is very well known in the Los Angeles community, and she has provided so much need. And sadly, her 2 daughters who live in Altadena both lost their homes. I spoke with one of them earlier. What was it like coming back here for the first time?
Oh my gosh, it was surreal. It was like somebody dropped a bomb on your community. I felt like it's war torn. It looks like, I feel for the people in Kuwait. I know how they feel now. This is unbelievable.
What is it like, since you work with your mom, Sweet Alice, and do so much for the community in need, to now have to be in need yourself?
Exactly. It's so strange.
I'm sure they'd love to hear that.
We're used to dealing with crisis, but we arrive at the scene, or they come to us, and we are rendering services to them. And so I'm not used to, I'm not used to taking or used to being in need.
Were you able to find anything in the rubble here?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. My stone, my garden stone, it says, "Angels gather here." And it just gives me hope. I want to rebuild. Altadena is a beautiful community. I encourage all my neighbors to rebuild. I know it's going to be hard and it's not going to be overnight, but we can do it. I'm ready. I'm actually ready to get a broom and a dustpan and start cleaning up.
Do you have a place to stay? Because that's been a problem for like people to find temporary housing aside from staying with their friends.
Thank God my daughter-in-law parents allowed us to stay with them. So we're staying with for the last 2 nights. I don't even have a toothbrush. I don't even have toothpaste. I mean, just think of all the stuff in your house and you're starting from scratch.
With more than 7,000 structures burned in the Eaton fire, most of them homes, we are going to be hearing stories like that for the days and weeks and months to come. Now, as far as the Refuge Community Center goes, they're asking for help if people can bring by like storage containers or a tarp or even like a trailer, because they're getting so many supplies. They don't have enough room for them. In the building I was in there, it's just like filled to the brim. And also they think it's kind of amazing that this is the only block here that has power. Everything else is dark. So obviously very strong in their faith here. And again, when I see you next hour, I will bring you an interview with the pastor and also that woman who lost her home. But for now, reporting live in Altadena, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Court, we appreciate it. I think they're going to need some storage out at Santa Anita as well. They have
you bet.
Huge piles of stuff. Everybody's hurting. A community meeting tonight being held right now at Cavalry Westlake in Westlake Village.
Yeah, it's the first in-person meeting for those impacted by the Palisades fire. To get information, you can expect a packed crowd there. You can see it getting underway. Let's listen in if they're starting.
Working. We are switching back and forth between the airplanes and the helicopters to keep that in check. And we built a robust plan. We have resources on the top side of that and the bottom side of that. We have engines, crews, and as we work those aircraft and the situation changes for us, where as it cools out through the night, the activity as it goes down, they're going to attack that from both sides. Again, we call it direct, right along the fire's edge to keep the footprint as small as possible. If we're looking at the top side above that, move around Dirt Mulholland as we move to the right until what drops down comes down into Mandeville Canyon. That top side looks really good. Again, it's right up against that dozer line and that Dirt Mulholland. We still have resources and personnel in the area walking that, cooling it off, securing that edge. Minimal fire activity over there. Still working on that heat though. A lot of work to be done over there. As we move on the far right, top right of the map, and it comes down, you see Mandeville Canyon. The fire is down to Mandeville Canyon. We watched it as it was backing down into that area. Again, switching between the airplanes and the helicopters and retardant and water, lining it around that bottom as it eases down to lower that intensity as it brings down, to make sure it's in a safe location where resources can get in there and do some work. Winds in our favor in that area, so it looks really good. We have to continue to work hard though in the area to secure it and do it. If you look, you see some pictures out there. They're so deep engaged in that. We have fire engines that are now pink because they're matching that retardant as they're dropping in, but they're not backing out. They stay in there and work, and they have the public in their hearts and working hard around those structures. Coming down Wrightwood into the Westridge area. Again, crews got in there direct, right against that fire's edge, securing the edge all the way down into Mandeville Canyon Road to lock that side in. Now, as we move south, as we move down the map, you always see Riviera and down to Pacific Palisades. That footprint hasn't moved in a couple of days, but there's still a lot of work in there with the structures damaged. So we still have people in there working all around those structures. The ones that are standing, they're going around those structures, making sure that there's no adverse fire effects on those structures and any additional damage, and then doing what they can in the community around that. And then you have the Pacific Palisades and coming back down to the Topanga on the bottom side or on the PCH. We still have resources going really deep interior, doing the same thing, maintaining that present, looking for the heat sources and working around the structures. One thing that we've done is we use UASs, right? Unmanned air sources. They're drones, and the drones are pretty cool because they have the ability to have an IR, which they look for heat signatures. We don't only just use them around the perimeter of the fire, we're also using them around the structures. So they're getting over those structures and are finding those heat sources, and what that allows us is we can put people directly where we find that heat, and we can really dig in deep, get the water on there, get the hand tools in there, and limit the possibility of any kind of growth or any additional damage.
All right, good evening. My name is Landon Hack. Work for CAL FIRE, and I'm also Operations Section Chief on the incident, working in conjunction with Chief Lips. We are both joined at the hip, literally walking around the day operations, driving around the day operations and running this incident together, unified. Coming further to the, as we move to the left-hand side of the map here, coming along the Pacific Coast Highway, along Topanga Beach, Las Flores, right up there along the highway, there was a lot of structural damage in there, a lot of large buildings, and that stuff takes a really long time to get the heat out of. A lot of the mop-up work that's being done in there, they have to get really deep in there and pull heavy material back and stuff like that. And as you guys are all well aware of, along that coastal highway, there's a lot of roads that go up into the canyons and drainages up into where the homes were up in there. So the crews are all working up in those areas too, getting up very far in there and trying to make sure that everything is taken care of, the structures are secured, they're getting mopped up around, getting the water and taking care of anything that's next to those structures. So one thing that they do when they're in there is the structures that are remaining, they go around and they clean anything up around and put water down and pull vegetation back and work on that so that there's less availability for fuels to get into those structures and continue to damage things. As we come over towards Malibu Canyon, you guys will see a black line that goes up there. That's where the Palisades fire ran into the burn scar from the Franklin fire about 4 or 5 weeks ago. So that black line is in there because that is what we consider controlled, that piece, in that there's no real ability for that fire to move beyond that point. In this case, that's because everything to it has, to the left of the map there is already burned. Coming up Malibu Canyon up into Montanito, really good work has been done up in there. The fire was backing down through there a couple days ago. It produced a pretty good smoke column as a drainage burned out in there. That drainage had line constructed on it ahead of time that went in behind all the structures and was in place. There was hose lays down there, and that line was staffed with firefighters as that burned up, and they held it there, protecting the homes and structures in there. Coming across that top, moving to the right from Montanito, along Piuma and Saddle Creek road systems. The fire is hung up in the road systems up in there, and the engine companies, the crews, bulldozers, depending on the terrain, we select which resources are going to be most effective in there. But they've gone in there and they're kind of tying all the rock outcroppings to the road systems, getting the vegetation moved back, removed from the fire's edge, and constructing that line across the top. And that's going very well. That portion up in there has not moved or grown in a couple days, but there's still stump holes and stuff like that. There's heat up there that they got to put water on and get it taken care of. And then as we come into Fernwood, down kind of right below Fernwood there, and where Topanga Canyon comes up. So we had some structure defense going on in there a couple days ago that was pretty intense. They did a really good job on that Topanga Canyon side, south of Fernwood there.
This is a very
that
thorough
was held in
report.
check, stayed out of the structures, and is now being hose lays and hand line and direct line is being put in play there. As that brings you back up to where Chief Litt started in Topanga Oaks. Thank you very much.
That's it? I thought it was only like a quarter of the way through.
Good evening, Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist, Palisades incident.
Oh no, meteorologist.
First, I'll take a minute to discuss how we kind of got here weather-wise to the way this fire behaved. First of all, to note is that this area has not received any measurable rainfall since April of last year. So basically, for the last 9 months, this area has been dry. No rain of any kind. So the vegetation out there at the time the fire ignited was very, very dry, or very critically dry for this time of year. So that was the first thing. Then the day of the event, the area was under extremely strong Santa Ana wind event. In fact, probably one of the strongest Santa Ana wind events we've seen in the last several years. So because of that, we had wind gusts, very, very strong wind gusts, and along with those winds, a very dry atmosphere. So the combination of that very dry brush, those very strong Santa Ana winds, and the dry atmosphere were the perfect ingredients for this fire to spread very quickly and become the damaging incident that it was. So those are the atmospheric conditions that led up to the fire. Now, forecast-wise, we're looking for, beginning tonight and continuing through the middle of next week, is another round of Santa Ana winds. We're looking for moderate to strong Santa Ana winds to occur across this area through Wednesday, with probably the strongest winds on Tuesday. So you're going to have really strong gusty winds, very dry atmosphere, and still the very dry brush. So still have some very critical fire weather conditions out there for the firefighters to deal with. So therefore, we do have a red flag warning that's in effect from right now until 6 p.m. Wednesday evening, to kind of let everyone know that we're going to have those widespread critical fire weather conditions. I would like to stress, though, this upcoming extended round of Santa Ana winds is not going to be anywhere near as strong as we saw when this event broke out. It's going to be a strong Santa Ana, but it's maybe be about like 60–70% of the strength of this event that led up to this fire. So, but again, we're looking for another round of critical Santa Ana winds and critical fire weather conditions over the next several days.
Good evening. I'm Joe Everett. I'm the Assistant Chief for the Operations West Bureau.
You've been listening to the officials talking about the latest on the Palisades fire. The first community meeting of its kind since the fire broke out. No doubt a packed room, and this is what people need to hear. They need some assurances that things are not getting out of hand and that the fire department is getting a grip on what's happening. And on the right of your screen, you can see a couple of the flare-ups that are live there in the Palisades area. But for the most part, Corrine, the firefighters have been doing a great job. There's just a couple of really hot spots that they're worried about.
And we learned a little bit about the strategy, right, going into the evening hours, the aerial attacks that are currently underway. One official admitting that right now, and again, this could change. The winds are in their favor in some areas, but again, admitted that could change depending on the shift in the wind
I understand when they have to play commercials, but not when there's not commercials. Why do they do this?
We're actually looking for heat sources to directly station crews there and to get the water on there just to limit the spread of the fires. I thought that was key. Some of the work going on behind the scenes that we're not seeing.
Yeah, they said they're using these special drones that have the infrared cameras on them, and they're flying over some of the areas that the fire's already passed through, but they're not sure if there's still hot spots there that may ignite later on. And the drones are showing those, and they get a crew in there and put them out. It's
absolutely incredible.
A great way to do it.
Yeah, we absolutely want to check it now with Gil Lavis, who's in the sky above, keeping an eye, monitoring the conditions at this hour.
What the hell? They're the only station that was playing it.
Corrine and Rick, we're looking at the Mandible Canyon area here. This is the most active flames of the night so far. As I come out to a little bit wider shot, you'll see that I'll bring in our map so you can see where Mandible Canyon Road is. As I come out to a wider shot, there's Mandible Canyon Road.
It was put everybody to sleep probably, and they knew it.
As I come out wide and pan to the left, it's going to be looking towards the south end of it, and I'll brighten the picture here a little bit so you can see. But as they said in that update in the press conference there, that Mandible Canyon is looking
all our
better,
viewers
and I can certainly tell you it really is. There.
I didn't mind it. I'm ready to knock out listening to that dude.
helicopters are really making a push down here tonight, and that's really going to make a difference tonight as the winds are in the firefighters' favor. You can see some of the hot spots here on the west side of the canyon, and that's where right now the helicopters are focusing their attention down further south down Mandeville Canyon Road. As I come out wide, we'll see the western flank of the fire, which is there at the top of the screen, and that's off of Temescal Fire Road. But that really has laid down pretty well tonight at this point, for sure. As I zoom in, you can see the fire line and the extent of that fire over there. That's where the tankers were hitting it really hard earlier today, and the fire crews making their efforts on the ground. So at this point, that's the look of the fire right now, the two points of interest there. You'll see flare-ups through the night. Because the fire is getting into some unburned brush, and then it calms down after it burns for a little bit. But I'll bring in our overview of the topography of the area. That's all that burned there in this fire, and at this point you can see the shoreline there. And as I come back to a normal picture, that's the look of the entire burn scar for this Palisades fire as fire crews work on both flanks of this fire tonight to try to knock it down. That's the latest overhead up in Sky 5. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Gil, before you go, throughout the day we were used to seeing so many helicopters and planes up there. Is it still crowded in the sky, or have we lost even some of the helicopters?
You know, I haven't seen as many helicopters active tonight. I don't know the exact number of helicopters. We saw as many as 10 last night.
It's not the fires, it's that meeting was boring.
Seems to be slowed down a little bit. I'm not sure. I've seen about 3 or 4 fly through our picture throughout our coverage tonight, but the crews down on Mandeville.
We had a fire over here. It was a hot fire.
Right now at night.
We had to put that out over here. We had a hot fire too. We made it inside of the building, made it hotter.
But you can see all the crews lined up in the properties, right in their driveways. You can see their fire trucks with their lights on. And everywhere you see a fire truck, that's crews there that are working the fire line and protecting all those homes.
It's certainly reassuring for the folks on the ground there.
Gil Levis, great perspective tonight. Thank you so much for that. We're going to head to the ground now. Our Sarah Welch is in Brentwood. I believe you have an official with LA City Fire.
Yeah, Karine, hi. Hi, Rick, good evening. And we were just talking about those helicopters, and we did hear some helicopters overhead a short time ago. And there was a flare-up here off of West Ridge Road a couple of hours ago. But again, firefighters made quick work of that. We're here with Dave Ortiz with LA City Fire to talk a little bit about, you know, everybody's wondering about air support tonight with these winds picking up.
Yeah, they're available to us, and so if they're able to fly, we're absolutely going to have their support.
I guess it's better to have those
as many helicopters as we have available flying in sequence as we have today. It was just an abundance of helicopters, so that makes me feel very
that's an official newscaster fire jacket.
That our mission is going to be supported.
You know, earlier Kai at the station was talking about the very precarious weather patterns that happen in these canyons, and that's got to be one of the biggest challenges tonight. Can you talk to the viewers about that?
Banana.
Yes, so it's you have the predominant winds, but every canyon has its own little microclimate, and we have to be aware. Usually we'll talk to the local residents or the local firefighters and ask them, what time does, you have the change in direction in the winds, and what kind of winds do you feel up here? And sometimes winds do different things in different topography. Different time of the day, and you have winds that are upper level, high elevation versus low elevation, and sometimes you have battling winds like today, where the wind direction keeps changing.
What are you gonna do?
That could be a dangerous situation for our firefighters, and therefore they've evacuated this canyon. Got everybody else, so it's just the firefighters here having to worry about firefighters, and they will be able to evacuate if they need to in a hurry. So the plan here is to stick it out because the winds are pushing away from us. It'll be a backing fire if we get one, and the only concern is if it briefly changes spots below us and then starts making a run uphill.
And of course the threat of embercasts.
Absolutely. So yeah, if the fire gets established below us, you'll get an ember cast coming uphill, and you'll get a torching effect coming uphill. Ember cast depends how much vegetation. I didn't get a chance to look to see how much vegetation is above us. I came here at night, so that's a watch out situation. I don't know how much of the vegetation got consumed by the fire as it made its way down earlier with the downhill winds with the Santa Anas. So I didn't get a chance to put eyes on it, but looking at my firefighters here and watching their lead and on the same radio channel and listening to the same traffic. So I'm going to follow their lead.
And we have seen just an enormous amount of structure protection, not just here on Westridge, but on Kenter, all throughout Brentwood.
Yeah, I don't know how many strike teams are in this area, but every block you see fire engines. I said hello to Idaho, Washington firefighters and thanked them for being here to support Los Angeles. It's great to see that we are getting so much help.
Dave, thank you as always. And again, Rick and Karine, you heard that. We just can't thank our firefighters enough, especially these crews on the ground who are working to beat back these flames in these conditions.
Yeah. All right. Sarah Welch in Brentwood tonight for us. We thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to head back out to Rashawn Haylock, Santa Anita Park, a donation center that's been so busy all day. Rashawn, you've been warming hearts, bringing smiles with the heartwarming stories that you've been sharing with us, and still a very, very busy scene at this hour.
Very much so, Karine. Still a very busy scene here. It's been unrelenting, the amount of traffic that's come through here. We're well past the sunset, and people are still pouring in by the carloads, dropping off donations. Now, we've talked to a lot of volunteers here today, but the other side of that coin, of course, are some of the victims, some of the survivors of this fire who are benefiting from these donations and are coming here to pick some of those up. We caught up with one earlier, and here's what she had to say.
Dude, so scuffed. Fuck. Dude, press your button, man.
Charlena, you lost your home in the Eaton fire in Altadena.
My home in Eaton fire. Eaton is way over on the east side. The fire migrated all the way past Lake Avenue, all the way to...
It's a dude. Fake. I'm calling fake. Hold
all
up.
the way to Lake
That's a homeless person, dude.
Nobody wasn't around. And I fought that fire for 3 hours to save my house. Until the fire got to my neighbor's garage.
Believe this,
I don't know
man.
what he had in it. He probably had gasoline.
Sorry.
It just exploded. I lost the battle. What makes me mad, there was nobody around. This was so weird. And on top of that, I had low water pressure. Very low. My neighbor runs over me.
I don't know if I believe it, though. I want to feel sorry for her and empathize, but I don't think it's real.
This is ridiculous. So, I know it's everything. My collection, everything is gone.
Oh, man.
Totally gone. Both the front house and the back house gone. Flat.
Lord, the world's gotten so kooky. I don't know what I'm seeing is real anymore.
That house was actually bought by her dad 65 years ago and transferred to her. And a lot of these homes in the Altadena area have gone from one generation to another.
I'm looking at any more
just
ever.
Incredibly sad. But here's a welcome ground for victims like her to be able to come here and pick up some supplies, pick up some donations.
Or crack and trannies. I could have seen that as just a crazy person that lost her house.
Rebuild process. For now, we're live at Santa Anita Park in Arcadia. Rashawn Haylock, KTLA 5 News.
All right, Rashawn, we thank you so much. Some great stories throughout the whole evening. On the right of your screen, you're looking at Sky 5 over the Palisades, and Kyle, I'm guessing that's from the downtown camera on the left?
Yeah, on the left. That is from actually close to our studio here in Hollywood with Rick and Karine, and off into the distance you can see the fire lines there in the Santa Monica Mountains, and there's still some hot spots. You can see that's our Sky 5 live shot on the right-hand side up above the Mandeville Canyon area. Still some hot spots out there, and unfortunately still very dangerous dangerous here in Southern California will continue through the night all the way into Wednesday, the middle of next week, with a red flag warning.
Oh, no, not the weather
Much
guy.
of Southern California still will continue to
Another one of the Firehawks. This is the LA County Fire one, now moving southbound along Mandeville Canyon. So it's going to get a look at that hotspot. We may actually even see it fly through SkyCal's field of vision as it continues to move south and do some observing. When we're going to see some more resources come in, I'm not sure. I actually see what looks like that one of those Chinooks there currently flying. Let's see, where had it been? It was made it all the way down over into wow, it looks like it flew way out into the Inland Empire. I'm not sure why we saw a flight go all the way down into the Inland Empire. Oh, perhaps it made a landing out there at one of the airfields out there and then came all the way back. Not sure why it went all the way to the Inland Empire, but it is back in the vicinity now. So very likely we'll continue the firefight, and you can see there SkyCal in the center of your screen. I think that he may be looking at that Sikorsky Firehawk moving now south right over Lauren Posen's head. So Lauren's going to actually see one of those airdrops again, potentially. It'll be the first aircraft that she's seen in a while, as she had mentioned. So it looks like this firefight does continue into the night and likely will keep going over and over with those stops at the Encino Reservoir. That is the closest amount of water, closest body of water. That's where they're going to keep going, these brave pilots, as they fight this fire in the darkness tonight on a Saturday night.
A lot of work still to go. Mark, thank you so much. Well, firefighters are, of course, working tirelessly to put out these flames.
Yeah, earlier, Laura Havely from CBS Boston was in Mandeville Canyon on the front lines as crews put out hot spots. At one point, one neighbor joined the firefight using a water hose to desperately put out the flames.
Laura was wrapping up her live report when she got caught in the middle of a fire retardant drop.
And again,
oh shit,
this
she gets
whole
splattered.
street, an absolute ghost town, with the exception of a very small amount of people who have decided to hang back. Again, something you really do not want to do. Along Mandeville Canyon Road, Laura Havely. See, take a look at this. There you go. He just dropped fire retardant. That is going to hit the ground and hopefully slow these flames a little bit. I'm sorry I interrupted myself there. I just wanted to show you exactly what we've been talking about. Again, hold on 1 second. That fire retardant's just coming down right now. Give us 1 second. We're gonna just protect this camera for a second so that we can show you what we're dealing with. Thank you, Devin, with CAL FIRE stepping in, giving us a little warning there. Thank you. Okay, so this red retardant you see on me, this is what really helps stop this fire. Now again, these flames getting a little bit more active, so we're gonna head out of here. We will keep you updated here along Mandeville Road. Laura Havely, CBS News. Hey, did you get that?
Yeah, protecting that equipment, of course, because it doesn't do much damage to you, but it's definitely protecting the homes there.
And it's just a lot to, you know, the perspective, it's a lot to take in sometimes, right? Because you're seeing those retardant drops from the ground, we see them from the sky, from SkyCal. As right now, this fire at 23,000 plus acres and 11% contained. Olga, we know the winds are picking up, and this is something that's going to be happening for at least a few days.
Yes, they're happening for the next few days, and they're increasing heading into the overnight hours and into Sunday morning. So gusty Santa Ana winds will continue to be the story across Southern California, not just into tomorrow. We have a brief lull, and then we start to see those winds pick up again as we head into Monday. So it is going to be until at least the middle of next week that we continue seeing very problematic winds moving across much of Southern California. We just had the high wind warning and the wind advisories going into effect. This was just about an hour ago, and it will continue until 2 o'clock on Sunday. You can see the areas under the warnings and the advisories, and that includes much of LA and Ventura. Gusts in the 40 to 65 mile per hour range. Highest winds across some of those higher elevations down into the Malibu coastline. But even if you are in Orange County, if you're in the Inland Empire, we are still looking at some hazardous conditions. With
And they retire the weather women early, don't they?
Across the Santa Clarita
Valley.
Valley,
Baby, you're too old to be a weather woman.
Into Malibu,
Find
in the
something better
20s for Wrightwood, and in the 30s across parts of the Inland Empire, including Riverside, mid-20s for Laguna Beach. So a lot of us still across our area being impacted, but winds expected to continue to increase as we head into later tonight. You'll see it here as we head into the 9 o'clock hour, seeing gusts in the 30-40 mile per hour range across some of those higher elevations in the San Gabriel Valley and moving into the Inland Empire with those winds moving in from the northeast, sweeping down into Orange County. Tomorrow morning, still strong winds, but then improvements
you want to be a weather girl, not get in the gym.
The afternoon hours, a little bit more localized and lighter in nature, continuing to weaken as we head into Sunday night. This is going to be a very brief break from the strong gusty winds because by Monday morning, we're seeing once again gusts in the 40 mile per hour range impacting much of Los Angeles, much of Ventura County. We're seeing the strong winds for parts of the Inland Empire and moderate winds for Orange County. Heading into the afternoon hours, even seeing some purples popping up. That indicates gusts in the 50s and still strong as we head into the evening hours of Monday. A little bit less widespread, but still dangerous winds that will continue with us into Tuesday and potentially even the early part of Wednesday. So want to give you an idea of where we see a little bit of relief as we head into tomorrow. Places like Thousand Oaks nearing 30 mile per hour gusts into still the early hours of tomorrow. And then you can see that as we head into the afternoon, 2 o'clock, we're in the teens and in the single digits by 8 p.m. But then the winds ramp up once again by Monday. So we will continue tracking this for you through the night and, of course, into the coming days. Back to you, Gio and Leslie.
They're not even needed anymore. Pretty soon, we're not going to need meteorologists.
Hello, everyone. I'm Juan Fernandez.
And I'm Gio Insignares. Welcome to a special edition of KKL News at 7, streaming live on CBS News Los Angeles. Our breaking live team fire coverage continues for you.
That's right, and we begin with grim word that the
this is an AI job, news broadcaster.
16 across the area after a series of destructive wildfires this week.
Fucking acting like robots
fires
anyway.
Now burned more than 23,600 acres and is now 11% contained.
This is a live look at the Palisades fire from SkyCal. Hard to make out, obviously, because we know it's dark right now, but that's been the main strip of road we've been keeping an eye on there, Mandeville Canyon Road. You see the fire crews, fire engines there down at the bottom of the road. But the good news here is that in terms of hot spots, in terms of anything crazy, you do see them pop up, but nothing overly dramatic or crazy, and that is certainly a good sign as this day progresses.
I have to say, Gio, I've been watching the coverage from home all day, and I think this is the best it's looked all day. There were times I saw the reporters in the field when it looked a little iffy, that the flames were getting a little too intense, but as night falls and you get a clearer sense of what's out there, like you can see areas that are kind of smoldering, like you see they're right in the middle of the screen, and then you see areas where you see a more serious flare-up, and that's, of course, when it hits some new dry brush, which, of course, in this area, there's lots of it.
Absolutely. And you know, as you approach those overnight hours, it starts to get potentially a bit more frightening for folks if all you can see is that orange, that red glow, and you're worried about what can happen. Do I need to pack up and go?
All right, this is really interesting. This is what it looks like. The chopper gives us this look. It's basically the satellite shot underneath what we're looking at when we show the night side. So you can see all this area here that can possibly burn, and that's incredible, right? That's an incredible amount of space, and it's a very large evacuation zone as well. And of course, the big concern at the bottom of your screen, those homes there. So anyways, the Palisade fire is continuing its march through the hills of Brentwood.
KCAL News reporter Lori Perez live near Mandeville Canyon tonight, where homes have been threatened. Lori, how's it looking out there?
Yeah, well, as you said, it's looking as if there are some hot spots that seem to be dying down, but just as quickly could easily flare up. We just came down off Mandeville Canyon Road. We had to come down here on Sunset Boulevard, not far from the Riviera Country Club, because this is the closest spot where we could get a signal up to get on TV. But there are active flames inside Mandeville Canyon. We have some video here to show you what we were seeing all the way up and down Mandeville Canyon Road. There are dozens of firefighters helicopters and dozens of engines positioned. That is because the fire has been coming down the hillsides. At points, we did see it just yards from the road, just yards from the back of houses. But there were ground crews actively working to suppress those flames, and they are getting lots of help. They were getting lots of help from above. Much of Mandeville Canyon Road is doused in bright red fire retardant. Houses and cars and yards just covered with that stuff, but gratefully so. No doubt that retardant doesn't extinguish the flames exactly, but it certainly does slow them down, and crews can then get the opportunity to attack them with water. And we saw air support following with lots of water drops. There is a lot that can go up in the canyon, as Juan was just saying. You know, people love living in there because it is so wooded. The brush and trees coming down the canyon are so beautiful, but those are ripe to burn. And unfortunately, there are a good number of eucalyptus trees, which everyone knows those are highly flammable. We did speak with a gentleman who told us that he worked with a firefighter to douse some flames that were at his neighbor's eucalyptus trees. He told us he has lived in the canyon for 60 years, and he's been really impressed today by the number of crews on the road and on the ground and the support from above. He feels as if they are keeping it under control, but by no means is he letting his guard down. He knows with 60 years of experience how quickly those conditions can change. It may seem as if the flames are dying down, but then just as quickly they can flare up again. We are going to be keeping an eye on Mandeville Canyon. We have been hearing of some flaring up, you know, as the winds seem to shift. So we're going to go back into the canyon and check that out, and then come right back down here and tell you what we saw again. Guys, back to you.
And always a great reminder, Lori, you were saying that the cell service is a bit iffy, and that you have to go to a specific place to get a nice, clear signal. So for people who have to evacuate, perhaps travel through that area, keep that in mind. A lot of people have that sense of security of having a cell phone in their pocket. That may not be the case. You may be in an area where you have no signal. All right, Lori, thank you. Well, the wildfire that moved into Brentwood last night continues to rage.
And fire crews are trying to keep it from destroying more homes. Lauren Posen live on West Ridge Road, looking down into Mandeville Canyon, where fire crews are trying to deal with these flames. And Lauren, this has been quite the development throughout the early afternoon, when you can still see clearly behind you versus now.
Goggles that fit her face?
Yep. It's looking really, really good, Jill and Juan. I want to show you
going on over here. She's wearing shit big enough for me.
Of hot spots, flare-ups that we could see
the
from where we are,
professionals in the world at shit.
But moments ago, as Lori was giving her report, we had two big choppers come by with 2 water drops. And I know I've been saying this like a broken record, but that precision of those pilots getting that helicopter right where they need it and dropping that water, they did it, and the flames were, you couldn't even see them anymore. So just fantastic work from the air in fighting this fire, and then from the ground too. It's a little tricky to see because it is so dark, but there are actually Juan and Geo firefighters on the ground here climbing up this mountain, and they are clearing out any brush that's in the way. They have a big hose with them. It's this gigantic hose that they have connected to a fire truck up where we are, and it's from one side to the other, and they're watering the mountain to keep it, you know, in case the fire comes down. So, okay, well then I'm going to send it back to you guys. Okay, no problem.
She got cut off.
Lauren, I got to say, like this little patch right here, you know, it certainly catches your eye and catches your attention. But given the contrast to earlier, that's certainly a good sign to see it die down a little bit.
Indeed. All right, let's get to reporter Josh Sanders from CBS Philadelphia in Tarzana. Josh, what are you seeing there?
Hey guys, good to be with you. I'm so sorry. We're going to have to throw it back to you. We may have to turn our lights off because we were just told that it might be affecting what they're doing. So I have to toss it back to you real quick. I have to figure something out. I'm so sorry.
No, not a problem.
Please do that shit again. Please do the bubble.
Josh is set up over in Tarzana.
Oh, why didn't you do it, you fuckheads? That would have been retarded. That's why.
That LA City fire choppers might have to step down in there, and that they would have to get out of the way just because of such a developing situation.
And Joe, you were out there last night, and it's so eerie. Daytime firefighting is one thing. At night, when there's no electricity in many neighborhoods and it's so dark, it gets a little strange for the rescue folks out there. Perhaps the lights of our camera could affect the chopper landing or taking off, so we want to make sure that they're okay with that.
And in the meantime, we'll see if we can get to our next reporter here in just a second. But some of the things here.
Somebody made the decision
right
not
now.
to
We got
do
Mark
it that
morning.
time.
Mike, what are you keeping an eye on right now?
Yeah, so I can look at that helicopter that he was standing in front of there. That's one of the LA City fire choppers that was coming up. And yeah, the issue with the light.
Is it the light, Mike?
Yeah, the pilot needs to be able to see, obviously. And the thing is that the pilots are flying at night, so they're likely wearing night vision goggles. So if we're shining a light into a night vision goggle, it obviously makes things much, much brighter and could potentially be dangerous. So that's, of course, why we don't want to do that. I want to ask Cal, if we can come to my computer, I want to show you the latest mapping on this because I was just looking at some CAL FIRE data, and the good news is that we are 11% contained at this point. I think we've been talking about that today, but obviously some good news here. Thanks, Cal. And what you can see here is the continued growth of the fire and where it is happening. We talked about this a little bit last night, and I'm going to pull up Telestrator here for you, but we talked about this last night, and it is continuing to grow. The good news is it's not nearly as much as we were concerned about it last night. So everywhere you see here, kind of the lighter oranges, is where the new growth of the fire is. So these areas, and down into here. Now, I want to talk to you, and you heard Lauren talk about it too, the massive firefight that has gone on in the Mandeville Canyon area. Look at just how close. Let me turn off the evacuation zones. Look at just how close the fire came to it. And it looks like we may have lost a couple of homes. I know we saw them burning earlier this morning when we were on the air. The perimeter here, this is the perimeter of the fire right in here. So all of these homes, these structures right here are definitely within the fire's path. So there is a good chance, and I know we saw some of them burning this morning, but there is a good chance that there was some structural damage within the Mandeville Canyon area. But I want to show you, because really remarkable for the topography that it is in, how much they were able to actually stop it from coming all the way in the canyon. And as you look through the fire perimeter line right here, you can see almost the entire way through how they were able to cut it off just before it reached the bottom of the canyon to get into these big homes. And that is the situation really much all the way through here. Now, what we've been seeing from our reporters, and Tom Waite last night, if you were watching, and some of them tonight I know, are right at the end of the Mountain Gate community right here. So they've been kind of looking here and then looking at the flames from right there. And you can see why they've been so bright and so visible from that spot, because they were burning just right here on this hillside. And again, the Mandeville Canyon community, it's a very nice community, but the issue of it, and you can see it from this map here, the topography, is just how deep into the canyon it is. And we know that the fires love to be able to run up and down a hillside. And in this community specifically, you've got hills literally on both sides of it that back right up against these homes. So the good news is, though, is that it looks like fire crews were able to save the majority of Mandeville Canyon, but it did come really, really close. And in fact, may have impacted a few homes right here. And of course, we did see a couple burning earlier today. So that is the good news. The other good news is that our evacuation zones really haven't changed, right? The red here is all of everything that's under evacuation. This community of Encino was evacuated last night. Mountain Gate area, that was all evacuated last night. As of now, there are no new evacuation orders or warnings, and that is really indicative of the really intense firefight that we have seen from the air over the last several days, and particularly into last night. Let me pull up a radar here, and I'll show you all of the aircraft that are still in the area here, still flying. You've got the 1-2 LA City fire helicopters. This is an LA County fire helicopter. And then you've got 2 CAL FIRE Firehawks. So we don't see any of the Chinooks right now. It's possible that they are back getting some fuel. It's also possible, as we look back at live at the chopper, Cal, if we can, just kind of the way that everything is going, we're not seeing a ton of open flame tonight. It's a much, much better situation than when we were sitting here talking this time last night. This time last night is really when the new evacuation orders started to go.
Come on
out,
out, Mary.
Looks right there on the left side of your screen, Mandeville Canyon. That's the canyon I was just showing you on my computer. And you can see the flames on the right side, how they're backing down the hill there, and they are just starting to get close to that. So that is still the primary focus. It was the primary focus last night. They did a great job of keeping the flames away, and tonight they're still trying to do that work.
We know that when winds go through a canyon, they speed up, they get more intense. So when we know winds are going to increase for our entire viewing area. It's of greater concern for the folks living in the canyon. And it's incredible how tight it looks like when you see it on the map, Mike. You see the houses and how deep and down they are in the canyon.
And reinforces the point when we were down there last night of fire officials, police, everyone saying, no, they cannot give us access up to that road because it's so narrow, it's so tight, it's emergency vehicles only.
Right.
So just to see that perspective is important.
And safety-wise, I mean, we had conversations, our executive producer Rick and I were having conversations about where we should send you last night, and we didn't want to put anybody in that canyon because not only do we need to keep it clear for emergency vehicles, but there is really no way out if you get cut off by the fire in that area.
No, and even at certain points, we were driving through other parts of Brentwood and going up those narrow canyon roads, and you would see people. It's basically one car at a time. I mean, you are shoved down there, and fortunately, from what we saw, a lot of people getting out, and that's certainly good.
Just goes to show you how important it is to evacuate when they tell you to, especially here in Mandeville Canyon. Mike, thank you. Well, the Palisades fire continues.
And Madison Keevy joins us live from Topanga Canyon on Topanga Canyon Road. Madison, what are you seeing?
I guess we am.
Well, right now we're not seeing much fire action except for over the hillside in the distance. You can see that orange glow here, ominous hanging over. We talked to people who were evacuating in Encino last night, and the sentiment was seeing that in the sky as the winds have shifted. It's less prominent, but it's just on the other side of the hill line that you can see there. I know it's dark, but that orange glow does stand out. You come down, though, and you see the highway patrol lights. This road is totally blocked off to the public, and this is that evacuation zone. To give you an idea of the communities here along Topanga Canyon Road, you have Sylvia Park. You also have
hear that on the news.
Thousand.
I don't know why they.
I was going to say 1,000 oaks. That's not right. But anyway, coming down, you have Sylvia Park, which is a community that is here within Topanga Canyon Road. And you can see as the wind is shifting there over the other side of the mountain, there you go. Okay, you can see the orange glow there. So why we're here, we saw warnings that there was a call for emergency, police or first responders, but mostly police, to come to Sylvia Park area and really convince and encourage residents that we're still here to leave. And in fact, actually talked to some residents who have been staying here along Topanga Canyon Road. They live about 2 miles in the opposite direction towards the fire. And they're living in their cars, they say, over the last 5 days, giving them time, they say, to go back and check on the house. They were going to speak with us on camera and then opted not to, just simply because, they're still processing everything that's going on, and this is such a rapidly changing situation. But they chose, they say, to stay here just at this closure. So they say they've gotten to know, on the shift changes, who's here, patrolling this street particularly. And, it's a couple of cars, a van, all of the pets and family, and they're living here. They say today was the first day they got cell signal over the last few days, and they're facing, all of their cars are facing the direction of that hillside, and they say it makes them feel better that they can see what's going on. They say they're keeping in touch, of course, and following all of the updates on the Palisades fire, and as these first responders come through here,
this weed's getting rid of my mouth sores too.
But it's those types of ideas to stay behind that we saw that notification.
That's why I got
for police to be called to this area to talk to those that might be doing the same thing and encourage them to leave. Topanga Canyon Road is 2 lanes. Of course, you see those first responders coming down here in it, and then as you start taking left and right turns, it's of course hilly, winding roads a lot of the time. As you said, just 1 car, 1 lane roads going.
$43.
And so there is that concern, of course, like the folks that I talked to here that have chosen not to evacuate, of what could happen to their home. So that's the scene here. It's very active on Topanga Canyon Road, but there is that call for, from law enforcement, and we keep saying it, for people to evacuate, because we just don't know, how this fire behavior might change.
You can't leave your guard down at all at any time, right?
No, but it's good to see folks keeping an eye on everything, staying vigilant, and keeping each other in mind.
I don't mind it though.
Keevy, thank you so much.
I don't mind it. As long as it's not shit in my mouth, I'm cool. That's too harsh.
Christina Fan live in the Mountain Gate neighborhood.
If it's making a big ass mess in my pipe from a bunch of resin, or it's super harsh.
The fact that it seems like nobody's really around, it's a bit of a ghost town.
Oh no, I gotta pass on that one. I don't like wiping.
That's absolutely right, Juan and Joe. People really took those mandatory evacuation orders really seriously. We want to tell you where we are in relation to the fire. So behind us, you're looking at the eastern flank of the Palisades fire, and there has been a very intense aerial firefight going on, despite the fact that the winds, they have really been picking up for the last hour or so. We've been camped out at this vantage point for 2 nights now, watching as firefighters try to hold the line, because on the very next ridge where we are
I used to smoke cigarettes. I don't need my weed to always taste amazing.
Firefighters have made lots of progress in the last few hours, relentlessly dropping water and retardant into the canyon. And just in case the aerial attacks do not hold, of course, firefighters, they need a backup plan. That's why we saw a team of 7 to 8 dozers in the neighborhood earlier this afternoon. They were cutting down the dry, low-lying vegetation on a nearby hill to our right-hand side, trying to get rid of any fuel that could easily light up. Now, I'm going to have Eddie just pan slightly to the right to show you. You may notice there are very few law enforcement and fire trucks left here in the neighborhood, and that is because the fire is moving more north. Last night, I'm sorry, Eddie, I'm going to have you pan back to the fire. We want to show you. So you see where the cluster of flames are now, and we are going to pan now to where they were last night. So you're going to see kind of a black hole there. We want to just show you how slow or fast, depending on how you look at it, the progression has been. And we think from our point of view that it has advanced not too fast, because the winds have been relatively tame the last 2 days, and that really is the story tonight. Firefighters, they're racing against time. We know those Santa Ana winds will be making a return and last until midweek with no rain in sight in the forecast. So this is really the best opportunity they have to gain the upper hand. But again, you can see there is some sort of aircraft coming in again at this moment.
Like shit. That's
they have been a mixture of
expensive weed here.
Choppers dumping water,
you can get cheap
heavier aircraft dumping retardant. We also have seen some helicopters coming in with just a very bright headlight doing some sort of reconnaissance work.
So you hear are the most volatile part of
all of this, and then it'll make some sort of dump on the fire on the hillside behind us. But that is the latest here in Brentwood. Christina
at least, the Terps are worth
Christina,
the most.
thank you so much, and that consistency is really key and really great to see. Thank you so much.
Concentrates.
Let's take a look
if
now.
It's super terpy. Those are going to be the more high-end brands.
Stage at this point, moving into the next.
Everybody's expected to have and what's trippy is in those brands, oftentimes the THC content will only be like 12.5 or less than 20.
Winds picking up. We have had the high wind
though.
warnings
God dang,
as well as the wind advisories kicking in at 6 o'clock this evening. So
to 17 Labs for that before and gotten free free half ounces.
And the early part of Sunday.
They count me the half ounce twice because I complained about the THC
as we head into the new work week. So
on them. So they're cool about that at least. If you're with the right company. See, the weather women, they definitely don't let them age out. You don't see any old
County, we're also still looking
women
at
weather
some very strong gusts there also. So really,
Vanna White lasted longer than any weather woman will ever last.
And those winds, the gusts, 30, 40, 50 mile per hour range can still push a lot of those fires.
They start stretching out a little bit.
That could
gotta
spark
go.
as well.
What do they do after that?
I want to show you some of those gusts elsewhere. We're in the
go to
teens
like
for
some
Pasadena
smaller
into
town?
Claremont, Ojai at 16 miles per hour. In the 30s for Santa Clarita, as well as Simi Valley and down into the Malibu coastline.
Sorry, sister, you're no good for LA anymore. Maybe try Wyoming or something.
In fact,
you're getting too
with
old
this
for
next
us out
round,
here.
Inland Empire will be getting in on that as well, all the way from Riverside into the Chino Airport in that 30 mile per hour range currently, but increasing as we head into later tonight and the early part of Sunday. So here we are at the 9 o'clock hour. You can see those winds in the 30, 40 mile per hour range for some of those higher elevations from the San Gabriel Valley moving into the Inland Empire, and then those winds pushing south into Orange County too. Heading into tomorrow morning, still some strong winds, the Santa Clarita Valley, the I-5 corridor, parts of Ventura County also experiencing gusts gusty winds. Things are improving. Light winds, moderate winds, very isolated in nature, and we'll continue to see the minor winds heading into Sunday night.
By somebody at some time.
Into Monday,
back in the day,
winds start to
your dude
pick up.
shit was never tested for anything.
Winds. We start to see some of those purples
Period.
Indicating gusts in
That's
the 50 mile per hour range.
I need some testing done. I need to know
the day on Monday.
Pesticides,
so Inland Empire, you too will be seeing gusts in that 40-50 mile per hour range. Moving down into parts of Orange County, still strong as we head into late afternoon and into the evening hours. And as we head into Tuesday, still seeing those strong gusts again, especially those higher elevations. We'll be experiencing some of the more dangerous conditions, and this will continue potentially even into the early part of Wednesday.
Anytime come through and test their shit, so they're going to be
through Sunday morning, at least for this round. We get a break as we head into Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, and then that high fire danger still continues with us through the middle of the week, with those stronger winds moving in Monday into early Wednesday. Less wind as we head into later in the week. And look at this, we even have a small chance of getting a little bit of rain. This is going to be just a minor dent in these elevated fire weather conditions, as it could just be.
News is this area looks so much different than it did last night.
I only watched that long because of her titties.
Looks clear.
I guarantee you that.
There was a lot of stress.
I wasn't even listening
last night as the fire approached Mulholland Drive, but at this point that fire line is out, and that's really good news for everybody in the San Fernando Valley, there in Encino, Tarzana, and the Woodland Hills area.
It works.
But again, the burn scar here is
women even
huge,
stay keeping on watching for the titties on that one.
Working very hard to put out the fire tonight. Here comes that helicopter in to put a spot.
A woman can appreciate a titty too, you know.
Sky 5, and I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Much better picture tonight.
Maybe they can appreciate them even more.
Threat remains, but great news tonight. We thank you so much for watching our special coverage throughout the day at the KTLE 5 News, the wildfires across the Southland. We'll see you tonight at 10.
Yeah. For Corinne Winter and Kai Goldberg, Joey Mead, I'm Rick Chambers. We'll
Kyle,
see you at 10 and 11.
Joey, Rick, Tim. I was just going to go to somebody else, right? They're actually ending this. 7:30. Oh, look, let's watch a commercial.
Check is here for my motorcycle accident.
Wait, this might be what gets me in the commercials, actually. Copyrighted commercial. Alright, they can't be leaving us like that, can they?
Fire retardant
Live now,
this
never
fire is
leaves us.
burning along that fire retardant line, and luckily or thankfully it's on the right side. It's on the side that where the fire
they
is
got
already
Crocodile
burned. Looking at
Dundee.
a helicopter here, the night sun there dropping on, directing it to the ground, and they're going to drop a little bit of water here, I believe. And just a spectacular sight.
Where the fuck has Lou been lately? You know what I'm saying?
Down there.
They have to deal with fires all the time out in Australia, and he hasn't come and said hi once today. You know what? I might have to fire Lou as my honorary Australian American.
As they pull out quickly, the flare-ups are occurring, but again, they're within the fire boundary at this stage. The Topanga Park State Park, and as I tilt up, there's actually a fire road here that I wanted to show you, and if I put up the map, and you can see it there, there's the Topanga fire road, and it's certainly doing its job. All the crews are positioned here. These are hand crews, dozers. They've certainly reinforced their dozer lines, and they're certainly going to try and, or they have at this stage, been able to contain it to this area to
Super Jack.
To the
this
east.
is
So
Super
if I was to tilt up,
Jack.
this is back towards Mulholland. Sorry, I apologize. Back
So it's
towards
related to
Mandeville
Jack
Canyon.
Terror.
Now, just finally, there is the closest housing that's out here is actually in Agora Hills.
Sativa.
And if I am able to, unfortunately, we can't go wide enough with the camera, but if I pan around to the right, you'll be able to see that the housing is down below us here. And I measured it before, looking at about 3/4 of a mile from where the active flame is at the moment to these housing estates here at Paradise Lane, I believe. So all looking pretty good at this stage. Hopefully the winds stay calm through the rest of the night, Susan and Marla.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's hope so. So that was wonderful, and we get very excited when we see those water drops, and we have seen.
TSC Sky Fox have lost IFB.
Oh, okay. So when you hear that, yeah, when you hear IFB, for those of you not in the TV business, that is the ability, the earpiece that we wear to be able to communicate with each other, including those behind the scenes and producer-wise and director-wise, and then of course reporter-wise, like Justin. So we lost communication with him temporarily, but I was going to ask him, and you and I can just talk about this, the fact that we just saw that water drop live, and we've been seeing those throughout the day consistently.
It's expensive out here.
And there was a Cal Fire official with our Gigi Graciette earlier today saying that in all of his decades doing this, he had not seen so many coordinated water drops, one after the other after the other.
Yeah, well, and it is a beautiful thing. It does look like a ballet. If you've ever been in a situation where you have a grand overview, like if you're up on a summit and you can look out and see how they coordinate and how impressive it is to have it to come one after the other. The interview that we did with Hal Kempfer, he was talking about the differences between a smaller aircraft like the helicopter that we just saw versus the larger DC-10s. In this kind of situation, in this kind of topography, it is harder to use those larger aircraft, especially after the sun goes down. So that's probably why you are going to see more of the smaller aircraft. Although I will have to say, last night, when I was along the 405 freeway, I did see the larger aircraft, but it could have been just the perspective of where we were.
Yeah, and speaking of the larger aircraft, when she just mentioned, Susan mentioned Hal Kempfer. He is a retired Marine intelligence officer who knows all about the aircraft that are helping fight this fire, and he joined us probably about 90 minutes ago, and we learned a whole lot about the aircraft out there. The DC-10, that's the largest. It carries about 40,000 gallons of water, and we saw the DC-10 many times today, and it was
These people are still talking. Oh, look at their sign language guy.
So at this time, we are not letting any folks into the area that's been evacuated unless it's an essential need. Again, medication,
I think that's a guy.
Animal rescue. So if it's just regular belongings at this time, unfortunately, we will not let anybody in until the fire department deems the area safe to repopulate.
This is a double question. How long will Sunset be closed, and how long will the canyon be closed?
This is fun. We're doing a little question answer, a little doohickey. Audio's fucked though.
Sorry, I can't give a definite answer on the closure time, and that's because going back to the last question, we want to make sure that the area is safe before we let anybody in. Has to be safe for you. Number one, has to be safe for us. Remember, we have to get that infrastructure built up. We have to get the power lines off the roads. We have to get everything set up.
What if someone didn't leave?
As this moves forward,
they wouldn't let them leave? Damn, that's fucked up. Like, no, if you leave, you can't go back.
This is going to happen. We message all those messages out through the PIO. We make sure that we have that uniform message coming through from law, from fire, and everybody else that needs to be.
What if they catch you in your house?
Decision process. As soon as we evacuate, our mental process is how soon can we get them back in.
Evacuation
order. This area is
civilian. Get in the van.
So that's going to add time to when we can make it safe to come back in. But we're already building that plan. We've already had people working towards that end product, and we'll get you back into your house.
Put you in the back of a van with a knapsack over your head. Tie your hands on your back. Also,
Is there any
Bay.
threat to Silva Park, View Ridge, or the top of Topanga?
Fucked up civilian.
What we've been dealing with since the inception of this fire is the wind, the environment, the dry fuels. With the lack of rainfall that we've had, our live fuel moisture is what we look at. So the fuel is still ready to burn. in January, which is unprecedented in the area. So we take that into account. But if you look at the activity that today, so you're looking in the area to the right, if we were looking at that map earlier, to the right of Sylvia Park, of Topanga Oaks, the top of Topanga, Fernwood, we are doing what we can to stop that. Now, is it threatened? Do I feel it's going to be hit tonight? No. But I'm not saying we're out of the woods, because I could turn around and say, we are safe, we are stopping this, and next thing I know, the wind does an erratic shift on us. That is not, we could predict the wind as much as we can, but it changes day to day. It might get into a pocket. Today we had a nice steady wind when we had activity, just an example.
There's a time for both,
everything was
dude.
perfect, but in one section, it swirled into a saddle, it blew one
Somebody needs to
ember
answer the
over, that ember
questions.
caught, and now we had another growth of fire. So we are doing our work diligently, but again, we plan to keep it as small as we can, but we prepare for the worst. That's why you see people in, even though the fire is not running towards Sylvia Park, Topanga Oaks, and all the other areas. We still have resources in the area doing what they can, preparing, just in case we have that wind shift, just in case we have embers go where we don't want them, so that we can do the maximum amount of work and have the right people in the right place to do structure defense and defend life. Thank you.
Amen, brother. You're a
This is two
lifesaver.
questions. How long will the increase in police security presence be during the evacuation, and how many looters have been found?
Oh, are they gonna tell us how many looters? How many?
So the LAPD presence at the different burn sites, that's going to remain in effect until further notice. It's important that we continue to support CAL FIRE. We continue to safeguard the homes of those who've lost their homes or even damaged or even in the burn area. The last thing we want to do is turn our back on these areas. As you know, there is a strain on LAPD. We do have to handle 911 calls throughout the city. We pulled resources from different areas throughout the city to focus on this area, and maybe for one of the first times in my career, we're actually operating at what they call a minimum operating force, just to handle 911 calls in other areas of the city. But we're pulling resources, and we're going to keep them here in Pacific Palisades until further notice.
Why?
And all the different burn
Wait a
sites to
second. You
safeguard
telling me
everyone's
people are
property
dying
and to
over
support,
some other
all the
shit
different areas where
so
we
that
can't
these
get
people's
help. Let's just say
personal
from a national
belongings
and other
stay
areas.
secure?
In regards to looters, that area, that number is continuously growing. I can't tell you as we speak. I do know that people do get detained on a regular basis. Some people are being investigated, but
their shit's worth more than your house getting
that are getting detained
actively robbed
per day are roughly about 10. However, they're getting vetted out through different investigations. Like I said, there are
people
some
have a
people
lot
out
of
there that
money
are
up here,
posing as
man.
security
Don't you
guards,
get
and we
it?
later found out that they're not security guards, and then they're subject to arrest on spot. So unfortunately, I can't give you a hard number on exactly how many looters that have been arrested at this very moment that we're here.
LA is shorthanded for 911 police because Palisades
When
needs
can we enter the blocked
security
roads
guards.
to remove debris?
Pretty much. Why would the cops stand up for removing debris?
So a lot of questions
He
that are
almost stood
very
up.
similar when it comes to repopulation and entering the area.
Why would
So
the
right now,
firefighter guy know
we are
about that?
focusing. We start planning for repopulation as soon as we evacuate people. First is the fire activity, and what is the potential for growth? What is the potential for flare-ups? Right now we're in an active firefight, as operations said. So right now the focus is the extinguishing the fire and getting people out and making sure people don't get burned and maintaining the evacuation routes. We're already having conversations about infrastructure, clearing.
What the fuck, man? Why? Oh, why?
has been the collaboration, of course, from the LA County Fire Department, LAFD. We have crews from all over the place, you know, in the United States. The Mexican firefighters arrived today. Los bomberos. Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And,
yes.
you know, your thoughts on just the collaboration that we're seeing now?
It's outstanding. When I was a fire chief, we used to collaborate and actually train with Mexico. So we used to bring them up here and provide them a lot of training, never thinking, at least in my career, never thinking one day that we would need them to assist us. So I'm sure they already have a relationship with us. It's great to have the crews coming in because, as example, the crews you saw from Mexico, those are ground crews. Basically, they're going to help our ground crews do containment line because that's vitally important. You see the aircraft knocking down the flame front, but you really need the ground crews to go in there and separate the burn from an unburned to get containment. So that's critical. And then for our local firefighters from either LA City, LA County, or some of the other local jurisdictions, to get firefighters from other parts of the state, from other parts of the country is paramount because some of these firefighters are probably been, you know, up 24 or 48 hours in a row. So they need a break. So I'm sure they're welcoming to see firefighters coming here to assist them.
Absolutely. And I know for a fact that we send down to Mexico, like during major earthquakes, our help, like in search and rescue. Have we ever sent our firefighters down there to fight fires, wildfires?
Yes, when I was the fire chief, we actually had our urban search and rescue team that we sent throughout the world to help with rescues for earthquakes or tsunamis. And then we had command teams. So wherever there was an incident in the world, and sometimes it never got published or publicized or made the media, but we always sent teams throughout the world to help other fire departments or agencies handle emergency incidents. One more thing that's important too, that when these firefighters come in from other agencies, it's important that I know that we do a quick orientation or indoctrination with them. And then we also try to make sure that we have some local leadership with them, because the worst thing you want to do is have some outside agency come to us in an unfamiliar area, number one. Some of them might not have wildland firefighting skills, number two. And then number three, fighting wildland firefighters at night is extremely dangerous. So you typically want to see that during that terrain during the daytime. But if you're in there at nighttime, it takes a lot of training, a lot of cautionary decisions. So the teams that are there are probably connected with some form of leadership from Los Angeles County or Los Angeles City to provide guidance.
Not to mention the National Guard now is on the ground. And I know they're not firefighters, but they do help.
Yeah, they do. And so we have a relationship with the National Guard. So the major coordinating center in California is Office of Emergency Services in Sacramento. It's the fire, police, first responders, and the National Guard is right there with us. So some of the members from the National Guard are trained. If they're not trained, then we'll give them a quick orientation to assist us. The National Guard brings a lot of assets from helicopters to equipment to help our local law enforcement keep our community safe. And sometimes, worst case scenarios, we will even train them to help us with our ground containment and line construction in these wildland fires. So they have a wealth of knowledge and information and assistance to this fight down here in Southern California.
Well, Chief, if you were still chief, what would you be looking for in the overnight hours before dawn?
Right now, we're going to be working all night. So just a quick history lesson on fire behavior. When it gets cooler, we start getting downdrafts. So you have cool air trying to find warm air, so you'll have downdrafts with fire going into the canyons. And then during upslope areas, fire travels 17 times faster upslope. So the firefighters have to be extremely careful. But at nighttime, we have to take full advantage of, number one, our engines doing well, protecting the structures, but at the same time, our engines, our hand crews, and whomever doing all that they can to do containment of this fire, because that's extremely important, because you saw when the wind shifted, it started moving east, south, and north because there's no containment. Well, eventually, this fire is going to start moving a different direction because we're supposed to be getting another wind event. So it's going to be extremely important around the clock that our firefighters and hand crews and aircraft are doing all that they can to get containment on these fires. So when the wind shifts again, we don't have another major flare-up or another major fire.
As we look at this view from Skyfox, and you see those little sparkling bits there, those are little cat eyes or hot spots, correct? How long does it take to finally get to the point where you feel confident that the terrain is, the fire is mostly tamped down enough where you can kind of take a pause?
Well, when you see the hot spots or those ember casts, when we're doing containment lines, we try to work at least 100 feet into the line. I mean, if it was a smaller fire, we would want complete mop-up. But we would try to work 100 feet into the line just to make sure that when the wind pops up again, that we don't get ember casts going outside the line. Mm-hmm. So that's a lot of work. And depending on the fuel type, it's easy to put out flashy fuels like grass. And we have what we call 1 hour fuse, 10 hour fuse, 100 fuse, 1,000-hour fuse. So the 1 hour fuse like flashy grass, that's easy to put out. But the 100-hour fuse, sometimes that could take hours to days to put out. If it's 1,000-hour fuse like a pine tree or an oak tree, that could almost burn through the winter. So it's a lot of work as it relates to putting these fires out completely.
You know, earlier today, we had the live pictures of the crews, the hand crews out there, and the steep terrain here. Obviously, you can't make it out right now because it's nighttime, but earlier it's just remarkable, the art of firefighting. It is just absolutely backbreaking, grueling work. So hats off to all the crews out there, whether they're at the Palisades fire or the Eaton fire. Still, of course, the firefighter continues with the Kenneth and Hearst fire. It's not 100% contained, but nonetheless, what you dedicated your career to, and I can't thank you enough for all you've done. And that leads me to this. Are you still, do you do consulting? Are you in touch still with the current fire chief, Maroney?
Baloney Maroney?
Well, I consult, and I reach out to the local fire chiefs here.
Oh, yeah.
To attend meetings. I developed relationships when I was a fire chief, so I still teach here in the state. I teach in Louisiana. I go to another conference every year in Florida to speak to up-and-coming fire chief officers or fire chiefs. And actually, to be quite frank with you, I got a little bored in retirement, so I started working again. I work for a water company, California Water. So I'm the vice president of emergency preparedness, safety, and security. So I would just conclude with this comment by just saying it's in my blood.
Really.
Great for public safety.
My goodness. Well, thanks for your service.
In that role, do you have an opinion on the complaints that we had limits on the water we could access?
Actually, believe it or not, the fire department has a very close relationship with water agencies. When communities are designed, they have to get their plan check approval and water flow and everything approved through the local building department and fire department. So we have a very close working relationship. And actually, the water flow requirements that they follow are actually guidelines or fire codes that we produce. So unfortunately for the Pacific Palisades fire, and because I know that's been a huge debate,
they died.
Typically, water systems are designed for potable water, and then sometimes when you see single-family dwelling fires, you'll see 3 or 4 fire trucks fight those fires. So they're designed to fight that fire for 2 hours, or if you see a major commercial fire, they're designed to fight that fire for 5 hours. So that's really how those systems are designed. Some might be more robust depending on the municipality. But when you have a major conflagration like we had in Pacific Palisades, which is an anomaly in my lifetime, in my career, that exceeded the capacity of that water system. And I'm sure there's going to be an after-action review, like we have on every incident, an after-action review and lessons learned in relation to what happened and what we can do moving forward.
No doubt about that.
It was also exacerbated by the fact that the first day we couldn't, fly aircraft.
Right.
So our firefighters were more reliant on the water system than normal.
And the reservoir, the Santa Ynez Reservoir was empty.
Yeah, and that's a question that someone else has to answer. I know it was empty because of maintenance, and I know that no one really predicted this fire, and I know that no one really predicted the extreme behavior of this fire, but that's for someone else to answer that question, and I'm sure there'll be a lesson learned behind that decision also.
Absolutely.
Fox 11 Los Angeles, with their coverage as we continue looking at these never-ending, it seems, images of the Palisades fire. This is the raw look at the active flare-ups in the Santa Monica Mountains. Acreage did increase just slightly, just over 23,000 acres burned at this point. It is about that time of night where we head off the air.
Wait. No, it's not.
Austin, Westfall.
You don't get to leave, motherfucker.
We do come back on the air tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Eastern time. We, of course, will keep you posted with any major developments that come out of the region. And we'll keep you posted with any other
this is live now.
press conferences that happen in the morning as well.
Live later.
For now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it to a commercial break, and on the other side of that, you will see our overnight playlist.
What's going on right there?
Have a good night.
What's going on right there, though? The military, get your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Join the Navy. See the world, see the world. Join the military, get your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Join the Navy. See the world, see the world. Join the military, get your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Join the Navy. Live, nothing's live now. See the world, see the world. Nothing. Why is anything live now? They're acting like the fire doesn't matter anymore. It's too far out in the woods. It needs to be closer to, for them to care, it needs to be closer to, something, I think. Houses. Not close enough to houses anymore. They've abandoned us. I have to go to Hindu News to see the fire. What's up with that? Is this live? Is this really live? Was it dark 3 hours ago? Isn't live? Well, maybe, because it was starting... Wait. 6, 5, 4:54. It was starting to get dark at 4:54. It's just starting to get dark right here.
It's been yeah, the whole we're all on edge, and especially if you live on this side of the Santa Monica Mountains, you're especially on edge today because ever since earlier this afternoon, it really has been an ominous sight. And I should warn everybody that as the sun goes down and night falls, it's going to look even scarier.
Yeah, so
as you see
I think this is real. I think this is live.
Yep. Oh yeah.
That's
yeah, exactly.
Crazy looking though.
It's true.
For all the news just to stop covering it.
Yep.
I had to go to India. This station's like funded by the Bollywood or something. Hindustan Times. What the hell is that? Hindustan. Big events in India. Oh. More titties and weather. That's just, those are the same titties as earlier. Death toll rises to at least 16. Oh. Gotta pull Simon's food up soon. I'm gonna have to give him food without fish oil in it at midnight because he doesn't seem to like that shit. I'm gonna have to start trying to squirt it in his mouth with a syringe or something. He didn't eat much today. He's getting kind of fat though.
How far is it from the Encino Reservoir? Copy that. Look at that shot, though. Look at that shot. It's a shot.
Hey. He's short. He's short. Food today, Simon, is not too much. I'm surprised how much he ate actually when I just went in there. This is yogurt. So bacteria cream.
Okay.
Bacteria cream is delicious.
They're coming to me in a second. What you got?
So creamy.
Copy.
I could just eat a whole tub of this. Big one.
Yeah, a lot going on, and we want to really put some people at ease here because this is really continuing to flare up. And the pictures that we're showing you, well, they appear very scary, and it is a very scary situation. These firefighters are definitely trying to keep this fire at bay. There are fire lines on the north side of this fire that you're looking at right here. This is, again, the northern flank of the Palisades fire, but they have a fire line between this fire and the San Fernando Valley. But we are also hearing now that there are alerts, yet again, more notifications going out via cell phone on the Brentwood side of the fire, and that apparently is not true either. Do not evacuate. There are no evacuation orders in place in the Brentwood area. They have assured us that this fire is basically just burning itself in the hills above Brentwood, just to the, I guess, over to the east of Mandeville Canyon. But this glow is visible and ominous from all sides, both on the basin and from the San Fernando Valley, guys.
That is spoon looking good. About 12 grams of protein in this one. Yeah,
that's correct. That's what we're hearing from our assignment desk.
These have a lot of protein. Got a little bit of food.
Okay, copy that.
If I don't have protein in my dessert, I feel like I'm wasting the calories. Even though I don't work out a lot at all, really. I did 40 squats today. So pretty much I'm on my way to being Mr. Universe, Olympia, all that. Looking pretty big. Oh, baby. Look, house with yogurt. You've been doing that? Yellow pudding pops. Oh, baby. I can just bathe in that and in the pudding. Just swim in it and suck it in as you're underwater, under pudding, inside of the pudding. Just hold yourself in would it be warm pudding? Maybe. I like it warm. I would have my legs spread like I'm doing butterfly stretches. Everybody knows what a butterfly stretch is. Come on, just put yourself in that position. Think of it, holding yourself butt naked, some warm pudding underneath it, side of it, butterfly stretch, sucking in, just. Can you do that? Put yourself there. you enjoy it? Would you pay for that moment? If you knew the pudding was clean, you don't want to go into somebody else's used pudding. I know I wouldn't want to. That's disgusting. Hell no. No, I'm gonna need fresh pudding. I'm getting in the pudding vat. It'll have really good reviews though, so you'll know that you're getting fresh pudding every time. You might wonder what they do with all that extra pudding when they throw it away. They don't just throw it away. The pigs eat it. Feeds pigs, it turns into ham. Don't worry about it. It's actually good for the environment. They love it. Makes really juicy hams. Well, they love pudding. Pigs love pudding. Something about them. Oh, we got a little twister over there, or what? What's going on? Oh, never mind. Kinda. Fiery cyclone. Oh, their birds are dying. Little baby birds. Little baby birds are dying. I'm not happy about it. That sucks. Dude, definitely a bunch of baby birds are dying. Eggs that hadn't hatched. That's a bummer. Yeah, all because mankind couldn't fucking prepare. Screwed it all up. Couldn't clean the forest out in time. Snakes? I don't know. I don't think too many people are worried about the snakes dying, dude.
Can you hear me? It is not Sullivan Canyon. Not Sullivan Canyon.
I care more about the spiders than the snakes. I gotta put some of his food up now.
And it's not close. It's not close. Are you talking to me? I didn't hear that.
Hey. It's to run away. None of the news stations are using this in America. It looks pretty crazy. Why not?
Copy.
Hit me, dude.
To relieve us.
She's laying with her arms dangling and her chest on the armrest.
That's weird. We'll hang out. Whenever we have to go. Once we have to go, we'll leave. We'll stay. What do you think? Like 10 minutes?
This bit me twice. Or maybe it's her clawing my neck or something. I didn't realize. You too, huh? You just yawned. Hey. Sir, no. No. Stop it. Out of here. Oh. Like biting me hard. If she wants something or isn't getting if she wants or it looks like fucking lava squirting up. I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at half the time on this.
Yeah, it's really raging through the Santa Monica Mountains, Colleen, and you can see it's really providing quite a light show up here, lighting up the night sky. Now that the sun has gone down, there's a lot of really thick fuel in this part of the mountains, and you can see the winds blowing it from north to south as the smoke drifts the other way. The fuel that is driving this fire is to the north on the San Fernando Valley side, and so this is putting on quite a show for the folks in the San Fernando Valley and causing a lot of concern in the communities of Tarzana and Encino right now. A lot of people looking up in their backyards and wondering how close this is going to get. The fact of the matter is this is not very close, and they have taken every precaution to prevent it from getting too close, and they have drawn very thick fire lines with the fire retardant to prevent this fire from crossing Mulholland and getting any closer to that community. However, it's going to take a little bit for the fire to make its way to that fire line, and it's very possible that the images that you see and the view from your backyard may look scarier than it actually is, and may actually get scarier in the next couple of hours, even though there is no threat to any of the homes in the San Fernando Valley at this hour. Guys, back to you.
I would. That it? Oh. Only ended. Damn, AP actually had one up, was looking at using it. Oh, it has to be Reuters specifically, doesn't it? We're back. He did say they were going though in like 2 minutes. He was talking about it. Time did that thing say? 207. I think right. And what are they showing us? Oh, game over, man. Game over right there, buddy. Thanks everybody for hanging out. It's time for me to go now. Cat's acting crazy as ever. Sorry. I don't even have food out and she's acting crazy. Thank you all for hanging out. If you like cats, you can always hang out with us on Kitty Cam during the day at Kitty Cam on YouTube. For further details. Hey Lonnie, thanks for coming through. Nice seeing you. Miss Bungle, you too. You too, Bill. You too, Mark. Dived. Brody. Bill. Ed. It's ringing. Yeah. Hope to see you again on the next one. Abdul Qadir was here. Everybody have a good night too. Thank you all again. Hope to see you again real soon. Just keep breathing.
Meow, 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 meow.